gave $20. Great to see you. All you guys banded all you guys banded together for a great cause. Keep up the good work and may RNGesus be on your side. Doc Railgun gave $10 and said, "Hey, bro, Sencho, what do you call a sausage you just finished eating?"
This is a tough couch, man.
A link in the past.
It's not a couch.
Oh, I like it. $30 from Shrieking Weasel. He says, "Not sure if my donation got in, so I'm donating again. I can only watch half of Kingdom Hearts because I am still playing it." Well, hey, if you speedrun the ending, you might be able to catch the rest of it too, right? Okay, thanks to all the runners. $30 from Sky Dragon. He says, "I know it's late, but here's my contribution for this wonderful cause. And no, it's not too late. Get those donations in."
Definitely not too late. I don't know if we're allowed.
It seems good to me. I can hear it.
Hands are weird, right?
Yeah.
Fun game.
Right. Fun game.
We got Chrono back here.
I don't speak this language.
There's my roll call for you. We got Chrono
Yo,
back here.
that's Chrono up top. Yeah. God, okay. So I really wish I still had my afro, so I could just whoa, Biz grew it out.
That'd be great.
So everybody's doing it these days.
All right, I'll give you a countdown. I'll say 3, 2, 1, go.
Nice. I already appreciated the syncing it up with the different menu options there.
That was unintentional.
I couldn't wait till it was like 5 more options you had to make until you got to that point.
All right, so this is Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix on the PS2. The reason we are playing the Japanese version is because it was only released in Japan on the PS2 until 2.5 came out on the PS3, which unfortunately is 40 minutes to an hour slower depending on what version you're playing. So we definitely want to play this version. There's also other issues, but we won't get into that. This is Roxas World. It's basically the tutorial. It's roughly like 20 minutes long, so we're going to get through this, but there's a lot to talk about, so I'm going to try to get through this fast. I am playing on Critical Mode, which was the hardest difficulty added into 2 Final Mix. And right here I'm picking the Strength Struggle Bat because 1 point of strength early on actually makes a big difference. It doesn't really matter probably casually what you pick, but we like to go fast at the beginning. Something that's interesting is that we're actually RNG manipulating the beginning of this off of a hard reset. Because if you hard reset and open the same with attacks, you're going to get the same RNG. So we're going to try to do that on Cypher here.
Yeah, that RNG manipulation is going to carry over into a couple fights in the early game here, so it's really important that he gets this right. All right, you did it right.
Nice.
All right.
And as is the kind of same theme coming from Kingdom Hearts 1, air combos generally are just going to be faster, specifically in this early part of the game, than ground combos. Once again, once you land, the lag, it kind of ends the animation of your attack, whereas you have a long animation on your ending swing on the ground combo. And just in general, air combos come out faster.
Yeah, however, there are a lot of abilities that were added into this game that are a lot faster on the ground, so they'll be doing a lot of ground combos as well.
So on this fight, we're basically going to be RNG manipulating as well, so he's going to guarantee do the same thing, which is upside down walk, and this is one of those fights you don't actually have to win, because you really can't without the Keyblade, so we just death abuse there, even though we didn't really die, it still progresses.
There are quite a few fights like that in this game, and we're probably going to be dying through a lot of them since this is level 1.
So once again, another theme kind of from KH1, not using the finisher until he knows it's actually going to finish the fight. Because if he uses the finisher early, it's going to knock them away, then he's got to deal with travel time up to there. He's effectively just stun locking the Dusk right there, getting the 1-2-1, 1-2-3, resetting his combos at different times to get the exact damage he wants.
I didn't mention it yet, but yes, this is played on level 1 because there's an ability I'll be equipping soon called the XP0, which is exclusive to critical mode. You can't use it on any of the other difficulties.
You all donated for it, so
yeah,
thank you very much.
Everyone donated for
thank
it.
you guys for that.
So this is usually something people only do if they really want a hard challenge in this game, because maybe just critical mode itself wasn't enough, and now we're going to be level 1, which makes it incredibly more difficult. And on top of that, to give you some perspective, this run has never been done in a marathon before like this. So
It's kind of insane that it's reached the point where we can reliably do it in a marathon.
somewhat reliably.
Sure.
Not the most marathon safe run, but I am the last run, so I guess it's all right.
Also, 6:59 is a pretty good time there.
Yep, doing mail delivery in a very specific order there because the animation for delivering the mail can actually kind of lock you up a bit. So if you kind of use aerial movement to your advantage, you can actually get rid of some of that lagging.
Right.
Do the whole thing a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to just your air combos, where once you land, that will cut off your animation time.
And right there, I only had to do one of the mini games because it actually got me enough money between the Dusk and that to talk to Hainer. Otherwise, I would have to do multiple mini games. So that's why we are able to get away with one.
Yeah, they want you to collect like 2,000 money or something,
Yeah, I
but you
think
just do like 200.
You get like a bonus 2 AP, I think it is, if you go the full, like, however much money they want you to get. But yeah, you only need to do one, and then you have completed your part. So here in day 3, we're going to be really getting into some combat here. He's going to first face another Dusk, and it's the same basic concept as the first Dusk. He hopefully manipulated this fight. There's a couple of different RNGs he can give him, though, and he knows how to react off of each of them.
Okay. That was good.
So that's the last bit I can really control, though. The next fight is a triple Dusk fight, and it's going to be random pretty much. The weapons we pick here on level 1 don't matter because you don't level up, so you're not going to get any of the benefits of one over the other. It's not like KH1 where stats will change. It only affects your ability layout.
Yeah, the beginning of this fight here, he's actually going to pause for a very slight moment right there, and that's going to let the Dusk start walking towards him. Then he's going to go ahead and start tackling them. He has to keep track of how many hits have hit multiple Dusks. I don't think any did here.
Yeah.
So a little unfortunate, but still went pretty quickly.
That was actually pretty good, I guess. You know.
Yeah, as long as you're not whiffing, that's kind of, I consider the breaking point, whether that's a good fight or not.
Do you want to explain the abilities I'm about to get Spike while I equip them?
Yes, the main one he's going to be equipping here is the EXP0. All these abilities he's equipping are exclusive to level 1. Try to think through them myself. There is aerial recovery. Oh, no, he gets...
They're exclusive to critical mode. Basically, he's getting aerial recovery, a finishing plus, a...
2 Lucky Luckies, a draw, and MP Hastera, or whatever it is in this... So yeah, all of these are given to you to somewhat try to balance out you being on critical mode, where almost everything in this game is going to kill you in 2 or 3 hits. There's actually a lot of things, even on regular critical mode, that will kill you in 1 hit. And he's going to be dealing with that many more, this being on level 1.
Yeah, and unlike KH1, you start with 50 AP if you're in critical mode here, so he can go ahead and equip a lot of these abilities, and he will be getting some abilities just from boss fights. Boss fights don't give you experience in this game, they actually just give you straight abilities and sometimes stat growths.
And what's nice about that, with that 50 AP he's starting out at, since he's not going to get a lot of abilities due to not leveling up, he actually is only going to he only has to get 3 more AP ups for Sora throughout the rest of the run, and 1 other for Donald. So it works out conveniently that he can still have everything he wants. Sometimes he's going to have to micromanage and move a few things around.
Right here, when you see these triangles showing up on screen, these are called reaction commands. He's already used, I think, maybe 1 or 2 so far, but basically they cause these long animations, often do a lot of damage to the boss, and they show up throughout the entire game, as you know if you've played the game before. He'll be using some of them. He won't always be using the reaction commands you might remember from bosses, because sometimes the animation is just too long for it to really be all that helpful, or he's potentially going to die coming out of the reaction command.
Now, I want you guys to pay attention that all of that, if he dies, he's going to have to go through all of that again. He's trying to mash out 4 combos right here to just get himself set up with the best damage possible.
Whiffed
on the finisher, so it's going to slow down this end just a little bit. It is actually very easy to die here, even though a lot of people think, oh, this is kind of the dark side of this run.
He cut the second finisher animation short a little bit there by doing it very low to the ground, the first combo. Dodging the vines here, that was a little unfortunate. He's going to have to play it a bit safe now. Yeah, using the reaction commands to dodge around the vines.
Should be close.
Okay, good adjustment there. And the fight should be done.
Nice.
Good job.
That was a pretty close call. I have to make sure I properly get around the vines if I get hit or anything like that, or else I could just get killed in like 2 to 3 hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's scary.
A lot of people might be sitting there, oh, why are we already clapping for like the first boss? That is how dangerous level 1 is that right there, he's constantly having to make adjustments to hearing, okay, you're going off of audio cues for knowing I hear the creepers, they're about to come down and attack me, so I'm going to have to take a little step back. He knows after so many hits that the timer's going to reset and the vines are going to pop out, and you can get kind of combo killed there pretty quickly.
During all of these audio cues, Spike and I are talking, so
Yeah,
just
so
listen
he
to our
has
dumb
no
voices.
shot.
I was going to say, I'm going to be donating $5 per death, so if anyone wants to join in, feel free.
Sounds good.
Hopefully I don't die like 30 times.
Also, right there, he equipped guard. So, yeah, that's another one that's going to play a part 2 fights from right now.
Yeah, going into the struggle fights now, he's got 2 of these coming up. The Hainer one being first. Bit different in level 1 than it is in beginner or critical mode, I believe. But these combos are very specifically laid out, especially the number of finishers he's using, the number of single hits he's doing. Luckily on critical mode, since you get draw, which kind of absorbs things around you a lot faster, these fights go pretty well. 41 is pretty
41's
good.
pretty standard, yeah. So, I mean, good.
Yeah,
Like,
so
standard for this.
that's our first instance of seeing revenge value in the run where we actually abuse it. And revenge value is basically kind of like built-in meter that most bosses or major enemies have, where they'll eventually retaliate when you hit that value. It doesn't actually drop like a number, like it doesn't go right to 0. It's a meter that slowly kind of drops when they attack. So we abuse that to know exactly when they'll retaliate most of the time.
And you'll see an example of it right here in this fight. He knows exactly the order he wants to do everything.
Yep, dodge that attack. He's going to keep doing a few combos here. You're going to see him start to mash out guard right
Now.
here.
Got it. Yeah,
That's because
knew
he
was going to
knows.
retaliate.
Yeah, he knows Vivi's going to retaliate right there. And now he'll be able to knock him out, collect all the orbs, and finish the fight very quickly. It's a good job.
Almost a 40 there. 40s are like extremely, extremely good. So that was a very good fight there. So pretty much that is the main mechanic of understanding how to play this game successfully, is understanding revenge value. Every single different type of hit, whether it's a ground attack, ground finisher, aerial attack, aerial finisher, they add a different amount of revenge value.
Yeah, something to
So
note about
this
this
fight could
fight.
be terrible.
Yeah, instead of taking like kind of a certain amount of damage, they seem to always take 6 hits in this fight. So it's all just about counting which hits have hit other dusks.
Right.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's actually a very difficult fight to optimize.
And now we have Axel. So Axel goes down to 6 air combos here. He's going to start off by, Axel's always going to do a frontal attack. He's going to dodge to the left, do 3 quick air combos. Now, what I want to stress about Roxas is he cannot jump worth a crap. He has to delay these slightly so that the aerial attacks won't whiff over his head. Knows he's going to retaliate after that, and then 3 more quick combos here. Very nice.
That's
Very
right.
nice.
Yeah, so if I whiffed any combos there, because Roxas is a terrible character to play as,
Yeah.
he would have DM'd, and then it would have been a big time waste. It could even kill you pretty easy, so.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that some of those attacks don't actually stagger the boss, which affects the revenge value differently from if they do. So doing them at very specific times, if you even delay a little bit too long and you stagger them when you're not supposed to, things will get very hairy very quickly.
Absolutely.
So this might be a bit confusing to watch if you haven't seen a KH2 run before, but I'm actually intentionally going to lose this fight. And I'm just poking him to make him retaliate faster.
Now, what's nice about critical mode is we actually
Of
can take a
course.
death. In something like KH2, the original US version, we could not lose this fight. We just had to waste a minute. So nice to save about 48 seconds there on critical mode. Another thing worth noting is that what's nice about Final Mix is it actually loads the game a lot faster. I don't think we ever got like an exact amount of time. It's like 20 minutes or so.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. So that definitely just... Yeah, it's,
So,
it's
yeah.
nice running this.
Basically, I got the medal from that fight, and it will give me 1 strength point. Like I said earlier in the run, that matters a lot early game, so we don't really want the champion medal, because you would think level 1 you want more defense, but it's a really crappy defense item, so you don't really want it. You want to go faster with strength, kill things faster, you know, before they become way too scary.
About how long is that medal going to like mean anything for?
I would say probably around Timeless River, but we generally just keep it on the whole time because we don't get anything better other than the skill ring, which we put on together with it anyway.
Yeah, taking time to unequip it really makes no sense.
Yeah.
I think this is a good time to maybe read off 2 quick donations, other than Yeah, right now he went ahead and put on the ring. He also set himself up to have 3 potions and then auto refill. So once he gets them, they'll automatically drop into the menu. And after each fight, it will reload up to those 3 as long as he has potions there. But yeah, we can read a quick donation here.
Saffron gave $30 and said, hey, good luck on the run. Gotta see that level 1 Data Org too. Here's $30 towards that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Saffron.
Yeah, reminder, guys, that we are gunning towards that level 1 Data Org. Biz is one of the first people who ever actually ran the category, and it's amazing where that category has gone. 13 of the craziest super bosses you will ever see. He'll do for you guys for the small price of $5,000.
Yeah, I think your first run was around, what, 2 hours or so?
It was, I think, like a 140 or something,
140.
and it was like kind of like a experiment run when I made it. I was like,
And now
what's this going to
we're-
be like?
Yeah, now we're around a half an hour. So
So there's a lot of RNG in these VV clones fight. He does know they will always jump over to the left for him, so he puts on a slight delay there until they're in position to get a horizontal slash that will take care of them.
To note, he
now
is,
he's just hoping they're going to spawn in the middle or just close to him.
he's also delaying these attacks because he doesn't want to really use full combos most of the time here unless he gets incredibly lucky on positioning. He just wants to use these single attacks so that way he's not locked into a finisher animation and gets hit from behind or anything like that.
Right.
A quick note, I guess, about something we haven't mentioned so far. Skateboards are pretty fast, so that's why he's grabbing skateboards
Just
everywhere.
in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
Is there actually a faster mode of movement? I'm assuming super glide if we had that, or just
Oh, yeah, that'd be way
high
faster.
level glide. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we won't be getting that in this run. So
Yeah, anything that he's doing on the skateboard is just for fun.
right. So here we are on Shadow Roxas. What's a little minute detail about the combat in this game is that depending on how far away or close you are to an enemy, that will determine his attack. So right here, he wants to make sure he gets a lunge and then an overhead swing. It's actually in a specific order coming up here pretty soon. But he's going to push him here with 2 full combos, dodge to the side, and then lead with the lunge instead of the overhead swing. If he's close to him, then Roxas is going to lead with the overhead swing, but then go for the lunge on the second attack. Those will swap. He doesn't want that because if he goes with the lunge, there's a lot of lag there afterwards. So he won't quite be able to restart the loop after that and actually defeat him. Shadow Roxas will have recovered at that point. Also, shouts to Movement Tech.
Yeah, I love that. That was honestly one of the things that when I started to see Kingdom Hearts speedrunning, I thought, like, it's small things like that are so cool. It's some of these longer runs. You don't really think about it. It's like, oh, well, it's a 4-hour run or something. Why do we even care?
It's just
like,
so creative.
All of those.
So this is a really silly mini game where you literally kind of just mash triangle. However, there actually is a potential soft lock that only a few people have ever gotten. So just in case, I do have a safety save for the marathon to go a little back in case I actually trigger it. We don't know what causes it.
Yeah, that being said, we could probably throw in a quick donation.
Cool. How to Be Epic gave $5 and says, Roxas, this man speaks nonsense. Roxas, don't let him deceive you. Roxas, Roxas, Roxas.
What?
Voligen?
Yep. We've got Voligen working on our technical.
The game
Should we
soft
pause the
locked.
timer, maybe?
Yeah, pause the timer real quick.
Yeah.
We have $25 from D Wins who says, you
Huh?
What do you see right now?
Nothing. My console's off.
I didn't touch anything.
Gamer, do you want to kick it to just host live?
Hey, look, did it?
Yeah, I didn't even touch it.
Yeah, I'm glad we have
Gamer,
the safety.
Gamer, you want to put just host on live?
All right, they're going to be working on doing some stuff over there. D Wins gave $25 and said, you play the game quite well. Aha. $15 from an anonymous. They say, donating in the hope that Stitch does his job. Oh, trust me. We all want Stitch to do his job. $10 from Morton 2062. He says, good luck, Biz Beast, going to Data Org. Also, apologies, we are having a couple technical difficulties, but hopefully this will get working in just a little bit. All right, we have the PlayStation back on. That's always hopeful. Good, good. I was thinking we got the soft lock too. I was like, what? Holy crap. So consoles turning off is a pretty bad soft lock. I would agree. We have $30 from an anonymous. They say, Zomko, I need good rolls. It's an inside joke. It's been a great show this week. Good job. $10 from Anonymous. They say, it's good to have these people come together for such a good cause. Good luck with Kingdom Hearts 2 run, Biscuit. An awesome commentary by Spike Vegeta. Oh, we love having our Spike around. Let me go ahead and see what else is happening right now. Because we are having donations to the Data Org fights. Let me do a quick refresh here. And it looks like we are at $3,094 out of $5,000. Just a couple more thousand, and we will be able to see those battles, which will be absolutely fantastic. We have $5.05 from Cosmic the Dolphin. He says, "Go, Vulligan, go."
I have to be right here to see this. I don't think it matters.
$100 anonymous donation, thank you, as well as $100 from K Hearts. They say good luck to Biz and hello to the couch. Let's see some level 1 Data Org, guys. Thank you for that $100. Seriously, every donation here, whether big or small, is super appreciated. Remember, our cause is NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Over 40,000 American lives are lost to suicide every year, and suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people's ages 15 through 24 years. It's honestly... you know, there are a lot of different forms of mental illness, and bringing about awareness, being aware that it's okay to go find help, that it's okay to accept others as well around you, that if someone opens up to you, you know, to reciprocate love and be able to accept them. This is very important. So thank you. I think we're getting back to some Kingdom Hearts now. Keep those donations coming in. Our goal right now is 100,000. We may or may not be able to reach it, but we're going to get as close as possible.
I have to redo this and the VV clones, I guess, before we can continue.
So we're going to have some nice 7 wonders for a while.
Yeah, so I guess if you do have more donations, we're going to do the same thing.
I'll just mention that what happened is I was attempting to fish unrelated equipment out back there, and apparently his power brick, if you like tap it the slightest bit, it kills it. Should have been back there messing with anything anyway, so I do apologize. That was our fault, not the runners or anything.
Yeah, we're going to restart the timer after the bag mini game, since that's we paused it after that.
Yeah, it was as it was fading out. So, but if you have any donations,
Oh, trust me, I have plenty. And please keep the donations coming in. $5 from the Anonymous. They say super hyped for this run. One of my favorite games of all time. Tried my hand speedrunning Kingdom Hearts for the first time today. While I didn't finish because I wanted to watch this run, I really enjoyed what I did do. Put this towards level 1 data battles. By the way, always super exciting to have more people joining in to do runs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have a pretty good community, right?
We have a large community.
definitely,
Yes.
definitely a large community. We're all memers, but yeah, it's a large community.
One of the top games on speedrun.com, I think, is either KH2 or Kingdom Hearts 1.5.
1.5 has like 150 or so times now for beginner alone.
Yeah, all I'll say is we have just tons of resources up there,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
everybody's pretty friendly. So if you just kind of come and talk to any of us in streams, in personal messages, that kind of thing.
I don't think I did the menu loading that save. We'll see in a second.
No, I actually didn't see you do it.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
He tried to improv a little bit there because he's supposed to have the medal at this point, which would have made that where he gone 2 full 4s, a 1-2, and a 1-2-3 would have killed him.
All right, so once we get back up to the bag minigame, as soon as it clears, the timer will restart then.
Hey, we get movement tech again.
I mean, I'm really glad that I had a save right before this, too.
It's kind of funny that the one place we were worried about a soft lock is where everything had happened. Oh, you have done it.
Okay.
What?
So I guess the save already did it.
Oh, by the way, DJ Salty Nuts has been donating a couple times. 10.69 and then 5.69, and he says if Biz gets a deathless run, I will donate $100.69. Good luck, Biz.
Well,
We will hold you to that.
that's
Yeah.
going to be quite difficult to do. I've only done one Deathless run ever, and not even ever come close other than that run.
It is so ridiculous that you can get a Deathless run in this category, and I believe there's only been two recorded in history.
Yeah.
You and a Japanese runner, I believe.
Yeah, Hiran had the other one way long ago with like a lot of like older strats. Okay, no soft lock, so now you can start the timer again.
All right, good pace.
Cool.
We were here the whole time. It's fine.
Yeah.
I do have saves for every world in case like the power goes out or something like that, so that's a plus.
$30 or $32 from Snazzy. They say must see data fights.
Yeah, and to note, I think we have a little kind of surprise incentive if the Data Org fights are met.
Wait,
So,
are you serious?
a little not a tracker incentive, but
Oh, that's okay.
yeah, just a little kind of surprise. So if
So get there as soon as you can, guys.
yeah, if we can meet that Data Org.
We're not saying what it is yet? Okay.
No, I think might as well wait. Let's
Let's
meet
wait.
the
Let's
Data
make sure
Org
we
first.
clear the Data Org.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Let's
important
donate for
first.
Data Org, everybody.
Yep. Skateboards.
Yeah.
I want to see whatever this surprise is, so please keep the donations coming in for Data Org.
Once
Right,
again,
so-
all these tricks on the skateboard. He's just trying to look cool. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever like actually frame tested. It's gonna be hilarious.
Every time I
jumping
ask
in the end.
someone, I never really get an answer.
Right.
No one ever tests it.
Yeah. On our way over to the mansion here to kind of like examine our last wonder.
Yep.
After that, what do we got coming up, Spike?
After that, we are going to have our final. This is the whole Roxas world of sorts is broken up into 6 days, and now he is finishing up his 5th day right there. And next up is day 6, where we're going to be facing a couple of fights down the stretch. One of them is going to be a fight he can actually death abuse through. One that in regular critical mode you would actually take this experience right here. It's 2 Dusks and an Assassin. Assassins are one of the more dangerous early game enemy, mainly because they have an attack. I mean, almost everything has an attack that can 2-shot you. But yeah, they can be very frustrating. They like to, like shadows, go under the ground and just wait down there and waste a bunch of time for you. Thankfully, we don't have to fight him here. We're actually going to just drop down to half health.
Getting a bit unlucky on the patterns here. If
Yeah.
they do the upside down walk, that's ideal.
They almost never do it in that fight, however. It's usually the other 2 attacks they do, and it's necessarily like not that much slower to just win the fight, but it's
Right.
still worth it to just die, even if it only saves a little.
Yeah, so now we're going to be on our way to the mansion where we're going to have a mob fight and a boss fight with Mr. Axel again. While we're on our way up there, if you want to go ahead and read off a donation or two.
Oh, sure will. $20 from Edwin, who says, this was a very entertaining event. Great job, everyone. We also have $40 from Anonymous, who says, the Kingdom Hearts games are some of my girlfriend's favorite games, so I thought it would be a good time to donate. Hi, Maria. Maria loves you. Yeah, we all love you too, Maria.
God, I love Maria.
Don't say that too loud, Spike.
Gosh,
It is his girlfriend, okay?
she is a girl. I'm assuming. There it is. So yeah,
To note, we've kind of banished Vuligen from the room, it seems. So hopefully we won't be having the power problems again. Picking up a chest here. Pretty much all of the chests in Roxas World are either potions or high potions. And so picking up, deciding which ones to pick up just based on comfort of like how many potions he wants throughout the run, and also which ones are the fastest. He's picking up that one because it is always good to have a few.
he's picking up a ton of potions, and it might seem like overly safe. He's actually, there's a good chance he's going to run out of potions.
It is possible. It has happened a couple runs, so especially for marathon safety, I'll be grabbing any extra potions or ethers that are in my path.
It's also funny. We don't want to pick up high potions. You think why not? They heal you more, and we actually do get health upgrades in this game since they do come from bosses. But we actually pick potions because that way we don't have to mess with more menus and everything, and they'll generally heal enough for the most part.
Sometimes we'll have to double potion. But here we are, we got 4 Dusks and 2 Creepers, or 2 Assassins. For this opening part of the fight, I actually forget exactly what you do, but a lot of it is working off of trying to get as many double hits as he can.
Nice. was a good
Again,
reaction.
keeping
there.
track of knowing these are now, they're technically level 2 dusks as opposed to the early ones where it only took 6 hits. So I think these ones take more like 7 or 8 hits. After he kills 3 of the dusks, it will spawn 2 assassins. So once he kills the 3rd one, he's going to make his way over and try to catch this assassin before he goes underground.
Yeah, he's not going to try to kill this other dusk before the last assassin, so that was good.
And that's good RNG that he comes right up for him. Usually he has to wait and he has to guard and attack. So that was a really good fight right there. I died there last year, so that was Hun level, not 1. So, so here we are now at Axel. This is the final boss of Roxas World, as we lovingly call it. So he's going to put on a slight delay here, move to the left of this fire pillar, and then start his combo.
There we go. It's he has to be very careful not to hit that fire pillar there. It will kind of mess everything up. This next
If he hits the
attack-
firewall, this is going to stagger him. Yeah.
Yeah. Just he is delaying these attacks sometimes and restarting these combos in order to actually get the exact attacks that he wants from Axel, and that was really good.
Yeah, you notice there that he only used the first of the 2 reaction commands right there, and as you can see, it did a ton of damage. So again, he's just weighing that. The other one would have just taken the fire off the floor, done a little bit more damage to him. I actually don't know, does it even do damage? The second
Very
reaction command?
slow and very rare, but it does.
Again, it's trying to balance at what point is the DPS worth it to take the reaction command.
And if we meet that Data Org incentive, we'll be seeing that fight again, but a lot harder.
Yes, much, much harder.
So finally done with Roxas World. Now we finally get to play a Sora who is much better in the air than Roxas is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roxas has cement in his shoes or something. Sora's much better.
So we're going to go ahead and rip all the items off of Goofy and Donald, which nets us 4 potions and 1 ether, 1 from Donald, which again, those are just now going to be auto-refilled into Biz's inventory the way he's got it set up. He also took Donald Cure off because he doesn't want Donald healing him in the next couple of fights, because once again, at level 1, it's relatively easy for us to die, but Donald can slow that down. And he also set both of them, I believe it's to party attack.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. He doesn't want them. Party attack, the AI in this game is much better than in KH1 because you can actually set the patterns that they'll use. And party attack means that your party members will attack enemies that Sora is not currently targeting. So because he wants to target a Dusk coming up here and have it kill him very quickly, he doesn't want Donald and Goofy to kind of interrupt that.
Yeah. So once again, he's going to go off to the left, just kind of get away from Donald and Goofy, and he's going to hope that this guy's going to start walking on the air.
Fortunately,
Didn't do it for him. He's going to have to bait out.
There they go.
So there it is.
All right. So
Those can just meat grind you. You die in like 2 seconds, but you deal with it whatever happens.
Yeah, to note, most of these fights that he's actually death abusing through, they can end in one of, we think, 3 ways, maybe a 4th way. But basically, you can either deal enough hits over the course of the fight, you can run out of time, like just take too long in the fight, or you can die. We think maybe if you kill enough enemies, it could potentially end as well. But most of those, I think maybe all of those from just most of them from here on out that behave that way, Biz is going to be dying through. There are 1 or 2 that he's not going to.
We'll pretty much death abuse any chance we get now because level 1 it's really easy. Like especially here, although here it's actually pretty minimal because it's just shadows. They're pretty slow to attack a lot of the time.
So now also right there, he picked up a potion, and that is also an ether in the corner if you're not familiar with that icon.
This is a fight I didn't know you could death abuse.
I had no idea until he was practicing it the other day. So we see the shadows.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That was really fast. Shadows are jerks.
Yeah,
aren't they?
usually, a lot of times it seems like they will like to attack Sora as his iframes are still up from the last stagger. Generally, your iframes are going to wear off once you see Sora kind of, his animation stabilize. But if he's still in the knockback animation, it doesn't do anything.
And to quickly explain, iframes stand for invincibility frames, and that's just times where you can't be hit, basically, or you won't take damage at the very least.
So this tower is pretty horrendous because I'm really weak and I have no tools other than jumping and attacking. So everything feels kind of sluggish.
While
Except
it
for that.
is,
Still pretty good.
While these shadows are very, very tiny, Sora just flies through the air compared to Roxas. If this was Roxas, we would not be doing air combos on these shadows.
Even doing them on Sora is pretty difficult, but
Yeah.
Biz knows what he's doing.
It takes a lot of just understanding these like mid-air attacks, exactly what height you need to be at to be able to mash out those combos.
Now, we're only $1,500 away from the Data Org fights, the level 1 Data Org. So Keep those donations coming in, please.
Yeah, to quickly explain while Biz goes into this next fight that'll have shadows and soldiers in it. Level 1 Data Org, in 2 Final Mix, they actually added in this entire area, new area called the Cavern of Remembrance. It has a bunch of super bosses in it, all of the 13 organization members, all called Data Organization members that have a lot more health, do a lot more damage, that kind of thing. And
Real
you'll be
quick,
fighting all
just
of them at
about this
level 1.
fight, just to explain, he's baiting out the Cyclone RC here, and then he's pulling it back at an angle in order to get a lot of damage on the other soldiers as well.
Getting a double hit there was good. And now, since there's just one, it's faster to just fight him out, since Donald's also going to be using Thunder on him.
He's going to be going up here and getting his first drive form, Valor form, which you'll see here pretty soon. But yeah, if you want to finish your explanation.
Oh, that was basically it. It's just a new area. It has 13 fights, actually 14 if you count the fact that Xemnas has 2 parts to it.
Oh, yes.
And he can do them in any order that he wants, but they all have to be done at level 1. You can do any kind of menuing, any kind of equipment. But no power boosts, nothing like that, so you can't actually just level your strength all the way up until
Something of note about that, though, is you would have to boost it pretty high to make a difference, because the game pretty much scales you well at level 1 to where you'll do kind of like a set amount of damage.
Yeah, we always talk about it in the community, but and everyone goes, designed for speedrunning or designed for this and that. It really feels like Kingdom Hearts 2 from the start was designed for level 1 being a thing. It just wasn't a thing actually until Final Mix because of the scaling in this game. You'd think, oh, he's already doing like chip damage now. The game scales as he goes to where he can still do decent damage at least.
Yeah, he's kind of responsible for his own damage right now in terms of like his strength stat.
Right.
Right up until about Timeless River or so, when the game's going to start realizing, oh, you're really underleveled, and we kind of need to scale you up a little bit so things aren't impossible.
I want to say that doesn't include defense, though, because I can get one-shotted a lot in this run.
And yeah, it's bound to happen.
Yeah. They knew how to make
it happen.
They knew how to make it fun where you didn't have to sit there for an hour attacking each boss. Basically.
So heading over to Hall of Bastion now, we've got another one of those fights at the beginning that we're going to death abuse through.
Which I hope it's better than the other day on the practice run.
Yeah.
And here we're going to be seeing Valor form. He's basically going to go Super Saiyan. A lot of people overused this form a lot. Let's see if we can get the
cool
tech.
movement, jump and swing, and then
jump
dash
and swing
over
again.
it.
Yeah.
Dashing past that Moogle because he has a forced text box there. You can kind of skip the text while in the air and still moving. A little bit of movement optimization there.
While he's death abusing through here, do you want to explain just the basics of drive forms and just how they work?
Yeah, absolutely. So drive forms are kind of they're something that was added into Kingdom Hearts 2. It wasn't in Kingdom Hearts 1. Of course, the security system here can kind of interrupt things. That's what these orbs are. But drive forms allow you to rely on the strength of your allies in order to basically gain access to new abilities, new movement tech, new just more damage sometimes. Like it's all great, and also 2 Keyblades on several of the forms. So Valor form is mainly going to be used for running around a lot, and also for doing a little bit more damage sometimes.
It's useful in the early game, and it is a form that sadly gets obsoleted by the other forms we'll be seeing later on, particularly stuff like Master Form and Limit Form.
Yeah,
but
hitting square on the ground actually launches you forward, and using it on the stairs there cuts out a little bit of the kind of like lagging animation that you get when you land, so it's a little bit faster there.
That's the only drive recovery in a chest in this version of the game, and we do grab it for safety. In one fight we might need it.
Yeah, as the name would imply, drive recoveries will recover your drive bars.
Explain how this fight is on level 1.
Yeah, so okay, the first thing he wants to do is Leon sucks. So he's actually going to move back to start attacking the Dusks in the back so that the only Dusks left are the ones up by the gate. The main thing we're trying to do here is move Leon up. They're actually bunched up pretty well here, so he's going to be using Blizzard from a distance because he wants to also keep Leon up there, but keep Sora closer to the middle of the arena.
The enemies are trying to break the gate, so that's why they don't necessarily target you right away.
Now that he's back here, Samurai and Creeper should spawn. He is looking for a guard here into an RC.
Oh,
this is why we hate Leon.
Okay,
we can still get a little bit. That really sucks that he did that, though.
Yeah, so these RCs actually will one-shot enemies if you're in regular critical mode, so it makes it a lot more difficult being on level 1. Okay. Missing this. Missing that reaction command does a lot of damage, as you just saw.
You can see, yeah.
So this is already pretty scary. This is one of the scarier early game fights.
I'm helping Leon because I don't trust him right now.
So this is showing how Leon can really ruin fights.
Leon attacking him there meant we couldn't get to it. Now he has to react to whichever of the four. On regular critical, these just one-shot all these enemies.
Good guard there, Biz. Barely got it out in time.
But now they only do half health.
These samurais have multiple different attacks they can kind of use, so your guard timing is all different
That should
depending
be
on
the
what
last
they use.
samurai right there.
Okay.
Okay, we cleared him.
So
Alright, so we're good now.
Yeah, we're not really at risk of dying now, but it's just finishing the fight out fast. Our magic recovered, and should be able to finish it out. So good job.
He
Nice
survived. Yeah.
adaptation.
That was actually a good end to the fight once I got past. Like, that's just a problem. Leon can knock them out of dual stance, and on level 1, the dual stance won't one-shot anything, unlike regular crits, so that also means the other samurai might not get parried by the dual stance, and then you might get hit out of it. It's just a really scary fight on level 1.
Leon coming over and attacking the samurai really sucked there because you notice that all those creepers spawn there as well. You really want to get that splash damage while they're all spawning right there. That speeds up the fight a lot. So that was unfortunate, but at that point, you're just praying for survival sitting here. Even on critical mode, it's like that, but definitely on level 1.
On the plus side, I only used 2 potions there. I could have went through all 3, which would have been a little sketchy.
Well,
Yeah, so it's nice. He still has that additional one for later. And so now we're moving into our first Gummy mission of the game. These are kind of auto-scrollers. They're going to be a great time for donations, but to quickly note before we kick it over to Brsentia is he's going to be going to Beast Castle first.
Yes.
Whereas every other version of this run basically goes to Land of Dragons first. The main reason is that normally Beast Castle doesn't give you a ton of experience, so we do Land of Dragons first, get leveled up. But because we don't care about the experience, we'll sacrifice some time in Beast Castle in order to go Beast Castle to Olympus Coliseum, grab the Hero's Crest Keyblade.
among other useful abilities.
Yeah, of course. And we'll use all of that to speed up Land of Dragons much more than we could speed up Beast Castle. So
Land of Dragons is actually a very awful world. We'll talk about that later as we go.
it's very fun on level 1, though. I think now is probably a good time to kick it over to Brsentia. Yeah, a little bit. He's just going to try not to get too high of a score here.
Sounds good. $5 from Chris245 who says, "Hey Biz, Hypernux here. Good luck on the run, man. Glad you could close for this great marathon. You can do it, man. Are Game of Thrones spoilers bad?
Thanks, Cybernux.
Because
Yes, they are.
okay, I'm gonna not read the rest of that. Okay, $10 from Ossex Blue who says, "Because Data Org needs to happen." $15 from Sephiroth1277 who says, "Biz, do me proud.
What up, Sephiroth?
Thanks, Cyberot.
Hob, Spike, Kiwi, make Biz look good."
Are we like his wardrobe crew
What?
now? Is that,
Yeah, go ahead, put a
Do you
hat
want
on
this
him.
shirt?
I was like, I already wore this once. I was like, yeah.
We have $30 from Ace who says, "Yo everyone, I'm here to ruin the run again.
All right.
Beast Castle, too.
Good luck, my guy. I hope everything goes well with your run. Good job to Hobbs and Spike on their runs earlier this week. Shout out to Chrono, Adam in the back, and Kiwi on the couch. I got one question for you, Biz. When is our core runs?"
Never.
If we reach $100,000.
All the hopes.
I'll just have to spend like 30 hours building the file, and then I can do it in the marathon.
$100,000 stance.
I guess Brsentia reminded me there. We never really did a formal roll call, so
All right, we're terrible at this.
we've got the least important person in this, Bizkit047.
Whatever.
He's the one in the chair.
Yep.
I'm Jay Hubs.
I am Spike the Cheetah, and she's Kiwi. That's Adam. That's Chrono.
We got cool. We got a bunch of people in here.
bunch of-
We got
Hi,
way too many
everyone.
people. I want to run through every single person, but I would feel bad. So I'm
So
sorry.
that person you can't see, and that
Yeah.
person you can't see. Yeah.
We'd miss somebody who's
The
off
tech
camera.
people. Yeah.
All right, so
this is Albert. He's
oh,
adorable.
we forgot. So I guess to quickly note that he's in the results screen here of the Gummy mission. Gummy missions give you blueprints after them, and you'll see right here.
Yep.
If you actually get too high of a score or too high of a medal count, we're not really sure exactly
We don't
what it
know, we
is.
don't care.
Basically,
Yep.
if you do well, you'll get additional blueprints, which actually waste about somewhere between like 2 to 5 seconds. So we pretty much never want to do well in these Gummy missions. We're always going to try to get a very low score. Gummy missions are the same on every difficulty, although they are a bit harder in general in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix as opposed to the original Kingdom Hearts 2. But now we're into Beast Castle, so Spike, you want to explain what's going on?
Yeah, so right off here, this is the only real mob fight of the world, and it should be pretty quick. Once again, we can end this fight by either just lasting long enough, dealing enough hits, or taking enough damage. We're going to deal enough hits. There's so many shadows, and we just got the fire ability. So not a lot of shadows jump in the middle. He's going to have to do a couple extra hits here.
That's a lot
the
of
basic concept was jumping up in the air and hoping that the shadows were going to... Okay.
There it is.
The
And
plus
hoping
side
that the
of
shadows
that,
were going to jump in the middle. Go ahead.
the plus side of that is I'm going to be leveling Valor early because of that, so that's good.
Yeah,
so-
we didn't talk about the leveling if you want to go for that.
Yeah, we mentioned how like the drive forms actually have unique kind of movement abilities to them. Valor's unique movement is that it actually has high jump, which we have actually in Kingdom Hearts 1. And high jump is the way that you get these movement abilities unlocked on regular Sora when he's not in a drive form is by leveling up the drive forms up to at least level 3, and then further on we get kind of upgraded versions of these movement abilities. So we do want high jump in this. It kind of makes some things a little bit easier later in the run. So Valor actually levels up by the number of hits that you deal to enemies. That you don't have to kill enemies, you don't have to do anything else. You just have to hit them with the Keyblades.
Yeah.
So getting extra hits in there, even though you can end that fight as early as the Valor explosion, isn't that bad because it means he'll get high jump a little bit earlier, or is kind of guaranteed to get it.
Yeah, he's also pretty much guaranteed you're going to get level 2 by the end of OC now, I think, at this point.
Oh, yeah, probably.
So, yeah, that was a lot of extra hits he got
Yeah.
right there. So that was the little bit of the benefit there. Ideally, that fight can end after he jumps up in the air, all the shadows jump in the middle, you do a bunch of fires, which all of those are counting as hits, so that counter is going up really high. And then he's able to use actually the Valor explosion to cut out the animation of seeing going to Valor and get a bunch of other hits from the explosion itself.
Yeah, the other thing about leveling up drive forms is it actually increases the duration in which you can stay in that form. So getting level 2 at certain times can also be pretty helpful, especially for kind of running around.
Again, at this point, we are much lower level than we're really supposed to be. You know, on a critical mode run, we're coming here at level 9 or 10. Now we're sitting here. These guys, these guys and the ensuing Heartless they will spawn can easily kill you.
This fight is rough.
First thing he wants to do, he's going to spawn these gargoyles. He actually wants to get rid of the gargoyles, which you'll notice at this point.
He can... Okay, good dodge.
Up.
He really wants to keep his
right.
distance from the thresholder, the boss of this
Yeah,
fight.
so if he guards these attacks, and the gargoyle's attacking Goofy, unfortunately.
Eventually.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
if he guards the attack, he can actually then initiate the reaction command. He's opting not to here because the gargoyle's not giving him great patterns.
But you can see the chip damage you're really doing here. It's taking a lot of
that's bad.
combos.
Yeah, he's having to play this super safe. Doing a good job at guarding this kind of seeing those invincibility frames we mentioned before, or
They're
eye
dead.
frames. So they're gone. Yeah, Donald and Goofy are dead. So now he's going to go ahead and get, unfortunately blown back.
Supposed to get a back cry there, but you know.
Yeah, he wants to have a
Yeah, there we
reaction
go.
command back cry. There we go. Now, one of the things he does have, I believe, is reaction boost. I believe we get one
Yeah.
of those.
Yeah,
so-
that's one of them we got for critical mode.
Yeah. So he gets reaction boost, which means that any reaction commands are going to have increased damage, basically. This is going to take 2 phases to kill this thresholder. You get him to about half health.
Technically, on some difficulties, it is possible to get a 1 cycle there if you get him to his gate and then do a lot of damage in kind of 1 shot. It's obviously not possible in this
Okay, so
category.
these orbs flying around are very
He's
scary.
now sitting below half health.
That was a good use, yeah.
Yeah, had to do kind of a panic Valor there.
Yeah, the issue now is I'm going to run out of Valor early, but
Yeah.
whatever.
Ordinarily, he wants to do that Valor after he's knocked Thresholder back out. Like basically
Okay.
right about here. Because he's going to use this Valor for movement afterwards, and he wants to keep his drive form. Okay.
Oh, we think.
No, what's going to happen is I'll run out of Valor, but it's not a
Yeah.
big deal because all it's going to do is slow down a little bit of movement and make the opening to beasts a little bit less damage. So
Yeah, I
it's not
forgot
that
this
bad.
one screen transition
Yeah.
he has to do.
It's not like regular crit or like beginner where running out of Valor here would be a big deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess one thing we can kind of talk about now, because it's something he wanted to get here but wasn't able to, unfortunately. Because the drive forms use the power of your allies, and your ally kind of disappears from your party for a little bit during it, it means that whenever the game pulls your party members out of your party and has them kind of like walking around like they are right here during this minigame, it will actually give you a full drive gauge refill if you were in a drive form, because it'll kick you out of that drive form, and it doesn't want to like punish you for using the drive form. So that's ideally what he was looking for there. He would have full drive, a full 3 bars instead of 0, but it's not that big a deal, especially on level 1. This,
yeah, I guess to note about this minigame is actually going from original Kingdom Hearts 2 to Final Mix. A lot of what they do in their Final Mix versions, again, I always call them their director's cuts. They sort of, they try to almost like balance the game in a lot of ways. So this minigame was disgustingly free. You're trying to beat it before that friend meter runs out on Cogsworth. So you can see here, actually, even though he was going as fast as he could, it still was down to like 20%, whereas in original KH2, it was still at like 80% by the time you reached the end. Also picking up the only synth item that he's going to be picking up throughout the run, and that's just because much later on, he's going to effectively give it to a Moogle, and he's going to give him an elixir for it.
That's one of the cool things I like to point out about RPG speedrunning is when you pick something up 40 minutes into the run, and you're not going to use it until over 3 hours in the run.
Yeah. So this actually becomes a scary fight on level 1. Once again, you're just dealing with chip damage. Beast hits very hard, and it can be a little weird getting your reaction command out from Cogsworth where you stun him. Sometimes there can be just a little bit of lag with it. That's not a great start.
And I believe, do you normally use Valor form in this fight, Biz?
At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, so this is where he's kind of losing some time from not having that drive refill. He's adapting well, though, and using these blizzards to do quite a bit of damage, which he wouldn't have access to in Valor form.
Dude, blizzard strats are good.
Ooh.
Oh,
A little rough.
yeah.
All right,
We need to
Cogsworth.
stun him.
There we go.
No, he's not stunned yet. There we go.
Okay.
A lot of times you'll have to double stun him.
That's this fight in a nutshell.
Yeah. So when he gets kind of stunned in the air like that, it doesn't always stun him right away. So yeah, having to work around Cogsworth is really important.
I worked on that fight a lot to get backups if he doesn't get stunned, where I just move backwards to avoid attacks. Otherwise, Cogsworth RC might not work and he'll just die, so it's pretty brutal.
All right, we're going to be keeping Beast in the party. We will be taking his items once again because we need as many potions as we can get. Honestly, I forget what all you equip there on Beast.
Okay, yeah, I take off auto limit because that's a really bad ability because it might take precedence over another RC that you don't want.
That's right.
I take off his second ability, that's an attack ability, so it doesn't push the next boss out of my combos. And then I also put on hyper healing, so if he dies, he comes back to life pretty fast. And then I equipped upper slash on myself, which you'll see in a couple fights.
Yeah.
Upper slash being one of, again, what's good about this game, once again, to level 1 is that you'll get a lot of abilities just from defeating bosses or finishing, you know, certain major events as you go through worlds. So you're not completely limited like in a Kingdom Hearts 1.5 level 1 run where usually you have dodge roll and that's it. So he still has access to upper slash, which you'll see get a couple of uses potentially here and later on.
Yeah, so here, coming up now, we have back-to-back bosses.
Yes.
We have Darkthorn and Shadowstalker, unless I said that backwards.
Shadowstalker, Darkthorn.
Thank you. Yes, I always get these two mixed up because this guy looks like a Darkthorn more
Yeah,
to me.
everyone.
Yeah,
everyone
I
thinks
agree
this
with
is
that,
good.
actually.
Okay, so he's going to run backwards here first. That's actually going to manipulate the AI of the boss to use this move instead of going into the window. This fight is much longer on level 1 and a lot scarier. Ordinarily, you can go up and kind of attack this chandelier right away, but he has to stay out of range of these lasers because otherwise he'll get hit by them, and I believe 2 hits from them kills him.
Yeah.
So using the RC here to get him out, deal some more damage. So now he is going to run over to the windows, I believe. Yeah, and Biz can't really do much to him here, so he's going to play it safe and just kind of stand away from these attacks and wait for Shadowstalker to jump into one of these pillars.
Yeah, it's
Dodging the
random
attack
which
well.
pillar he's going to come into, so he has to wait and react to it. He can't just stand over there.
Yep. So knocking him out of the pillar, he's then going to immediately go into a beast limit. Limits are going to be used a lot throughout this game, and they're basically just you and a party member kind of combining to do a special attack. It's going to do a lot of it here, but not use the finisher. It's a long animation, doesn't do a ton of damage, and it might not even hit him.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit more damage here. We're going to have to go through the chandelier one more time.
Oh.
This is pretty standard to go through the chandelier phase one more time.
Dodging that laser. Oh, that was pretty close, but Released him in time. Now he should be able to finish him off there. So good job.
So that's 1 down out of 2.
If I die in the next fight, I will probably have to go backwards to do this fight again because it doesn't let you just redo a single fight if they're chained together.
No. He probably comes from, if he dies, he could get he would get a Mickey spawn here, but a lot of times you don't actually want that Mickey spawn at this point because we're wanting to save him for later.
So this fight is very easy to die to. He's going to start off with the beast limit here again. Once you're in a limit, any limit in this game, you're completely invulnerable. So that's one of the reasons he's using it here is just because Darkthorn is very aggressive. Again, not... Oh, okay.
That's not normal, but I'll take it.
So using Valor there just for the health and MP refill. And he's going to use the limit again. He's going to eventually start using reaction commands from the boss here. To note that reaction commands, as we mentioned, are often very long in this game, and sometimes they'll kind of like leave you in the middle of the air, and while you're dropping to the ground, you can be hit. You can also be hit jumping up to that chandelier, as Biz found out recently.
You'll also notice it's pretty subtle. He's delaying. You could mash through these RCs a lot faster, but he's actually delaying because he wants to get his MP back, so he can use Beast Limit again. Because once again, it's just his highest DPS, and it's his way of keeping safe. He moved all the way to the window there, so that took as long as possible to move him to the center and then actually throw Sora.
Yeah, he wanted that.
So at this point, he only has to waste a little bit more time. Utilizing the upper slash right there, this should get him to where he needs to be. Now just keep him stunned and go for it.
If I'm lucky, this should kill, but sometimes it won't if it whips too much.
Yeah, it's gonna be close.
Now I'll have to do a combo after.
Yeah.
As long as I don't whip the combo, though, it's alright. Alright. This is the right play it safe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of showing how you need to adapt in level 1. Ordinarily, he'd be dead by now. Very nice. That was very close.
Okay.
So the reason he wasn't able to completely finish off the boss there right away, even though he had no health, is that in this game, every single boss needs to be killed with a finisher or something that acts as a finisher, which is, for all intents and purposes, magic and 1 or 2 abilities.
Most magic and stuff like upper slash, what else? Horizontal slash is another one.
Yeah, so he actually had to play it super safe there because not only did he need to hit Darkthorn again, but he actually needed to hit him 3 more times, and during any amount of that time, if he got hit, very good chance that he would die. So going into another Gummy mission here into Olympus Coliseum.
Yeah, I guess the most important thing to note here is this is the most common Gummy mission that you can actually die in, especially on Final Mix here. The difficulty itself doesn't make any difference for Gummy missions. It's just going from Cage 2 to Cage 2 FM. There's some pretty dangerous sections here. As I said, that he's sitting in the corner and taking damage, so he's making me look like an idiot, so whatever. But yeah, once again, he wants to stay safe, but also not build up his score too much. So we got time for donations.
Okay, good, because we have a lot. $20 from Calibeth. Seriously, wow, that soft lock is seriously, well, this is going to be awesome.
Your PS2 just turns up. It's crazy.
This is going to be awesome to see the data fights, but I never beat them, even with high level. So how is level 1 possible?
Oh, you'll find out if you do it.
I don't know.
We have 3 different $100 anonymous donations. We have $400 from Cyclops Boy. No comment there. Holy crap, though.
Please put comments on these.
We would
free to follow
love
us.
to make dumb jokes about your comments, please.
I will judge all day.
Miss Comoon gave $30 and said good luck to Bizkit on his run and congrats to all the runners past. GG, guys. We do have a small $1 donation from Zero Blood. I had to cut him out of the Game of Thrones spoiler. Him and Ramsrock39. He says, hey, good luck from Ramsrock39 and Zero Blood because we got cut off of Hypernux's donation. So there you go.
I mean, I don't watch it, so I don't care. Somebody I figure somebody in the 6,000 people in chat probably cared.
Yeah. Looks like we are a little under $500 away from that Data Organization battle incentive.
Dude, let's go before he gets into Olympus Coliseum. Go.
Yeah.
Before
get it.
You have a minute.
Well, I could just die and redo it eventually.
All right. This is my man.
That's
it's all for charity. All right.
All right, I think we got more.
$30 from Zero, who says, what a nice way to end the week, although I wasn't expecting DIZ to pull the plug on Roxas World so soon. Good luck with this run, Biz. As cool as no deaths would be, death equals money, so yeah. Hopefully we can hit the goal for the Data Org RTA, as those are always fun to watch. $50 from Zednevs, who says, "Hey Biz, big fan and am happy to see you running this category at a marathon. Good luck for the Bailey. And put this towards the Data Org." $50 from Lou is alright. Hey, Lou is alright. "I have to donate during one of my favorite game series. I love Jay Hobbs' run, and it made me want to get back into speedrunning Kingdom Hearts. I'm at a 3 hour, 40 minutes beginner first run."
That's awesome.
Nice.
Plus, early pause $50 donation, anybody?
That's a little bit harder to do in this game.
Yeah, cutscene skips in this game are very consistent, so probably not going to happen. And also, I don't have the deepest of wallets at this point.
Raveblade gave $5.25 and said, "Thanks for all your hard work. I enjoyed the time, and thanks to my girlfriend, who's next to me and watching with the marathon with me over the past week." All right, $30 from Anonymous said, "Donating during one of my favorite games because I missed Earthbound and Daggerfall. This game will hold a special place in my heart because Riku's story and learning that people are not just good or bad was formative to my life. Thanks for everything y'all are doing."
All right.
Hey, Biz,
Huh?
how much do you like OC?
It's probably the best world in the entire series. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Yay!
Yeah,
This world's great.
if you couldn't tell, there might have been a hint of sarcasm there. This is often considered one of, if not the hardest world in the run. Often second to kind of the last
I guess
one.
I will explain it more in depth. It is. It's not the hardest world. It's the most random and deadly because you can't really control a lot in pretty much every fight. And notoriously, there's 2 really bad fights here in the run that would probably make like a top 5 list of worst fights in level 1.
Yeah.
And they waste a lot of time to die too. A good 3 to, maybe not, probably like 3 to 4
3
minutes.
to 12 minutes.
This is also
yeah,
a very long world, and really not a single
actually
fight
the-
is easy.
It is the longest world in the run. It's, you know, depending on how you break up the final dungeon, but yeah, it's. I know it's about like 16, 17 minutes on regular crit. I can only imagine it's over 20 here. So right here, the biggest gimmick you're dealing with is if you look down at Sora, where all the chains are over, you might not explain it, that is his drive gauge. We cannot use it while we're in the underworld. So you might think, why isn't he using Valor for faster
Rip
movement
Gummy.
here? Just can't do it. A lot of times the rocks actually do a fair amount of damage to you, but if you always look for like the falling pieces, he knows where they're going to be coming from, or if he just has consistent movement.
This room, they're all consistent where they drop. The previous room, for some reason, it's random though.
Yeah,
Also
so
dealing with those Lancer enemies. He will be trying to manipulate a damage boost from them in the next room, but unfortunately, like everything in this game at this category, it 2-shots you. So he elects to take one later on as opposed to that one right there.
yeah, while we got a little bit more running here, I guess to quickly explain a bit more about the basic mechanics of this game. He has an MP bar that you see beneath the drive bar that's kind of locked up there. Every piece of magic he uses, every spell he uses is going to use a different amount of MP, and that MP bar can grow. But when he completely runs out of that MP bar, it will turn pink and it will start to tick down, and that is MP charge, where he cannot use any kind of magic. Got the damage boost there, so that was good.
He also wants to walk in a certain way. He likes to jump there because that guy will also snipe you from behind and kill you. So you have to walk all the way back up. Okay, so Hades right here. The Hades escape sequence is one of the absolute scariest fights in the entire game. Mainly because you don't even really feel like it's a fight. First of all, here you just need to deal enough hits. A little unlucky there that he has to chase him down. Yeah, and
Level
wouldn't even
one,
need
level
hit.
1. No slide dash, so
Yeah.
it's a little bit slower if he does that pattern.
Yeah. See what this menu is. Yeah, taking
So-
Oron's potions once again. Taking off his top ability, which I don't remember what it does.
I believe it's Divider.
Yeah.
And taking off his auto limit. We never mentioned before, auto limits basically just put up the limit for that party member as a triangle ability, and there are reaction commands he wants to use. So he wants to make sure that he doesn't accidentally use the limit instead of a bat cry like that.
He is going to try to utilize as many bat cries as he can throughout this chunk. There are 4 waves of Heartless that he has to deal with, and automatically this is not a great first phase, already took an early hit right there. The biggest problem with this fight is Hades himself. You cannot do anything to him, you cannot damage him, you cannot stun him, you cannot, all you can do, you can guard his fireballs, and you can just try to always make sure the camera is faced towards him so you know where he's coming from. And from there, just keep your audio cues open.
Yeah, so he's using Bushido here, which is Orin's limit, in order to be a bit safe. There we go, finish
he
it off. So
technically
he'll end
could
the
have
limit
skipped
there.
it there, but again, it's all based off when he hears Hades coming close. Here with the third wave, he's going to move to the left, bait out this bat, give him a hit, and then take out the back cry.
That fireball almost stopped the
Yeah.
back cry from working well.
Now he wants to bait out
dodge.
one more. Okay.
Again, these back cries, he's not invulnerable after the back cry ends as he's dropping to the ground, so he can get sniped by, like, Major League Baseball pitcher Hades here.
All right. Once again, we want to bait out a back cry so we can actually take out a large amount of the health on this large body.
Yeah.
He only got a couple of hits there, but hopefully he is able to kill off the large body in particular.
Nah.
With Bushido.
No, he won't be
it's
able
not
to.
going to happen.
I'm going
though.
for everything else for safety, I guess, because
Bushido does suck in enemies at the beginning of it, but it doesn't seem to really work all that well with the large body because of how big it is. Yeah, has to potion there instead of being able to use the reaction command. He'll use it now. Finishing him
Okay,
off.
now we just have to get out of here. We're
gotta
getting money
pick up
though
some
because
money.
he's greedy.
There
Yeah!
we're done. All right, good job.
First try.
That is one of the scariest parts.
I love the getting the money. That's $20 on the ground. Your literal life is on the line.
Well, okay, so I don't know if they mentioned it, but after all these RCs, I was not invincible while landing. So if Hades threw a fireball, it would hit me out of it, and I get two-shotted by him. So every time I did an RC, I had to make sure I was at full health, or I would possibly just die randomly.
Yeah, in normal crit, we actually go and buy a fire bangle there in Land of Dragons, actually, before this. And that lets us only get 3 shot by Hades, but level 1, we do Beast Castle first, so we can't do that.
You
He's
also
grabbing
have
an AP boost and an Ether here on his way up to the Cerberus fight.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that once again, because he hasn't done Land of Dragons yet, one of the most useful abilities you get from there is the sliding dash.
Yes.
Which allows you, or slide dash in this game, which allows you to just, it's the opener to almost all your ground combos. Just Sora will lock onto something and it will just dash right to them. Doing that fight without that makes it that much more harder.
It's a big gap closer, and also when you're kind of using an attack like that, you can often parry enemy abilities, and so it kind of gives you a bit more time to parry something as opposed to having to just guard it and stand still.
All right, so Biz does not owe $5 right here. Because this is very intentional, otherwise I would have made fun of him for years.
Yeah.
Instead what we're doing is we are manipulating Mickey to come out. There are like 7 early game, or I don't know how many fights, but there's a number of fights that Mickey is scripted to show up in. The first time you die in one of those fights, and the first time you die in one of those fights, Mickey will always show up if you want him to.
Yeah, Mickey has that Pearl ability that you were seeing that is actually really useful and does a lot of damage. You might be wondering why doesn't he just go hit Cerberus right now, get some extra damage while he's waiting for his MP to come back?
That's why.
That's why. Mickey will actually die in about 3 hits, I think, maybe even 2 from Cerberus, and he wants to get him all the way to 1 HP. If Mickey doesn't use his reaction command to revive Sora, Sora will be at half health, if Mickey dies instead. So now he's going to use a Blizzard.
Nice.
There we go. So that was a good fight.
Yeah. Yeah, so generally we don't count deaths unless they go to the continue screen because you're still in the fight alive and well when Mickey shows up.
Yeah, you're still continuing the same status you have.
So now that he's used Mickey once, Mickey is never 100% guaranteed to show up for the rest of the run.
For whatever fights he is scripted to potentially show up in. There's only like a rough handful of them.
Yeah. The last fight of this world, Hydra, is one where we sometimes really hope he shows up.
Right, depending on. It was actually a fight that I know on regular crit they considered routing it in instead of fighting Cerberus, but
That was Hydra, probably.
Hey, just so you know, we got the $5,000
right.
for level 1 critical mode organization 13 Data RTA.
woo, 3.5 hours to spare.
So I guess on our way, that's perfect timing because now we're just going to come up and do some earn mini games here.
Yeah.
Main thing to say, just to note about these, is that he's going to be killing the urns as fast as possible to get to the score limit that he needs as fast as possible.
Yeah,
And
I guess to explain a few of the little mechanics, because then we'll have another little stretch of time we can talk about it. But he wants to attack these from the side and hopefully get them at an angle to where he can kill like groups of them at a time. For this first one, that should get him to his 20 he needs. Yeah, okay. 122 is pretty standard time there. For the next one, the Maniac version of this, he needs to get to 100 orbs. Now, each single urn drops 3 orbs, so it would take a while to build up those 100. So what his priority here is not necessarily to just kill all the urns and just pick up all the little orbs, but instead just kill as many as he can and clear them off the screen. As you kill them, after a certain amount of time, we think, or something else, it will spawn more urns. And yeah, so there's the second group here. He wants to clear out as many as he can because there just needs to be room to load in one of the large urns.
Getting a bit unlucky with auto target here, but it should be.
That should be
fine.
enough. Yeah. Now, okay, a little unlucky with where he spawned, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
So this will drop 3 big orbs, or if you hit it into everything else, it will drop even more. Each one of those big orbs is 10 score. So
Effectively what it's doing is if you hit it into the other urns, it turns all the little urns, three little orbs, into all 10 orbs as well. So if you're lucky, he spawns right next to it and you just blow him up. But anyways, Valor here for a little bit of movement. So go ahead and explain what our new incentive we came up with was.
yeah, so
Biz approved this, by the way.
yeah, we were thinking about beforehand. We thought, oh, it's obviously not enough to ever stop the donations. We need to keep them coming. We're doing this for a great cause, National Alliance on Mental Illness, and we thought, what's a fun little way we could kind of participate and get everybody excited about something new that we can do. And so Biz, who, because everybody donated so generously, is going to be fighting Sephiroth at level 1. He's agreed that if we hit the $70,000 mark, instead of using the best Keyblade he could be using for that fight, which is Decisive Pumpkin, he'll be knocking it down to using the Oathkeeper Keyblade, which a lot of people really remember and like from the series.
Yeah, it's about a medium-level Keyblade, I'd say. Yeah.
If we hit the $75,000 mark before we have to go fight Sephiroth, Biz will go ahead and knock that down to using the Kingdom Keyblade.
Which is the one he has right now.
Yeah, the one he's using, the one he starts with, and the one a lot of people remember as, kind of one of the earliest, one of the quote-unquote worst. However, that's not the worst Keyblade he could be using. It's not at all. So if we hit the $80,000 mark, and I believe we can do it. I think we've got a lot of people who are really, really generous, who really care about the cause. I think we can do it. He'll be using the Sweet Memories Keyblade. And the Sweet Memories, a lot of people behind me are ahead of me. Sweet Memories is the Keyblade that you get from 100 Acre Wood, and it is garbage.
It's so bad, dude. All right, so Demyx, water clones.
We can do it, everybody.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, come on.
Sweet Memories, everybody. Bring in the Sweet Memories, $80,000 before Sephiroth.
So you might think, this fight's stupid, whatever. This is actually another fight where it can just kill you whenever it wants. Because once you turn the water clones into note forms, if you have not killed them within a certain amount of seconds, they will actually just come up and use an attack on you and kill you. So you don't want that to be the case. He is trying to send the Wild Dance towards Demyx himself, since more water clones will be spawning into that attack.
It's
however,
very hard, though.
Very, very hard to control.
Yeah, the wild clones kind of go towards where you're targeting. That was pretty good.
That's standard time.
Yeah,
standard.
Wild clones kind of will go towards where you're targeting, but it's not exact, and so it's very very hard to deal with.
I feel like everyone who runs this game, we get to Hades' Escape, we're like, oh, nothing will be worse than this. And Pete is somehow worse than that. And he's in the same room, or the same world. Right there, he equipped Aerial, or Aerial Dive.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing you equipped?
Counter guard.
Counter guard, that's right.
It's not necessarily helpful here, but it will be in some other fights.
A lot of it, once again, like in any menuing for a speedrun, you're trying to consolidate your menus.
Yeah, this fight is probably... Would you say this is your least favorite fight?
I actually hate this fight worse than the Hades Escape in this world because it's a little bit more random and hard to control. So
Yeah, no, this fight has 2 phases. During this first phase, it's actually just timed. There's nothing he can do to speed this up. It will take a certain amount of time every single time, even if he gets Pete all the way to 1 HP. So what he's going to do is he instead just wants to kill off that first wave of bats, so that way they're not in the way. And he's going to keep poking Pete like this and having some fun with it.
Look at his HP bar, by the way. I should say Pete's.
Yeah, he's going to keep Pete in this loop because Pete can spawn a second, and if he were fast enough, even a 3rd wave of enemies. He doesn't want that to happen. He wants to just not have to deal with it. Pete is invincible, as you might have heard.
As it turns out, he is actually invincible. So right here at the
move.
start of the fight that actually is going to matter, he's going to want to wait just a second and hope that Pete will use his pinball attack. That's what you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Hopefully Pete will use his pinball attack, at which point he can move up closer to him, use the Valor form, and the most dangerous part of this fight are the ghosts.
Yeah.
Those ghosts can easily two-shot you. We're getting redundant. It's everything. So he needs to make sure he kills off them as well, so he has a clear path to hopefully using the hook bats, or the bat cries, in order to kill them off.
Yeah, trick ghosts are very dangerous. If we finish them up here, Valor form has an additional reaction boost on it.
Got a clank right there.
So all we need to do
Okay,
then in
we
this
killed him
fight
off.
is kill Pete. But
But then that happened.
that can happen.
So that is just pure unlucky. He got hit by one thing, which dropped him out of his iframes onto a bomb.
Yep, and that is why it's Biz's least favorite fight of this world.
There's nothing I really could have done that once I got hit in the air, so pretty much just fell right into that.
Yeah, those kind of bowling ball attack things are actually moved towards you. They're actually homing. So even if you had kind of tried to swing a little bit, maybe try to like stay in the air a little bit longer, not much you could have done. You still probably would have landed on it. But I guess reason he's using Valor at the end of that fight, or one of the reasons, is that Valor does a little bit more damage, the double Keyblades, and also has an additional reaction boost on its form, I believe, which means that when he uses those bat cries, it'll do more damage. Again, in the second phase of this fight, all he has to do is kill Pete, but if that's all he tries to do, everything will kill him. So
Yes.
that the killing off the trick ghosts first and then finishing off the bats and hopefully still using their reaction commands on Pete is kind of the safest way to do it on level 1, and as you saw, is still not even safe enough.
Yeah. It's also the timer that you see. You actually have to beat Pete within a certain amount of time. The other day, Biz finished him with like 11 seconds to spare, if that. So it actually is a race against time. It's not just a trivial thing that's just a gimmicky part of it, because you are doing very much chip damage. The more bat cries you're able to get, the better. Which again, generally, if you want to get an RC from one of the Heartless, generally you can just hit them once and we'll kind of bait it out, but not always. Unfortunately, went off to the side. Once again, hopefully getting a lot of damage. You'd like Pete to get caught up in that as well.
Okay, deflected that orb. That was nice. There's the level 2 Valor. That
Okay,
seems
so
pretty
where's
good.
Pete? We're not gonna get him. Oh, never mind.
Okay, so hit him a little bit. That back crie's still live, going for another one. All right, finished off the bat now, so it's just him and Pete. Oh, sorry, there's another bat. I don't know where he came from. Now he's gone.
I don't really want to kill him with Backcry because I need to start building my drive back. I'm
Okay.
actually a little bit behind now because that went like too well.
Yeah, so that cure wasn't actually for health. It was to get him into MP charge because you build up drive faster when you're in MP charge. Pinball is unfortunately slow, but at least it's pretty safe.
It will allow him to once again build up a little bit more gauge.
There we
All right,
go.
so very nice.
That should be all right.
Second try on that is not bad at all.
No.
Like, I think I died like 16
That
times there.
refight was really good too. It usually doesn't go that fast.
Yeah, like we
The
said, we
ghost
saw
died pretty
him.
much instantly. You got off 2 or 3 bat cries on Pete himself, so.
Yeah, we've seen him get all the way down to about 10 seconds there. Biz, I believe, has timed out on that fight before.
I
So
think so,
having
yeah.
45 seconds left means that that fight went pretty well, which is kind of the curse of Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. You die, the next fight's perfect.
Right there, he equipped Trinity Limit. The first. I heard something. I think someone needs medical help. One of the first main limits of the game that you get for your main party. And right, he's going to use it right off the bat and often in this fight, potentially 3 or 4 times. The way Trinity works is you're noticing he's not actually doing any damage with it. There are 3 different phases to group Trinity. What you're doing is you want to get in as many hits as you can with those 3 phases, and then at any time after 1, 2, or 3 phases, you can cut it off and go to the finish here. And depending on how many hits you deal, that is how much damage you
Yeah,
deal.
he only did 2 of the 3 attacks that he could use there because this fight is kind of, a little bit of a scripted fight in terms of it has multiple phases that are based on HP gates. So you only need to get Hyda to a certain HP. So now he's going to take out these heads. If he's very fast here, he can take out all 3 heads without having to kind of knock them down again using fill.
And he's also trying to fill up that drive gauge. He successfully did.
Good.
I didn't want to undershoot it, so I grabbed a little bit of safety orbs, I guess.
Yeah, the
those will work
orbs you're
against
seeing,
me.
obviously the green ones are HP orbs. The yellow ones are drive orbs that will refill as well.
I've never seen Donald and Goofy actually go do chip damage to the last head there, so
Yeah,
that's kind of
good job.
nice. So yeah,
So
using
here he's going to
Trinity
be
again.
using a three-phase Trinity here. You're seeing he's dropping down just a little bit right here to make sure most of these next two. Oh, he's actually
got-
cutting it off.
He got nudged by that head there, which puts him in a bit of an odd position.
That's right.
Hopefully he'll be okay.
He did get technically the best
Yep, Valor.
head pattern.
Valor there after getting hit.
All right, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, the orbs stopped about halfway through this phase.
Yeah, so now he just needs to worry about dealing enough damage. He's going to potion here. I believe.
Dolan survived.
Okay, cool. He's popping out, going to use Trinity again once this next attack from Hydra starts.
From here, he's probably going to have to use all three phases. Making sure he missed a couple hits there. This is unlikely. We'll see.
I'm not sure.
So this diving attack that Hydra was starting to use.
Yeah!
Okay, good. Good. So
And don't mess it up. He will come back down after a while. Nice.
there we go.
All
Good
right.
fight. Good fight.
It's pretty hard to get all of that damage in on that last Trinity, so.
Yeah, on level 1, you're really pressed for time. That Valor is required to do enough damage, and you can just, as you saw, get hit out of it by orbs that 3-shot you, so you got to be really careful.
That fight gets very aggressive very quickly too. Like if he wasn't able to kill with Trinity there, then Hydra would have started diving his heads into the ground, and things would have gotten out of hand. So very, very nice he was able to do that.
With that, we have used the Kingdom Key for an hour and 10 minutes of the run. We're finally about to make our big upgrade. We got the Hero's Crest Keyblade from there, which is going to give us, there's kind of, if you want to explain just the basics of Keyblades and what they are.
Yeah, sure. So in this game, Keyblades work a bit differently than they do in Kingdom Hearts 1. In Kingdom Hearts 1, basically they just give you some stats, and and maybe some reach, and that's more or less all that you get from them. In this game, actually, not only do they give you stats, they'll give you, strength increases and possibly some defense based on abilities. They actually have a unique ability to each Keyblade. So Kingdom Key's ability is Defender, which, or actually I guess in 2FM it's not Defender, is it?
Huh?
No, I think
Critical half, yeah.
Yeah, it's critical
Oh,
half.
critical half, okay.
So it basically just means that he gets some extra strength or some extra defense, so he can kind of be a bit more resilient. That's why it's a tier above Sweet Memories.
it does have that going for it.
He's
to note on this fight, it's another one he can just die through. So soldiers hit really hard.
Yeah.
Yo, kill.
yeah.
Nice.
So
All right.
so Hero's Crest has the ability on it called Air Combo Boost, which means that whenever he's doing air combos, he'll be doing a bit more damage on the finisher. So that's basically the only real reason we're going to be using it. The strength stat is helpful for now. It will not be a little bit further on.
It is our strongest strength stat Keyblade until the second wave of Worlds, which isn't going to be till close to the 3-hour mark of the run. So we're going to see a lot of Hero's Crest. And Hero's Crest is actually even useful beyond when we get some better Keyblades. It's going to see usage all the way up until the final dungeon. Yeah. So,
And we're done with Winnie the Pooh, by the way.
I'm going to just mention that I actually really like Land of Dragons in level 1 because we wait until the time where we have all these tools to kind of just do like kind of interesting strats that normally you wouldn't see in runs.
Yeah, normally coming to Land of Dragons first on level 1. I remember when I did just my casual of it, which I had already played critical, so I wasn't terrible at the game. It is very, very rough. The missions in particular at the beginning, dealing with assault riders, dealing with night crawlers, crawling all over you, it can be very, very scary. So having access to particularly Trinity Limit, Hero's Crest, Aerial Dive, all these are going to make the fights not necessarily easy. I mean, definitely easier, but also just much more interesting to do.
Yeah.
But for now, we are in a Gummy mission.
Yeah, so I see we hit that $68,000 mark, which means I believe Recentra might have a little bit of information from us from the donors.
There's like no hope reading all these comments. So I forgive you if I don't read your comment. I'm going to try to read as many as possible. We have $15 from Anonymous, who said, just wanted to help donate with the incentive. I love this game and currently practicing for a critical mode any % run on my PS3, as it's my favorite version. Such nostalgia. Good luck for the run and good luck on the Deathless run. Well, okay. Laser12345431 gave $50 and said, good job, guys. Also, we have $10 from Warren, who says, there, Maggie, I donated. Well, Maggie is proud of you. Cyclops Boy is the one who put us over the incentive for the data fights with $352.70.
Wow, nice.
He said, hey, Brossentia, I heard we needed a goal met. And yes, we did. $20 from Matrix Aaron, who said, "Hey, Bracento, what do you call chocolate-covered photos?" Sweet memories. Come on, folks. Let's get that count to 80K.
We just went from a Hey Bracento that had no pun attached to it. Right, just got rid of that right away.
Oh, you know it. You know it. Madam Colleen gave $20 and said, "I was finished donating, but I lied. I need this upcoming Sephiroth fight to be a sweet, sweet, memorable fight." We have $10 from Mozilla Fennekin, who says, "Donating for that sweet memes Keyblade." And because Biz is an awesome dude, his chat is full of awesome people, and Kingdom Hearts is an awesome game. Much love to you all.
Thanks, Mozilla.
$60 from Anonymous, who says, "Here, guys, thanks for the memories." $50 from Cool Maddie, who said, "I heard donating for a garbage weapon is a good idea. Sounds sweet. Hoping for some great memories." Big Sis 25 gave $20 and said, "Shout out to everyone on the couch. Albert too. Good luck on the rest of your run, Bizkit." By the way, I'm also getting a lot of Game of Thrones spoilers, just so you know. So
We don't have to read them, just keep sending them.
yeah, keep sending them to me. I'll read them. I haven't seen it that far, so unfortunately, I am very spoiled right now.
The tracker's just going to be littered with spoilers.
Yeah, so if you really want to be spoiled on Game of Thrones, go back and read all the comments that have been sent. Keep the memes coming in with your money, because we want to see some sweet memories at $80,000. Sweet memories against.
I believe we can do it. We got like 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 hours. We could do it. Don't forget, just how many? We've got how many viewers? How many thousands of viewers?
How many viewers do we have in chat right now?
Like 6,700. So
Yo,
like
is that a viewer peak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Viewer peak.
like $2 each, and we're there. We're getting all the memories we need.
All right, Biz did a menu. What was
Biz
the
did a
menu?
menu. He once again, the theme. He ripped all of the items off of Ping, not Mulan. It's definitely a boy named Ping. Also picking up an ether right there. A lot of it was him just messing around with his customized. Now that he has access to a lot more of the magic abilities he needs. Also equipping.
Yeah, you went to the
that
shop
armor.
and bought some armor there. You want to explain that, Biz?
It's the best armor I can buy right now. It helps a little bit in this world. Eventually it'll be outclassed, but the elemental resistance always sticks with level 1, so certain fights will be a little bit better.
He also equipped an ether there to himself. Now he's got only 2 potions to work with, plus a single ether that will all auto-reload. This is a bit of a dumb fight, because again, you're dealing with shadows who, again, the theme all throughout the worlds. All throughout the different games, they like to waste a lot of time.
Auto target can also occasionally screw you up.
One unique factor about Valor itself, at any point he can stop his combo with the square button, and he'll go right into a finisher.
Yeah, he has that ability on ground combos when he's not in Valor form, if he has the upper slash ability equipped. Same kind of thing. It just stops your combo short and does that finisher.
So now that he was already level 2 coming into this, this does extend his damage he can deal here with Valor just a little bit. He wants to, with Valor, clear off all these Night Crawlers, which there are 4, I believe, at the beginning right here. Now he's actually just going to drop out of it because that's all he needed it for, so nice having that little bit of extension. Because now Fire is the most effective AoE attack he can use to take care of these shadows. You want to explain also some properties about Fire that's really good here?
Yeah, Fire, because it's this AoE animation that isn't like instant, it actually takes some time. It means that, after over all these frames that you're seeing this Fire animation, it's actually hitting. So when the shadows come up out of the ground and sometimes want to go back underground pretty quickly, that Fire can stagger them instantly because it's hitting over kind of multiple frames instead of him having to time and attack.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons it's really good, and also for building up drive.
This is the scariest fight probably of the world.
Without a doubt, mission 2. Starts off with some shadows here, once again jumping up to try to draw them in and then catch all of them to fire. So that was a really good shadow phase, actually. Now he's got 3 Night Crawlers in the second phase he needs to deal with.
Yeah, the Nightwalkers are very dangerous. They can kind of just backstab you sometimes like that.
jeez, okay.
So he's going to try to finish him off, probably use a potion.
Yep.
Yeah. Having to dodge the swipe there. So now he'll use the swipe again. That's good. There's 2 attacks that the Assault Riders can use when they're at the full health. That was the second one about to start.
He would have
so
died.
That
He
was
would have died.
a good reactionary Trinity limit. Unfortunately, it means he's out of MP now. But the rest of the fight should be physical Keyblade hits for the most part.
That's good that the Nightcrawler came over to us.
Yeah, that aerial dive, that kind of like slashing attack there, hits multiple times, so it was a good reaction there to use upper slash into an aerial dive. Hitting with aerial dive out of the air there to finish off the Elastic Assault Rider.
That was
Good job,
very
Bruce.
good right off the bat, taking some early hits. And then the reaction together. If that guy touches him, he cannot Trinity out of it.
Yeah.
He'll just be stun locked until he dies.
I don't know if you mentioned it yet, but the power-up we grabbed in Olympus only affects this world. Otherwise, after this, it doesn't change any damage.
There's only one power-up we can grab in the entire game. From there, you had to, like, synth it or whatnot later on. But,
And we allow it
you
for
always-
level 1 because you can't farm it to go fast.
Right. This last one, this is not a dangerous fight by any means. It's just understanding where the spawns are for all of them as they come up. It's obviously pretty trolly. You would like for them to generally move to the same area. This is actually pretty bad RNG right here, having to wait for these guys.
Yeah, these tents will explode when you use fire on them, I believe, or a finisher, as you're seeing Biz do. So using them when the shadow is kind of on the other side of them is just a little bit of an optimization to try to knock them up.
And you're going to notice a little optimization right here. He's going to try to...
Nice.
Okay, it actually... So
Weird.
the Valor explosion itself did not kill it, but he exploded doing some damage, which also blew up a tent, which finished off the Nightcrawler. So it was a nice little double
That wasn't
explosion.
intentional. I just don't really know how much damage the explosion actually does on level
Yeah.
1, because usually I get them low enough to where it always kills.
The reason we want to finish him off with the explosion there is just to kind of cut out that like animation where you see Sora just turning into Valor form. That's time that we can't really get back when we're just using it on the ground, so using it at the end of the fight cuts it off.
So for the mountain climb here, technically, you could... Okay, that was a good angle he took right there. You actually could YOLO this and not kill off these enemies, but it's very, very random. You have to go to a very specific angle.
They've been
So
fast.
he elects to kill them off and also just get some hits on Valor. Because once again, every hit you deal with Valor is actually going to level it up. Now right here, it's important. He wants these 2 Nightcrawlers to stay on screen, because as long as they're following him, it actually will not spawn an Assault Rider, which the enemies we fought in the last game, the big Minotaur-type enemies. It will not spawn an Assault Rider that would have been right in front of that wall, so he could go right for the explosion, right for going through the rocks.
Yeah, another thing I guess to mention about kind of the basics is throughout most of the fights in this world so far, you've seen a meter in the top left, the tension meter.
Yep.
That tension meter is kind of more or less, I think it's called morale in English even.
I think so, yeah.
And it's basically Ping is kind of not certain about how good he is, like if he can kind of help out, and if any of these orbs like pop out, if too many of them pop out from you or Ping getting hit, that tension meter will move all the way down, and you'll actually basically lose any fight where it's in it.
This is a 3-way fight here. First off, we got the Assault Rider and a bunch of shadows. You don't want to leave the Assault Rider alive, so we're going to take him out with aerial combos first. Now you got to deal with the rest of these shadows. A second wave will be shadows as well, after he just kills off enough of these guys.
Yeah, he's not using... Magic in this game can actually combo. He's only using up to 2 fires in a row here because he doesn't want to send them away with the more damaging fire finisher or even a Keyblade finisher. It'll kind of knock them away. He wants to keep them grouped up here.
Now, right here, oh, that was how he
that
wanted
was
to.
close.
He actually wants to bait out, the combos.
Probably
Yeah,
throw a
a little bit
potion.
tricky.
Yep. Okay, they both swiped. Oh, he's still getting parried.
Okay, he was
good.
able to get the stun in time. It's based on a counter.
Okay, good reaction.
Okay, once again, having to react to that.
That is
would not
incredibly
have killed
tight timing.
him, but yeah.
All right, same kind of thing. So this time he has to just back
He's
away.
gonna
Wait for
bait
the
out
jump.
an air combo right here.
And there we go. Good job. fight's very difficult, especially once it gets down to those last two Assault Riders, since you need to be paying attention to not only where both of them are, but which move they're using, and who used which move first, that kind of thing. So grabbing an AP boost here, by the way.
Yeah, that's one of 4. I believe he's already picked up 3 so far. He's got the 3 he wants for Sora, which again will be enough AP to give him everything he wants for the rest of the game. With, again, a little bit of micromanagement. Sometimes he'll take a few things off, put on some here. But yeah, at 53 AP, he will be good to go. So now making his way up to, we can actually read some donations here. What's really important to note here is that it's a 1-minute fight. Normally, if you're running on any non-level 1 mode, you're going to try to get as many kills as you can just to build up your experience. But it's on level 1, so it's really just a survival fight at this point.
Yeah, build towers will drop money. Other than that, we don't really need anything. So
Cool. We have an anonymous $2 donation. Oh, yeah. Steves gave $30 and said, okay, here's my $2, and I'll even cover some of the other viewers. Thank you.
thank you.
Maggie gave $10 and said, I am proud. Thank you for donating, Ward. Oh boy, romance happening in the donations. Gearless Robot gave $50 and said, hey guys, really enjoyed all the runs this week. Looking forward to next year. We have $50 from Callan Dakari, who says, thanks for everything you guys do for the charity. Love Kingdom Hearts 2. Good luck, Biz. $5. Hey Biz, Sonic here. Unfortunately, $5 is all I have left as of right now, so I'm going to put that towards level 1 Data Org RTA. Currently timing this run with splits right now. Good luck with the run, Biz. Also, congrats,
How'd that
Spike.
Pete split look?
Congrats, Spike and J-Hobbs on the Chrono Cross and Kingdom Hearts Final Mix HD runs.
Thanks, Sonic.
Dakota gave $30 and said, did someone say they want comments to make fun of? You only have yourself to blame. Hey, bro, Senja, what does a rock star say about these amazing speed runs? This Roxas. That's about the level of puns I expect right now.
All right, well, that fight went well.
Yeah.
So, it's a time fight, like we said. He actually, I think you got quite a bit of money from that, didn't you? It seemed like
I
quite a
don't
few.
really pay attention to that in that fight. I'm more concerned about getting like cheap shot killed.
Yeah, those RCs that he's using can kind of wipe out a lot of enemies. But again, a lot of the reaction commands, or RCs, when he will like kind of leave him in the air, and while he's dropping to the ground, he is totally helpless. He can be attacked out of it and potentially even one-shot by some enemies. So really all about kind of reacting there. And now he's making his way down the mountain.
Right here, this is, I think, just the most creative strat in the entire game.
I love this.
He's going to use a limit, but not to do any damage.
This explains speedrunning to me. Like, this right here is speedrunning.
He actually, little subtle there, he actually can't quit out of the limit right as he was about to hit the load zone. And right here, that you saw that takes all of his MP. Every limit will use all of your MP. He actually is using a tent there and the 3 AP ups for Sora and giving 1 to Donald as he brings him into the party.
And what was that ability you put on there, Biz?
Slide dash finally.
Slide dash, which again is pretty much going to be the starter to almost all of your ground combos, just closing the distance between you and the other enemies.
Yeah.
With Donald and Goofy in the party right now, we're going to once again go to Group Trinity to take out these guys. Again, this is another ability we just didn't have access to. And if we went to Land of Dragons first, and you see that it just kills everything in its eyes. Okay.
You'll be seeing Group Trinity a lot later, especially in conjunction with some magic that we'll be getting. But now we got the Shan-Yu fight. Shan-Yu is a very interesting fight in level 1.
As it turns out,
basically, Biz is going to be doing some of the fight normally and then kind of going into Valor form. But there's a hidden property of Drive forms that we haven't covered yet.
I'll explain it in full detail, but you could just say the percentage chance. I'll explain it after the fight.
It's a 15% chance.
15, 20%?
20.
20%,
okay.
yeah. So
we're like,
basically,
20%, yeah.
the game doesn't want you to use Drive forms too much because they can be super powerful and they don't want it to be the only thing you spam throughout the game. So it put in this little mechanic called Anti-Form, which is a Drive form, using Trinity again, by the way, just to kind of
particularly to get rid of all of these mob enemies right here, the Nightcrawlers, because once again, we have a health bar we're dealing with in the top left corner of the door. If the door breaks, you lose the fight.
Yeah, I don't think the bird died. No.
Yeah, that's
Bird
killing the
definitely
bird.
messed things up.
This is the RPG jerk bird of this game, without a doubt. So now he's just getting him up to his revenge value, guarding a bird's face.
So this game, I guess just to quickly finish, anytime that you've used kind of too many drive forms, and Biz will go into more detail later.
All right.
You can get anti-form. Nice deflection on the bird.
This is a little weird now because this isn't the normal fight. But
yeah. In this fight, if you get anti-form, it's actually the one spot where it's faster. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. We got Valor form. And
that bird really wants me dead.
Yeah. Okay, good. That potion landed. He's still not at full health. Yeah, having to drop out of Valor
Unfortunately, you cannot guard in Valor form. That's one of the weakest parts of it.
Yes.
The Trinity not doing as much as it normally should kind of made this not that good.
Dodging the bird there.
So I'm kind of having to be really careful now.
Yeah, Biz is making some very slight movements sometimes, too, to dodge the bird. Throwing another potion here.
This won't be able to kill him in this combo cycle.
Probably try to finish him off with some blizzards.
All right.
Once he drops, and
I'll take it.
there we go. Good job. That's Landed Dragon's done.
Yeah. You can kind of see how rough and scary that world is. Imagine going there first when you don't have Hero's Crest, when you don't have Trinity Limit, which both deals a lot of damage and is a good kind of safety panic ability to jump into.
Yeah, while we got a moment, you want to explain kind of what anti-points are, what anti-form is, Biz, and why kind of is helpful, or why we had a chance of getting it there.
Basically, anti-form is an extra drive that you can't normally intentionally go, and the game doesn't really clue you in on this, but there's a hidden point system behind it. And you can actually keep track of it if you know the mechanics of it. But since it doesn't tell you, it's hard. But basically, there's certain thresholds of points that determine whether or not you have a chance of anti-form. And at certain threshold, it's actually 0% chance. And level 1, we use it so many times that we get up to like the 5-point range. And when we hit 5 points, the next drive has a base 10% chance of getting anti-form. And that gets multiplied depending on the fights. Like bosses are ×2.
Yeah,
org fights
so in Shan-Yu, it was a 20% chance.
Yeah, and then like org fights are ×5. So if you have, like say 6 points, that's 10 times 5, 50% chance of anti-form. We actually route it out so that we don't have a chance of anti-form except for Shan-Yu. Level 1 can't really avoid that, but other categories avoid anti-form unintentionally the whole run.
And it's also faster.
I guess the only other thing to mention about it is there are exceptions to getting anti-form. You need both party members. You can't be with the forced party members, and they cannot be dead. And there are also other weird situations, like having an extra party member, like the Pete Olympus fight, I couldn't get anti-form because I had Hercules helping me.
Yeah, and then we'll mention again later, but when he gets some of the other drive forms, because Valor's not the only drive form we get in this game, it actually kind of resets his anti-points. So it's how we can kind of coordinate things so that way anti-form is not really a threat in the run. Here we got a little bit of a mini game here. It's not really too dangerous. We just need to get mini across these rooms.
A mini game.
It's probably one of the breathers in the room.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a breather. This is the fastest. Even if there were no enemies, this is basically the fastest way you could be doing this. Even using this animation, it's just. Mini will stop after a certain amount of distance.
So he knows he can walk a certain distance, then come back and get her. It's also dependent on if enemies are actually going to try to attack her. Like the bolt tower is about to hit him there. So again, giving himself iframes through those reaction commands.
I'm curious how many donations Brocentric can read before Mini gets to the end of this haul.
Go!
$30 from Anonymous. Hey Biz, it's Mace here. Good luck on the run, and I'm going to donate $5 for every intentional time you die. Also, Stannis. Oh wait, can't say anymore. $20 from Anonymous. Thank you guys for all the work y'all put in. Gamers around the world. Gamers save the world. $10 from Anonymous. Should do Sweet Memories Terra because the bopping sound is funny. $20 from Vintage Luke. Had to donate one last time in the hopes of making an already difficult run even more challenging, even more so to give money to an excellent cause. This has been a fantastic marathon. I've loved watching so much of it. Let's finish strong. $20 from Hannah. Hello from Australia. Had to donate to a great cause during your great run. Good luck, and here's to some sweet memories. $10 from Rax Ray. Hey Biz, it's Rax Ray. Hope you're enjoying yourself, having a blast watching you guys. Keep up the good work. $25 from T-Zone. My sister and I both played Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts 2. She deleted my save file in Hollow Bastion twice in Kingdom Hearts 1. I've therefore never beaten the game, not ever, so take out my frustrations on Sephiroth with a terrible Keyblade.
Yeah! I believe that was 7? I counted 7.
What a long carpet.
I am sorry for doing that to you.
Support.
I mean, we're not really doing much else if you want to read a few more for the next, like, couple minutes.
Okay, sure, whatever.
Okay, sure, whatever.
LOK gave $10 $10 and said, okay, I was saving this for my standard end of the marathon speech that puts everyone to sleep, but no, I absolutely need Sweet Memories versus Sephiroth. Command everybody. This will be literally the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen in your entire life. A flaming meteor could crash into a theme park and explode into a singing choir of giraffe angels wearing scuba gear. And you'd still say, well, that was kind of weird, but it's no Sweet Memories versus Sephiroth.
Man.
That is a mental image.
I really enjoy that. Oh, jeez. Okay. Hey.
All right, so yeah, this is Pete.
Okay.
We'll save you. It's fine.
We'll have more time.
So this is old Pete.
Yeah, classic Pete. As I
yeah,
call him.
This is
time-
probably the
classic.
hardest fight in the run. Just
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll see. We'll just let it speak for itself, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah,
it's pretty,
sure.
pretty difficult. All right, he did it.
Yeah. And he got the puzzle piece as he went.
Yeah, so basically just don't use finishers, and
Never
you
use
should be able to
finishers, yeah.
keep them staggered with Valor form there. I guess to note, this is about when the game is kind of scaling us up now, so strength from here on out won't really matter too much.
Yeah, that's why in any other difficulty, you're usually going to buy an accessory called the Sardonyx Ring, which is going to give him +1 attack and +1 AP. The attack would mean nothing at this point, so we don't even equip it, even though we're going to have an extra accessory slot. So Chicken Little, summons. Summons end up being very, very useful all throughout this run. Particularly what's great about Chicken Little is that he has this whistle ability. The whistle ability, if we are just a large distance away, or at least a decent distance away from all the enemies on the screen, and Chicken Little is next to us, he will draw them all in and stun them at the same time.
He actually pulled them away from Chicken Little a little bit there, I think. This firecracker can potentially mess things up. It looks like he should be able to finish the fight out well now.
Nice.
Good job. And to note, these windows are all kind of connected in that after each one, you'll get an MP refill and I
And a
believe a
drive
health refill, but you won't actually get a drive refill necessarily.
some of
not
them?
always.
You need to have because your party members aren't in that screen. They're not like in your party. They're actually just walking around. You can talk to them. It's the same kind of concept we talked about with drive forms, where if you have a summon out, it will actually pull the summon away and it will refill your drive gauge. So he's going to be trying to keep Chicken Little at the end of most of these windows. So they're basically working kind of like a magnet to pull everything in. Chicken Little is based on how far away from the enemies you are, and the firecrackers can do some okay damage, but they can also mess things up. So Biz knows exactly how he wants to space himself away from the enemies here. That hammer
Yeah,
will
that
not
hammer
die.
bro did not get pulled in initially, so it was a little rough. And also we've got one errant airplane. He has to also balance just he only has so much magic to use, so he can't just spam them all day.
All right, at the end of this hammer, he's going to use the limit of summon because everything has limits in this game. And the reason he used that limit there to finish off the enemy is because summons level up similar to the way drive forms do, but instead of dealing hits, the way they level up is every time that summon gauge drops from, say, a 3 to a 2 or a 2 to 1, anytime it drops a point, it adds 1 experience to the summon. So using the limit there actually dropped it from 3 all the way to 0, giving him 3 experience, and yet still letting him end the fight with Chicken Little. So that way he could get the drive refill because he's going to use his summon again here. We want summons to hit at least level 2, probably, I think you said like level 3, maybe even 4 in this run, because they will last longer and kind of help us out a lot more.
With here, normally in regular crit, you would actually just allow Chicken Little to work all the way through this entire fight. Anyone who has played this game knows these hot rod enemies are extremely annoying and extremely dangerous, especially when they go into their berserk phase. Now he's going to get rid of them and actually dismiss Chicken Little because he doesn't need him now for the rest of the world. Instead, we're going to drop into into Trinity and use our group Trinity, dealing as many hits as we can once again, because your final Trinity, this phase that actually deals the damage, is based off of how many hits you have get.
I never really saw a shadow outlive the cars, by the way.
Yeah,
That was crazy.
He was just
That
trucking.
shadow should get a medal from his country.
That was actually Albert.
That was... Wait, Biz, I love you.
So we're moving into the last window here, probably, I guess, the safest of the 4 windows. There's about 3 waves of enemies here, I believe.
Yeah.
He's going to be finishing off the first wave as quickly as possible. And then he'll be using Group Trinity again to finish off the last 2 waves. The kind of mechanic of this window is that this center mass thing will start making everything fly around. So he's going to knock it down there, so it won't really be too much of an issue. So after finishing off this first wave, he's going to use the Trinity, and instead of actually pointing it at the enemies to get a lot of hits, he's going to point it at the wall. He wasn't really too close to the wall, so he's going to get some hits here,
It's going
unfortunately.
to cause, normally this would end like instantly right there, but it wasted maybe about 1 second actually building up hits right
Yeah,
there.
not too many hits at all. As we mentioned, the length of the finisher, the amount of damage it deals is all based on those hits that you use from the first 3 attacks, Break, Ultima, and Major Drive of the Trinity.
Yeah.
So just using the Major Drive there means that he's able to just not really get any hits, since you can actually direct where it's aiming.
So a lot of people might remember this boat peak fight as a relatively simple fight. It was kind of a joke fight on really all difficulties. It is actually an issue here on level 1. Just because you're doing such chip damage, it's hard to actually defeat him in 1 cycle. You'll also notice right here, he really has to mash out those thunders in between each of these so that he can actually defeat him in 6 of these reaction commands.
Yeah, and these reaction commands, he's barely having enough time to do in between the thunders. So just that very last one is the one that finally knocked him loose. So it took that entire MP bar's worth of thunders in order to actually deal enough damage. And thunder finishers do more damage, or most magic finishers do more damage than their regular combo counterparts.
The reason why Biz is not using finishers here after the first 2 combos, it's very unsafe because Sora will be in that animation and he cannot use the RC to grab hold and not get flung off the boat.
Yeah, the finisher kind of locks you up a lot longer than it looks like it does, so he has to play it safe here. If he's really lucky, you actually can kind of 1-cycle this fight. You can defeat this crate without having to send the boat all the way back. It's very unlikely that it'll happen. It usually doesn't.
I've already had enough bad luck where it won't happen. Like
Yeah.
the RC's popping up too slow and such.
Yeah, so
Yeah, that might
it's
sound
not-
weird, the RC's popping up too slow. He actually would rather pops up sooner, just because then he can go right back into using these full 3-hit combos instead of having to wait on 1-2s the whole time.
Yeah, so as that meter is getting close to the end, it's going to kick him off, and now he has to go ahead and do this phase again. Going to be using these thunders again to try to knock down that health bar. Ordinarily, in critical mode, you would be in Valor form here, which again gives you an extra
That was
reaction
close, yeah.
boost.
That
That actually
really
hit
went for that.
Donald. That's insane. Again, the extra reaction boost from Valor form in critical mode lets you just use the reaction commands to finish that fight off. But we'll be getting a pretty standard fight here with the 2-cycle.
Nice. All right, so now we're going into the final boss of Timeless River. It is the final form of Pete. We've fought him enough times and he's been annoying enough. It's actually got 5 different phases that kind of creatively go through each of the different windows that you've seen after this first phase. And you'll also be dealing with a lot of the gimmicks of each of those windows. So we'll see as we go through them. Right off the bat, he first has to react to exactly what Pete is going to do. If he jumps up in the air, if he decides to throw a bowling ball, that is going to determine whether he's going to slide dash into the bowling ball or he's going to have to do an aerial dash. So you see, once again, he got that slide dash there.
Those firecrackers.
Unfortunately, that's pretty rough. He actually took no damage there.
It's because I slid into it, so
Yeah.
iframes and such.
Okay, so here's counter guard.
Yeah.
Sliding dash makes it really easy to kind of initiate counter guard in this fight, and counter guard basically breaks Pete. You know, he's using that kind of punch move, which does a lot of damage, by the way. So if he doesn't slide dash at the right time, he will take a bunch of damage. But counter guard will help him finish this fight kind of a lot safer. Break is hitting both Pete and some fireballs there, so it does more damage, and is why he doesn't use the rest of the Trinity.
You'll notice Biz has to kind of wait out to see what Pete is going to do in a lot of cases because his little just like DM of sorts, I guess you could call it, or whatever, just a little counterattack
Beat 'em up
actually
move.
that actually does a lot of damage. So he has to make sure he's only attacking him at certain times.
Old time
Classic
Pete's not helping.
Is not helping here.
All right, so
Yeah.
Right here should put him into the next phase.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was
Thankfully,
an odd one.
Slide Dash actually has a property where you can deflect coming out of it. What's important about this fourth phase...
Got his MP back, by the way.
Yeah. What's important about this fourth phase is that he stays away from the towers or the cannons, because those will just hit you and knock Pete up in the air. It's not very good.
Yeah, it makes it very hard. The whole time Pete is quite hilarious. All right, so into the last phase here.
We're back on the scaffolding, and we are not going to get any damage because that is going to do a ton of damage right there to you. If he times these correctly, which the RC is kind of messed up in Final Mix, he can actually kill Pete.
Nah, it
Not
dropped.
quite. So he has to bounce again, and Pete used pinball.
All right.
This RC is bad because it just drops for sometimes, specifically in Final Mix, when that
Firecrackers too?
wasn't an issue in Cage 2.
Biz playing it safe because this is a lot of time loss if you die at this very end of this. You have to do the entire fight over again.
All right.
So that was good. That is Timeless River.
Yeah. And right here, we are actually getting our second drive form, Wisdom form, which is probably the most underused form by most people. It was kind of, Valor represents a lot more kind of your physical attacks, whereas Wisdom represents more your magic.
Yeah, normally in most Final Mix runs, we actually only use Wisdom form in order to get its growth ability, its movement ability, Quick Run, which we just level it up to level 3. We use Quick Run all the time, and then we use it only for Quick Run again later. We're actually going to be using Wisdom form in a bit more interesting ways in this run. So if you've never seen a level 1 run, I encourage you to notice exactly how it's a bit different.
Right.
This sure is exciting.
Well, I do have an update on that budding romance, by the way. Maggie gave $5 and said awkward. Ward is my bro, man. So, my apologies, Maggie. I got a little bit confused there, but thank you. $20 from Anonymous. What a wonderful week of runs. Here's to hoping you guys break $100,000. We did break $10,000, $100,000. $25 from Anonymous. Hey everybody, huge fan of Biz and longtime viewer. Watching Biz run Kingdom Hearts was actually one thing that helped me pull out of depression a while ago. Want to put this toward whatever Biz wants. Can we all give a round of applause for all the runners again? Thank you for all you do. Thanks again, Biz.
Slow clap. Slow clap, Stress.
We've had a lot of great runners this marathon.
Big Sis 25 says, gave $4 and said, here is my $2 and $2 for someone else who couldn't donate. Sweet memories versus Sephiroth. I hope we get to see it. We didn't know how good Bizkit was at Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. After this fight, we will know without a doubt. So yes, remember, 70,000, we get what sort of 70,000?
We get Oathkeeper.
Oathkeeper. 75,000?
We get Kingdom Key.
80,000?
We get sweet memories on Sephiroth.
And I think everybody wants to see that.
We can make it happen, everybody.
Yes.
68.5. Let's get that
Alvin's
number
doing
moving
well
up.
enough, so I'm gonna have to take over.
Good job, buddy.
He tried.
Eternal Ashes gave $2 and said, I can do $2. Thanks for the week-long marathon.
Stop talking
Hey,
trash,
thanks,
buddy.
Ash. Great run, man. That was an awesome Chrono Cross run.
I agree, it was. It was mostly me.
$6 from TCB Seb. They say donating again because I have a brother watching and it's his birthday for another hour. And he wants to see that Sweet Dreams versus Sephiroth. Oh boy, make it a birthday present right there. AJ gave $5 and said, when my donation was read during J Hobbs' speed run, he got Captain Hook shipped to Showoff for the first time. So hopefully this brings you good luck, Biz. $5 from Noobish Dude. He says, read me, I donated. Okay. At least I was able to catch Kingdom Hearts 2, working the whole week and completely forgot. Thanks for all you guys did. We have $30 from Jess Wee, who says, Leon, man. Okay, so like this dude goes to military school, operated by a big slug, man, and he doesn't really like his classmates. He just wants to train with the dinosaurs living in the school that came down to the planet from the moon. But then there's a witch fires missiles at the school. So he teams up with this dude that can punch dolphins at people and flies the school into the ocean. The witch lady puts his girlfriend into a coma, so they all go to space, but then there's a space witch there. So they have to escape into another spaceship with more dinosaurs in it, except these dinosaurs are purple. They kill the dinosaurs and fly back down to the planet, and his dad is like, hey, I have an idea. Why don't you let the space witch eat your girlfriend so we can travel into the future? And oh my god, there are so many witches that time just kind of collapses in on itself. There's nothing left but triple triad for days.
So everybody wants to see Bersentia out of breath.
I came in about halfway through that story. I started paying attention.
Something about witches, man.
So now purple dinosaurs. All right, wait, what? Bernie?
All right, Port Royal.
Yo, so this is Port Royal.
You want to explain kind of the gimmick of this world, Biz?
Yes, the cutscene you normally would see casually kind of clues you in that you kind of want to use magic on the pirates. However, there's another mechanic where whenever they're not in the moonlight, they're actually completely invincible no matter what. So we progressed through this first fight by just hitting them a couple times because it's like a scripted thing. And now they're vulnerable because there's full moonlight, but because magic is so effective, we usually use that over physical combos on these guys.
Which makes for some pretty beautiful combos. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of the different magics deal a different status effect of sorts to the pirates. Fire makes them on fire, so they are running around crazy. Thunder kind of makes them almost like zombie-like going around. Blizzard is by far the most useful. It freezes them. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll be using Blizzard a lot and Thunder a few times as well. You basically won't you won't see Biz use fire on
Hopefully not.
on any of the kind of zombie enemies. This is a really cool fight.
This is a
Just gotta let it speak for
only-
itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's such a beautiful
It's so
fight.
cool. You get to see multiple different types of magic there, and the reaction
Chicken
command,
Little,
and
yeah.
Chicken Little. It's just a very cool mob fight.
Yeah.
It kind of shows how a lot of the routing went into this game in order to give you a strategy for every single fight that has Heartless in it. Using the limit there again, by the way, just to get some more experience, and actually he hit Summon Gauge level 2 there, so that's pretty good. It'll make Chicken Little stand out a little bit longer.
That's particularly
later on.
important in a fight coming up. It's this one of the scariest fights, I think, in the middle part of this game, at least on critical mode, regular critical mode, the boat fight, which will be coming up in a little bit, where we want Chicken Little to hopefully end the fight with Chicken Little still out, so we have our drive gauge back. The number one reason why we got that drive recovery all the way back in Hollow Bastion was to refill on the event that he doesn't stay with us. So from here, what's interesting about these fights is that you can actually... Ooh, is that an ether? Did we get an ether? We don't know because this guy won't die.
Oh my gosh.
Ever.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
you got
it
an
was.
ether. That's nice.
All right.
All right, so that's one of the bonus ethers, which is why we have the Lucky Luckies equipped, because there's a few fights in this world where we can actually get a bonus ether or two.
Again, the two Lucky Luckies being abilities that he was given on critical mode exclusively.
Yeah,
just right at level 1.
That fight actually was an optional fight, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, he could either fight it out or he could run under the deck, run back out, and they would be gone. But he would have to talk to Will again. He'd have to select where he wanted to go. It's actually faster to just fight it out, and we can get the Nether like we did there.
Yes, sir.
Did you? So I equipped 3 ethers because an upcoming fight will require probably all 3 ethers. So right now I really don't have any means of healing because I need my MP, so cure is out of the question, and I can't drive in this fight right now anyway.
Yeah, so this fight's pretty difficult. It's a time
Pirates
fight.
hit very, very hard.
It's also just Sora, I believe. That's why he can't use the drive. But he'll be doing his best to freeze the enemies as much as possible, get Chicken Little to group them up. Again, he can't actually hit them if they're in the shadowy areas, but he's also having to pay attention to the edges of the screen because just like that, some of the enemies can actually shoot at you with guns, and he needs to use the reaction command there because it'll do a lot of damage if it hits you.
You'll also notice he's trying to hold back a little bit on his MP. He doesn't want to just spam that because the pirates like to drop both money and MP bubbles. So he's trying to keep his MP as long as possible because that's really going to help him with just taking care of these guys, dispatching them as fast as possible, and survival.
Yeah, so instead of finishing off the 3 enemies that were kind of sitting around there for a while, he wanted to go ahead and grab the enemies that were very far away as well and stall out for some time, using the limit there for additional experience and mainly safety, because you can't be damaged while you're in any limit.
That was a good amount of money I got there, though, which is nice.
Yeah, money will be used later on, mainly for some ethers.
Money is just kind of sparse in this game. Not every enemy drops money for you. So those who you can, you try to get them off of for more ethers for the late game, because having your MP is very, very important.
So once again, another optional fight here, actually choosing to take it, because immediately after this, there won't be an optional fight. And this one, it's actually just faster to fight out than run away. And should be able to take care of this last guy with the blizzards.
Yeah, this fight is linked into the next fight.
Yeah.
So if he dies in this next fight, which is probably the scariest fight in this world, he will have to go back and do that fight again, as you probably just said.
No, I did, and it also means that if it takes too long and Chicken Little actually has not enough summon gauge left, he'll run out of Chicken Little a lot sooner, and Chicken Little is a very key part of this fight. He's immediately going to run into this back corner here and try to use Chicken Little to get them stuck near that stairwell or this corner, and use the blizzards to deal a lot of damage and keep them locked up.
What's really scary about up here, you'll notice on the ground there are those cannonball, or those little targets on the middle of the screen.
All right.
Those will drop cannonballs on you that will, at that range, probably kill you. I'm not 100%
So there's
sure.
the first of 3 ethers that he has available to him. Another thing about this fight is, or about summons rather, is that summons have health and they can be hit, and their health effectively is actually your summon gauge. So if Chicken Little gets hit too much, his summon gauge will drop, and if you deal damage to enemies, your summon gauge will increase. He didn't want to go into MP charge there, because when you use an ether at a low amount of MP, it will actually refill your MP to full. But
Yeah,
if you use it in MP charge, it actually won't refill to full. It'll only fill a third of it about. So he's probably going to run out of Chicken Little here, unless he can deal a massive amount of damage very quickly. Yeah, using the last ether now, and he's out of Chicken Little, which means he's not going to be able to pull the enemies in. It's going to make this fight a little bit scarier.
Oh.
Okay, dodging the bombs there.
This
That
is
was
the
nice.
final pirate, though. There are 12 total pirates in this fight, and they kind of come out in groups.
Nice. Okay, good job.
Got through the fight.
That was a very,
So
very
all I have to
scary
do to fix this is just use the drive recovery I grabbed way back in Outlaw Bastion. That's the only reason we really need it. Although it's always nice to fall back on, but can't be picky.
Yep.
The having Valor is both going to be a great safety for this fight coming up right here. We'll call it a mini game, and then going into movement, going to Barbossa, and then having it for damage on Barbossa. So this fight is Gummy likes to call it kind of like coin flip to see if you die. If these guys want to start attacking you, like right there, that's a very.
I don't have any
early
healing
hit
either,
roll.
so if I get
Yeah.
hit again, I probably die.
Every time he uses one of these RCs on the barrels, he's actually vulnerable right after. Very good
Well done.
Valor there.
Now he needs to hope these guys don't.
Okay.
All right, good job.
Survived it.
Almost died.
Yeah, so it seems like a really simple minigame, just hit all the barrels. Every single time he uses one of those reaction commands, he's vulnerable right after it until he can start running and start actually, controlling Sora. So there was a very kind of lucky timing that he was able to get that Valor form off just in time. To note, he actually did switch Goofy into his party before instead of Donald. Valor form uses Goofy. I'm not sure if we mentioned it before.
Yeah.
Wisdom form will use Donald, and so he wanted to use Valor form for movement and a little bit of safety and everything. So that's why he switched Goofy in.
All right, so Barbossa here, right off the bat, he's going to have to jump onto the middle little platform here, and it's RNG exactly where this Heartless will spawn. He'll then kill him off and then have to react based on where it spawned. He'll be able to tell where Barbossa is going to come from. And once again, just like the regular pirates, he wants to pull him out of the shade.
He's just standing right at the edge of the shadow there.
He's going to get two full
this is really
combos on
scary.
him. This is not good. So,
Oh, no. Okay, good dodge.
that would have killed.
One
for sure.
hit will probably kill Biz at this point.
Yep. I have
And-
no way to heal either, which is the scary part.
And Jack can also die in this fight, which also ends it. So he has to be careful about both.
The reason why he's pushing him back here is because that is a loading zone. He can't actually push him into that shade. it is possible for Biz to actually defeat him before having to use an ether, but it is very difficult. He only has a limited amount of time while Barbossa is frozen, and he needs to mash out 2 full short air combos here each time, which can be very difficult because you also have to react. You have to adjust Sora in the air to make sure he's not going to push him into the shade. And it's not only the 2 air combos, he's also trying to get out a little bit more damage before hitting his revenge value.
And if
he's
he does,
got a shot here.
Nice, good job.
All right. Again, spitting in a little bit more ground combos there, just getting him as close to his revenge value as he can. The good thing about the Blizzard is that it is actually, is it dropping his revenge value to 0, or is it just practically?
Yeah, if you Blizzard him right after all those combos, his revenge value meter starts really shrinking and goes right to 0. So he's pretty much at 0 revenge value even when he becomes unfrozen. That's when he'll start building back up revenge value, so it's very useful to know that.
Yeah, and he can't Blizzard Barbossa while he's getting attacked by him. So he actually, the timing is very specific. If he waits too long on that Blizzard, I believe it still does damage, but it won't freeze him, which is the important part.
Yeah, he has a lot of super armor attacks, so you kind of sometimes have to wait.
Yeah, so it was very well reacted. We're on our way to Agrabah now, and I believe that means it's time for Brsentia to give us a few comments.
Oh, you know it. Anonymous gave $2 and said had to put in my 2 cents, or dollars, to make some sweet, sweet memories. $2 from Anonymous. I want my $2, but you can have it to punch Sephiroth in his stupid face. Okay, thanks. $4 from Anonymous. My good friend is in a dark and lonely place right now. Send in helpful thoughts, please. We will. $30 from Anonymous. Hey, y'all. I remember watching Bizkit's daily uploads back in 2008-2009, but only recently have been introduced to the speedrunning community. Even more recently, the Kingdom Hearts series, which brings back great memories. Good luck with the rest of the run and marathon, and keep doing what you're doing. We have $5 from Bram Toast. Hey guys,
What's up, Bram?
awesome marathon. Enjoyed every minute. Can we all agree that the Kingdom Hearts community is amazing at commentary? Great job, Hobbs and Biz.
And not Spike.
And not Spike. Slytherin42 gave $33.80. Hey, RPGLB, great job this year and congrats to all the runners. Wasn't going to donate more, but had to match my Yeti purchase to see those sweet, sweet Sephiroth memories. The Untimely Doom gave $20. Said great runs and thanks to Spike and Evil Ash for the Chrono Cross run. That was a game that I grew up with. The memories of it bring my brother and I together. We have $10 from Mario Gear Solid. He says, great job on the runs, everyone. Mental illness sucks. I have been struggling with an anxiety disorder for the last couple of years, but recently I've been improving big time. I'm glad that these donations are going towards a good cause. For everyone else suffering from anxiety disorders, stay strong and hang in there. Put this towards the Bravely Default soundtrack and AR cards, please. Everyone who donates during this time, by the way, if you meet the minimum donation, you will be eligible to be in that drawing later on. We have $30 from Anonymous. Been watching all week. Love the stream. Happy to see it finish one of my favorite games. Putting in $2 for 14 extra people. Let's make some sweet, sweet memories. Keep being awesome. And we have $30 from Wraithfarin. He says, hey, Brsentia. Oh, great. I didn't get to donate yesterday during the FF6 run because I got called into work. Terrible, right? Better late than never, especially now that the use of the god-awful memories is on the line for gowing against Sephiroth. I never imagined that was in the realm of possibilities. Don't worry, though, there is no shadow of a doubt that Bizkit has it on lock. Go, go, runners.
Yeah, remember, we're at 68,700. We're getting close to that 70,000 mark, so that's already one downgrade on the Keyblade. I definitely believe we can do that. I know we can make the 75,000. 80,000, I think we could do it.
Upgrade the dollars, downgrade the Keyblade. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sora gave $2 and said, when I die, have Donald and Goofy lower me into my grave so they can let me down one last time. P.S. 80K, everyone.
Yeah. All right, this is another one of those fights we can death abuse in, so we're going to.
Yeah. Those on crit and level 1, it feels nice that those fights are just so fast. But yeah, he's also going to be making a shopping trip right here. In regular crit, you'd actually buy another piece of armor, but it doesn't matter at all right now. So he's just going to maximize ethers because we're going to be using ethers. As you saw, he used 3 in 1 fight back there, so the more ethers, the better. Coming up here, menus in this game are beautiful to do fast. Let's see if Biz can do them.
It's a little bit trickier on level 1 than regular crit, but I'll try.
This is the most complicated menu in the run. Taking all the potions and ethers, once again from Aladdin. Giving himself 2 ethers and 2 potions there.
Putting on high jump. Customizing his magic as well.
Very nice.
There we go. Good job. We got access to the Reflect magic earlier, which he definitely put on customization there and should probably be leaving the entire run.
Now right here you might notice that, like, why is he doing this? Does he need more experience? Well, we're on level 1, so that doesn't matter, right? He's actually leveling up Wisdom Form. So we talked about Valor Form is based off the number of hits you deal. You get an experience point for every hit. Wisdom Form is based off of every Heartless you've killed. You'll notice you've got this pretty good movement right here called Quick Run. In the original Kingdom Hearts 2, you actually had to kill about 80 Heartless to get to level 3, so you could have Quick Run as your growth ability on regular Sora. However, they reduced that greatly. Now you only have to get, I think it's like 34 is the number that's sticking in my head.
Nice.
Go ahead. Take care of those guys.
He'll pop out of Wisdom Form here because his party members are walking around.
Good deal.
Thanks.
That is +4 AP, which is also very important.
Yeah, again, our strength doesn't matter too much, so using our accessory slots for AP is very important. We'll be popping back into Wisdom Form again here.
To get up to level 2 on his Wisdom Form. He's going to quick run forward twice here, jump up, reflect instantly because he knows they're going to come to an attack there. And possibly, okay, he needs to reach level 2 here. So he's taking a little bit safe.
Okay,
all right,
good.
got his level 2.
Didn't quite kill his
Now
long
he
as I
needs
don't
to
get
not
hit.
get sniped on the way there.
Yeah.
So again, it's only, I think, after about 12 Heartless there, you get to level 2, and he needs another, I guess that's 22 more to get to level 3, which we can be forcing in a fight 2 fights from now.
Yeah, Agrabah is useful for this because it has a lot of really small enemies and very close-knit areas, and you'll be seeing later on exactly what I'm talking about, but it lets him get to level 3 very quickly on Wisdom Form, and ordinarily that would more or less be the end of Wisdom Form for the game. You just use it for movement a couple more times, but in level 1, we'll actually be using it a little bit later on.
I also want to know that's the scariest that fight has ever been because he was already on low health. So he got poked by one of those little dropping icicles. He did. So, I mean, you never want to die anywhere, obviously, but it's particularly embarrassing when it happens on something trivial like this. But now we're in the first of 3. You know, it's the two main mob fights and then the boss fight.
Chasm of Challenges.
Chasm of Challenges. He will be 4 tiers here. He's going to be utilizing the new magic ability we just got from Port Royal, and that is Reflect. He's baiting out an attack, and he's putting up Reflect. Reflect is normally just a way to keep safe from something. However, it sort of like absorbs an attack, and then it will send that back out. So like right there, he didn't actually get attacked, so it doesn't. So it didn't do anything for him.
Here we go.
So it's going to put him a little bit down on magic, unfortunately. Thank you for the puzzle piece.
I'm probably just going to pop an ether for safety.
Yeah.
I already
So
have,
here with this Fat Man,
extra.
he has to react to 2 different pieces of RNG. He can either use the fire breathing attack, where he has to move to the back, or the fire ball attack.
No, these platforms disappear when you kill all the enemies on it or after a set amount of time. So if he takes too long on that platform, which is pretty close, he'll actually just drop, and then he'll have to deal with that fat bandit while he's still on his way down.
So once again, Blizzard. Reflect after you bait him out, killing off the enemies in front of you.
That was odd.
Yeah, that was weird.
close.
So this will be a little scary, dropping down here to face these 2 guys.
Yeah, I could
2
potentially
fortune
die.
tellers he has to take care of. Hopefully, if he kills one, he's able to get the second one. He should be fine, but they can snipe him from afar. So he has to know as he's falling in. So yeah.
Okay.
So this is not a great situation.
Yeah,
electing to go into Trinity.
Safety, yeah.
Should be able to finish him off with this.
Okay.
All right, nice survival there.
All right, so now we're coming up to the treasure room fight, which is kind of a dangerous fight, but is where we'll be doing the meat of the grinding for Wisdom form. There are a lot of really small enemies, the Silver Rocks and whatever the fire dudes are, and and he'll be popping into Wisdom form, reflecting and dealing a lot of damage to them, and hopefully he'll hit 1 or 2 with the reflect and not kill it, and that'll force it to attack him again, reflect, and repeat the process until he hits level 3. Once he hits level 3 Wisdom form here, or shortly after, he'll actually go ahead and revert from Wisdom form. Okay, that was a good opening. Revert from Wisdom form, swap Aladdin out for Goofy so that way he can use Group Trinity. So hopefully this will all go well. They're being nice so far.
Again, since there are so many enemies on the screen, Biz really has to look out. Nice. Biz has to look out for when he knows it's going to be an attack animation, which is a little tricky, I find, on these fire enemies.
Absolutely.
So now getting Goofy into the party, so now he has access to Solo Trinity.
He has plenty of MP, which is nice. Sometimes he can be really
Hopefully
low here.
Donald doesn't die. Okay. You have to get that off very quickly. You have to both let the reflect damage land and then get the Trinity off before they kill Donald in particular. Otherwise, you cannot do this Trinity.
Yeah, he also walked away before
That should
using
kill.
the major drive in order to make sure he was hitting all 3 of them. Hopefully he did enough damage.
Nice.
Good job.
Yeah, casually on level 1, a lot of people get walled here because such an enclosed space with those 3 guys that can actually one-shot you with their punch attack, so it's pretty sketchy if anything goes wrong there.
If he does not get that Trinity off in time, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, reflecting the Trinity there is actually a lot tighter timing than it looks. Putting on an air combo plus there, I believe.
Aerial finish.
Sorry, aerial finish and taking off the 2 Lucky Luckies.
And giving himself quick run as well, which again we just got from the growth
the
ability.
Lucky Luckies no longer are really necessary. Nothing will really drop anything I need, so...
And they'll just take up AP, which is, we never really mentioned before, stands for ability points. You have some AP. Every ability costs an amount of ability points. So, therefore, when you're not using them, take them off. So, this fight is a little bit different on level 1, kind of the motto of this run.
Yeah.
He's starting off with Trinity, though, which
He
is
hopefully
sometimes
can get
nice.
a break on both of them coming out of this.
That wasn't a very good Trinity, so I'm not sure exactly
we'll
what's going to happen.
see.
Yeah, both of them
Got
have not
neither of
broken
them.
out of their first phase.
Yeah, so the way this fight
Okay.
kind of works is that there's these 2 big idiots here who explode in various phases into these the same little enemies that we've seen a lot, and then they don't reappear until you kill all of the little enemies. So it's supposed to kind of let you take on 1 at a time, but that Trinity did hit both of them at first. Aerial finish is really nice due to its ability to stagger some enemies. That's this finisher you're seeing, by the way. To stagger some enemies, and also, if he uses it at the right timing, it tends to kill a lot of these smaller enemies right after exploding the larger Lord enemies. So Valor form here for extra damage. The explosion also killed most of the Silver Rocks from before. Has finished off that last fire enemy to cause this Lord to spawn.
Okay,
Okay,
nice reaction
that
out
was-
of the
yeah.
reflect there, at least. I don't know why I didn't give any damage, but
So, to note, both of these Lords have reaction commands he could be using, but they have incredibly long animations and don't deal enough damage for the time. So it's kind of an example of how reaction commands aren't always useful in every boss fight. So now he's ready to use Trinity at any moment. That's why he took Goofy out of the party. That way he can use solo Trinity if he needs to, in case he gets in trouble. And here he uses it to end the fight. This is a good fight.
yeah, that fight's just another one of those on level 1 that becomes a lot wonkier just because you are doing much more chip damage. So I know Biz said himself, he sort of just does Valor at any point he feels it's necessary, whether it's due to health, he feels like he has pushed them low enough, but it's never like a set script of really what he's looking for there.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to wait until the end to use Valor because the final boss of any world actually, once it kicks you out of the world, it'll give you a full HP, MP, and drive refill. So you don't have to worry about, like, I need to make sure I end in Valor form so that way I don't lose all my drive. It's just not a worry.
Yeah, right there, you could actually move on with the story of the game. You could go to kind of the middle point of the game through Twilight Town 2 and Hollow Bastion 3. But we are actually going to hold off on that and defeat the other world right here, Halloween Town. We would have to defeat Halloween Town 1 and 2 and Agrabah 1 and 2 at some point. So it's better for us to just take Halloween Town 1 now, particularly because enemies are just going to be a little faster. They're going to have less health because you're not facing them later on. And you're also going to get one of the other very, very important magic abilities in Magnet.
And shorter world map movement, man. You know,
Oh, sure.
save like 1 second there.
Wait, what?
Shorter world map movement. Move from Agrabah straight to Halloween Town.
Yeah, but you'd
We
be
all know
right
we
on top
optimize
of
the
it.
small
for
things.
You'd be right on top of it for the second trip.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Read donations.
Liquid Wi-Fi gave $10. Am I on now? Cool. Liquid Wi-Fi gave $10 and said, "Go Biz, go." Yolf gave $50 and said, "Hi, Opium." Oro gave $5 and said, "Hey, bro, Sencha, what do you call what happened last Halloween?" Sweet memories. Well, okay, I suppose so. Well, I mean, there's candy, but anyways. $13 from Tavi, who says, "Kingdom Hearts 2 is one of my favorite games. Started playing it in Japanese when it first came out, and it actually helped me learn a ton. I constantly play it, and it's very interesting to see how far my language skills have come since then. Every playthrough, I would start speedrunning, but I like watching the cutscenes too much. Good luck on the rest of the run. I hope you got it memorized." Oh boy, I think he does. Poor User gave $25 and said, "Keep up the good work." Westel599 gave $30 and said, "So glad to find this just in time for it to be over." Crying face. Aw, that's really sad. Well, luckily, there's a very, very good chance that we'll be back again next year, so don't consider it completely over. We will love to return. Dragon Blitz gave $15 and said, "Sweet memories, Craigasm." So remember, this is RPG Limit Break, benefiting the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Big goal that we're trying to reach right now is 70,000. That will downgrade the weapon that will be used against Sephiroth. $75,000 will give the Kingdom Blade, and 80,000 will give, of course, Sweet Sweet Memories. The worst Keyblade in the game up against Sephiroth on level 1. Like, you really can't do anything more difficult than that when it comes to Sephiroth. We have Jay Smith, who gave $10 and says, "The tablets, the tablets." Indeed, the tablets. So keep the donations coming in, guys.
So what's kind of nice about... Hello?
Yep.
So it's... Yeah, okay, I couldn't tell. I'm just loud in general. So what's nice about Gummy missions is that they're almost done. There are 7 total Gummy missions. Effectively, you just have to do each of them to open up the path to a new world. And this is our last one we're going to have to do, besides one more that we have to do very, very late in the run to unlock the path back to Twilight Town and the world that never was afterwards.
So, Halloween Town.
Halloween Town, yeah. What do we say about this one? Well, from the last world, we actually just got our second summon of the 4 total in the game, of which we're actually going to be using all 4 of them. Again, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix is one of my favorite speed games just because you utilize almost everything at your disposal. And in the last world, we just got Genie. Who is a very, very useful summon for actually many different reasons. He can actually transform. He has a Valor form, a Wisdom form, a form corresponding to each of your different drive forms.
Yeah, any that you have
them
unlocked at the time,
Right.
with the exception of Limit Form once we get that later on.
Right.
Mainly because Limit Form wasn't actually in the original game. It was actually a Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix exclusive.
He's actually taking off upper slash?
Yeah.
Yes, taking off upper slash there. I don't read Japanese. He's taking off upper slash and he's putting on finishing leap there instead, which is actually an ability that I didn't actually know is actually in Kingdom Hearts 2, but will be useful here. So we summon Genie right now, mainly because he does nothing.
Yeah, we wanted Death of Use here.
All right.
And, yep, that's pretty much why
That
we
is
use them.
the only reason why we summon him, because your party members might mess with the enemies, they might heal you in some way, and you don't want that. And again, you're sort of noticing now, like really this world and beyond, this is the main reason why we wanted to take just a little bit of time to level up Wisdom Form to level 3. Now we don't have to go into Valor Form for our quicker movement. And this is actually faster than Valor Form movement, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's also the transformation time on
You have
Valor
to-
too, which
yeah.
you have to factor in.
Yeah, every little optimization counts. You'll notice occasionally Biz will jump into a loading zone. Generally, that means he's about to land directly in front of it and would have to kind of start walking again. But in this game, if you kind of like jump immediately after landing,
We think.
Right here, he's
will
putting
save
on a
frames.
very slight delay. Otherwise, he's going to make this large present Heartless move away in a way you don't want him to. So now he wants to get this dance call off, very importantly, as those Heartless are spawning, because that will draw them into it automatically. So that's what leads into, you know, again, one phase being done optimally, moving you well into the second phase.
Yeah, limits in this game generally, not always, but generally depend on triangle inputs and circle inputs on the top part of the command menu, and there he actually has to alternate them in order to keep using the same attack from the limit, because it's just kind of the best attack to use. He also waited at the beginning, as you saw, for this kind of spinning, just default attack to do a lot of damage to the Heartless first.
Right. Yeah, those are, needless to say, is the theme of this game. Those enemies also two-shot you, those large present enemies.
They might one-shot you with the shot. So.
Oh, the shot itself on level 1?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure they do, yeah. To note, Biz's world record for this is deathless, and he's only had one death so far in this run. I did a level 1 playthrough, and I died 383 times. So it's pretty hard.
The top-tier runners of Kingdom Hearts games, especially these higher difficulties like Bizkit, Bloody Biscuits, Terizzle, a lot of times they make it look easy, but this is very, very, very hard.
I mean, I definitely have almost died at least 7 other times. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, so here we have Prison Keeper. This is actually one of the main reasons why we want to do this world now, because when we come back the second time, we're still going to be level 1, and we're going to have he's going to have a lot more health. So there's 3 different RNGs he can throw out there at the beginning, depending on which of the kids lock Shocker Barrel that he needs.
Yeah, he swallowed Lock, which is why he shot the Fireball. I believe that's pretty good. The main thing is that you don't want Shock, I think, and and so Lock is fine. Dance Call does a lot of damage. Limits in general do a lot of damage. That's why you see us using him a lot. And again, they keep him invulnerable the entire time that he's in the limit. Aerial Finish is used mainly to stagger enemies a lot here.
Little minute detail right there. Biz actually elected to finish the Aerial Finish just to keep Sora up in the air longer and avoid that sort of swipe attack as he's going into his invulnerability phase at that point.
So,
Same
manipulating
thing
him
here.
around.
Yeah.
Yep. Knocking him around here very specifically, trying to mess with his revenge value as well to force him to swallow the different children and use the different attacks.
So I just skipped Shock's first move somehow. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, that hit there isn't too bad. It didn't deal too much damage, and he aerial recovered out of it very quickly. Okay, so this is where they're all combined now, and he basically has all the moves at his disposal.
Still needs to do a little more damage. Okay, taking the Dance Call right now.
Yeah, I'm getting too far up the hill, so safety here, you know.
Yeah, Prison Keeper can get really high off the ground, and not using aerial finisher, just finishers in general, can knock him further down, or you can use Dance Call to pull him in with the magnet of it.
Okay.
Yeah, not quite enough damage to finish him off. Hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, good job.
The Hail Mary at the end.
Yeah.
Again, if it isn't clear, we have finishing plus on. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the aerial finish that actually killed him there. It was the second finisher after that.
Yeah, I guess to know in that fight, the scariest attack would be Barrel's chomping attack. If you don't guard that in some way, or if you're caught in the air, it pretty much will guarantee kill you.
It'll combo kill you.
Yeah.
So making our way back to Santa's workshop now.
For the love of God, let this go better than the other day.
Yeah. So
He had a deathless run up until this point and then died 3 times to this idiot.
Twice.
Twice. 3 times sounded better, so.
So we're off to the Oogie fight. Oogie has a gimmick in every single game, usually having to deal with randomness, which is kind of noted thematically by him throwing dice all the time.
Or bags, as Biz thought they were.
I don't pay attention to those things.
He saw this exploding bag. I guess you can imagine it's like, I don't know, Acme Dynamite, whatever. So yeah, this fight is extremely slow. It works in set phases. You're going to kill him after you drop him down 3 times. So it's all about getting 12 of these boxes or presents up onto his platform, which will then drop him through. There's no way for us to damage him up there. What's important for Biz to do while I'm talking over all of this is listen actually to all of the audio cues telling him what he needs to do.
Yeah, every time he says one of these lines, even a grunt, it means that he's about to use a different attack.
I'll squash you flat, meaning he is about to
throw that punch down. That punch is a one-shot, and the reason that Biz kind of waited on the on doing the golf swing on the die there. So now this first phase is where you can deal the least amount of damage to Oogie before he'll go back up there. So he just opts to use a couple of just normal air combos there.
It's about half the health of the other two phases, so yeah.
Yeah, to note, the end of these conveyor belts has a set of spikes there that I believe are also a one-shot. So very easy to die in this fight. It's 3 out of the 12 boxes for this phase.
Those fists are a one-shot. You probably said that.
Now that he said the I hope you like those Oogie gifts, it means he's spawning these trick-or-treat bags that have Heartless in them. Hopefully he'll get 2 White Knights here, but he didn't.
Boy.
He got a White Knight.
Okay.
And, okay, good. And he got the enemy I can't remember the name of right
Emerald
now.
Blue.
Thank you, the Emerald Blue. The Emerald Blue can lock him up very easily and kill him, so it was nice that the punch killed it very quickly there.
Little subtle thing about summons right here, they actually have health, and it corresponds to their bam. You see, he actually dropped 1 full drive there, which also got him experience.
Yeah,
actually,
got him for
funny
level
enough.
3. So now he's going to pop these last 2 presents. He's going to use Dance Call. And good, they're both White Knights, so I mean he's using Dance Call, which should hopefully take them out anyways. But this is to keep him safe in order to deal damage to Oogie and not die from these Heartless.
Okay, let's see if this happens from the other day. Yeah.
He's going for a 1-frame trick here. It just gives you for 1 frame.
Didn't quite make it. I don't think it was in the center either.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, so normally there's a 1-frame trick there that lets you move to the center platform. The other day in practice, for some reason, it was not going to the center platform, and we had never seen it before.
This lightning loves to hit you and can constantly push you back into the spike. So it is very, very dangerous if he lets one of those hit.
Yeah, in this phase, there's a decent chance that at the end of it, right before Oogie's about to fall, a punch will drop down, and Biz may have to delay, because the punch can hit Oogie as well, and it will knock him back towards the spike. So there's just a lot to keep track of in this fight.
The way this fight works is that, again, it's 12 boxes need to be up. Little subtle thing, he waited there until the bag fell down and had iframes going through it.
Yeah.
Now he's taking a chance right here. Let's see if we get it.
All right, good. Oogie can move twice there. It's just a bit slower.
But again, it's in the first phase. All 12 boxes are in one platform. The second phase, it's 8 on one, 4 on the other. And in the third phase, it's 4, 4, 4. So 1 more box should knock him down.
All right, and because there's nothing on the field, he's pretty safe. He's able to do some combos here, and then he's going to go into Dance Call because it does a lot of damage very quickly. And finish.
Okay,
good.
That was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, so he didn't get the best RNG everywhere, but he didn't die.
Yes, that is my goal in that fight, because it can only go so slow usually.
Exactly. That fight is a very big time waster if you die. And as we mentioned, there were like 3 different things that can one-shot you in that fight.
Yeah. So now, once again, this is where the game really picks up in pace, because we only have 1 Gummy mission much later in the run. It's really just world to world to world to world. We're going to be moving back over to Twilight Town 2, where we are going to have to face off with, as Poexel and I lovingly called them, the Berserkers. They are exactly that and many other words we can't say on stream right now. Again, what was really useful about going to Halloween Town is he did get Magnet, which does what it sounds like.
And
it's
it's
going to draw them in.
he just put on right there in his
In
customization.
his customization. To note, in this game, you actually get 4 buttons you can customize stuff to, whereas in Kingdom Hearts 1, you only had 3, actually. But, yeah, so right after that, you're going to see these combos that you're going to see kind of frequently throughout the run, where he's going to throw up a magnet, throw out a finishing leap, and then go into aerial spirals.
Yeah, magnets, unlike a lot of our other magic, actually always count as a finisher. You can't really combo them. So the reason that he's able to use a magnet and then a finishing leap is because of that finishing plus we have.
Now, one Berserker is going to pop up right here. He's going to reflect that damage as that's coming in, go directly into a magnet. As that thing is popped up there, he's bringing out Chicken Little.
Okay, so he wants to use the Berserkers actually, their limit, more or less, their RC here, in order to kind of catch them. It has a few little magnety properties to it. He got knocked out by a firecracker.
So
he still can be hit right now, the Berserker can, which is why, unfortunately it didn't do damage. But you can't really hit him with physical attacks, you have to hit him with magic. or with the Berserkers.
Alright, so having no MP, if this gets messed up again, I'm probably dead.
Yeah, you want the MP for a reflect if things go wrong. Those firecrackers. Okay, he actually delayed a while on that RC to hopefully not have the firecrackers do too much.
Okay, alright.
He should be good.
And we're good. And you always want to wait to see if they're going to drop out of it. They can drop out of it pretty easily there.
Yeah, so Chicken Little, we've mentioned before, is very helpful and can also mess everything up.
Yeah, the firecrackers make them recover really fast in that fight, and that'll make them pretty much do their little desperation move thing where I can't hit them with the RC consistently.
We're going to be using it much later on, but I actually want to talk about it now. He's getting the Oathkeeper, as we talked about, which in another $1,000, you guys can make us use that on Sephiroth.
Getting close.
But he's also getting a Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix exclusive form, drive form in limit form. Jabs, do you want to describe, as we're making our way to Space Paranoids, what that is?
Yeah, limit form is basically the homage to Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix from this game. It's another drive form that uses both. It gets rid of both your party members, and you can also use it when you're alone. Is the kind of unique property of it. It has 4 different, instead of like having magic on your customizer, it has 4 different limits that you can use, and they're all limits that were in Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix. So you have Sonic Rave, Sonic Blade, I believe. You have Ars Arcanum, which is the one that we'll be seeing a lot, and
some other thing.
Ragnarok.
Also,
yes.
movement tech.
Yeah, that movement tech is awesome.
Yeah. It did what it looked like. Yeah, he used the fire and it just allowed him to keep a little bit more height.
Yeah, so to note, limit form is very useful because it can help us kind of like chain combos on bosses later on. We'll explain that more as we get to it. But we will need to level it up a little bit later on, I believe.
One level, yeah.
Yeah, one level
We
in order
only
to
need
just
level 2.
make it last a bit longer. And he'll be doing that coming up near the end of this world. For now, he's making his way down to, I guess, Ansem's computer, basically just making his way to Space Paranoids, which is just a lot of quick running, a little bit of skateboarding.
Yeah.
So I think that's...
you might wonder, why is he bothering to use Wisdom form? It is still faster, the level 3 Wisdom form quick run, than your normal quick run.
Yeah, and because we're going a much further distance here, the transformation time isn't really a problem either.
Right.
So with that, I think we can kick it over to Bracentro for a couple donations.
Sounds good. We've got $5 from Dark Ray, who says, "Hey Biz, just wanted to wish you good luck and contribute to the cause since I never get to donate. Hope you kick butt and get some awesome 2.5 world records for Albert Kappa. Have fun and a safe trip back home, buddy."
Thanks.
We have $10 from Tyke Pepita, who says, "Hey guys, Mike Fajita here. Loving RPG Limit Break and this Kingdom Hearts 2 run. Hope one day I can see a new DKC run happen or even a Rayman speed run."
At this event. All right.
We have another $10. "Hey guys, Ike Velveeta here. Loving RPG Limit Break in this Kingdom Hearts 2 run. I hope one day I can see a new DKC run happen or even a Rayman speed run." We have
Ike Velveeta that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
We have
All right.
We have $10. "Hey guys, Trike Belvita here. Loving RPG Limit Break in this Kingdom Hearts 2 run. I hope one day I can see a new DKC run happen or even a Rayman speed run."
I'm sensing a trend
For
here.
$100,000, Blexel and I. Let's go, Donkey 2.
We have $10. "Hey guys, Tyke Pepita here. Loving RPG Limit Break in this Kingdom Hearts 2 run. I hope one day I can see a new DKC run happen or even a Rayman speed run."
All right, as adorable as this is Space Paranoids.
Yeah.
Or as we call it, Tron World. Yeah. Once again, take his items. I'm kind of just like watching every menu here. Hey, he takes the aerial finish off, and you put on round? No.
I actually have to put on common. I forgot about that.
Oh, okay.
Before I end up getting in trouble for that.
And you put on round break, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Took off aerial
No,
finish.
well, not yet. I do when I get it, but right now that was Flash Step.
Oh, Flash Step.
That's not really
right.
like super necessary to have on right now, but
Flash Step, just to quickly note, is a Final Mix exclusive ability that is basically a second slide dash, but a little bit different. But we'll mainly use it as a slide dash.
All that really is to note about this is that he knows it's going to go about 2.1 times around, and he just needs to use the explosion. Anytime you use a finisher, that will end that fight. So, yeah. Got another donation you want to read?
I certainly do. We have $10 from Optifix, and I can't really pronounce this donation, so I'll just post it in chat. Okay, right there.
I was expecting a like
Janita.
No, they stopped coming, unfortunately.
Thanks,
But I
Optifix.
think we'll see more later. Dark Ray gave $5. Hey, Biz, just want to wish you good luck and contribute to the cause since I never get to donate. I read that comment. $30 from 13 Lightning. Good luck on Sephiroth.
All right,
This
cool.
here is Master Form.
Yeah.
So once again, as we talked about earlier, all the anti-points that we've been building up, once again, drop back down to 0. That is the last form we will be getting, other than maybe Final Form later on.
Yeah, we actually, as Spike mentioned before, one of the cool things about Kingdom Hearts 2, especially Final Mix, is that we use a lot of what the game gives us. We use almost every limit that we can, pretty much just not using Jack's limit in Port Royal and maybe one or two others. And we use every drive form we get except for Final Form, even if we get it. And we use every single summon as well. So from a routing perspective, this game is really cool.
So this is the light cycle. It's actually a very scary portion of the run.
Good
All right,
job.
that was
Yeah,
good.
the
If
first
you
phase.
kill them all before you take a turn, that's how you know you got a quick fight.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. I'm sure Biz would take like a 10-second slower fight, but just not get hit.
Yeah, because the
Right.
first phase is actually random, which types of enemies will spawn. That basically the whole concept of this minigame here is it's you got to make your way to the end, but these enemies kind of work like rock, paper, scissors, where you have 3 attacks you can use. You can either guard, you can charge at them like that, or you can attack them with the Keyblade like that. And certain enemies are counters to certain attacks. So if in the second phase of this fight, actually, if you do everything the same every single time, which looks like something might have
Yeah, it usually doesn't go there.
messed up a bit.
It's cool.
It will be the same. The same enemies will spawn. They might be using different attacks at different times, but it will be the same types of enemies. So Biz knows what he's going to get. The first phase is the phase that's random, and is why it's really good he didn't get hit there, as it would have carried over into this fight.
What's awesome about this, and is totally not worth doing on a difficulty at this level, you can actually get speed boosts off of this.
Yeah. So basically, the green enemies that you see, as they can put up a barrier. The barrier is supposed to be a counter to the Keyblade attack. However, the way that they counter it is that when you hit the barrier with a Keyblade attack, it shunts you against the wall really fast. If you do that right as you're about to turn a corner, you can actually get launched halfway across the hallway and actually speed this up a bit. But if you mess up, you'll get thrown into a wall and you'll take half of your health. So definitely not worth it at level 1.
it on level 1.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to be making our way up to
The grind? No.
we're gonna be making. We'll talk about it. We're gonna be making our way up to the freezing the different computer screens minigame, and we are having our first usage of Stitch, which we actually grabbed on the way back into Space Pyramids after we got Master Form earlier. On regular critical mode, this is actually an amazing place to grind for about. I think we grind like 5 levels here. We go from like 19 to 24 right here, which is great. Just because you can drop into half health, these enemies will spawn infinitely, and they do not drop health. Here, obviously, we're not getting experience. We're just trying to end the fight as quick as we can. His movement is actually pretty specific with his spacing to make sure he's able to kill these enemies fast enough to where you get the right spawns off of them. The main thing Stitch is useful for, and we hope he will just always do, you look at your MP bar down there, he just licked you. Yes, it was a lick that allowed him to get all of his MP back. He just did it again. We'd like if he never stopped doing that.
Which he's being good on right now.
Good job, buddy.
All right, so now that he's freezing the second screen, a lot more enemies are going to spawn, and this is where we would grind for basically another like 50 seconds or so normally.
Yeah, until the time basically runs out.
But we just need the orbs, because we don't need the experience, so we get to save like 50 seconds on critical mode in level 1 here.
And save you also usually 2 ethers we almost always end up using.
Stitch is completely random, so
You would think it'd be like, when I'm low on MP, he would lick me.
No. He can lick you at full MP 5 times in a row and then not do it for a solid 2 minutes.
I think I've almost had my MP fully recharged once before he finally decided to lick me, so yeah, it could be pretty bad. And that ruins strats really horrifically.
Yeah, we try not to rely on Stitch when we can, but sometimes we need to.
He's just pretty much kind of the best summon, so
Yeah.
it's hard to ignore him.
He, on top of actually refilling your MP, which is the main thing we'll use him for, he actually can deflect enemy attacks, not only projectiles, but sometimes just regular attacks. And can, I believe, also does something with your HP, refilling your HP over time?
Yeah, very slowly he'll help you recharge your HP. He also does ukulele when you're low on HP, which drops
Pops
HP
HP
orbs,
orbs.
so
Right.
it's kind of similar.
Yeah, right there he got the Gaia Belt, which we're using mainly for what exactly, Biz?
3 defense.
It's not even the defense, because defense stat doesn't matter right now. It's the elemental resistance that'll be helpful for Storm Rider.
So right off the bat, his movement here is very important because he's manipulating hostile program to not move anywhere and stay right there. You see he kind of jittered right there, and that was based on Sora's position to stay inside of Comet's finisher right there, which is a Donald movement.
Remember that drive form you never used casually?
Yeah, we're actually using there mainly because it's just giving us safe distance away from him, and we're able to get the last of our orbs we need. Going right back into Comet, because once again, every time we use the drive form, we get all of our MP back. So we go out of it and we go right into our limit, using as much as we can before he starts getting away from us. Now he's looking for an HP barrier. He's looking for just under 2 bars of health, about 1.9 bars of health.
If he wants to let him heal here, actually, to make the fight work a little bit better in his favor.
All right.
So he's going to freeze at a specific time.
So he's going to land right next to
Yeah.
him conveniently. Now he's going to get off as much as he can, saving Master Genie.
Yep.
Again, this is the Master Form version. Time to go crazy.
Genie's off.
My favorite animation in this game, by the way. All right, getting his orbs back. It's going to stop him conveniently right there in front
Pretty
of him
close.
again. Pretty close.
Not too much health left to do. As you might have noticed throughout this entire fight, that energy bar in the top left, when it runs all the way down, that's when he unfreezes.
That is the greatest freeze animation I've ever seen. Right here. Oh, he's already gone.
Just comes back.
Yeah, it's right. So once again, Genie has a different form based on all your different drives. Go ahead, Biz.
This is the scariest part of the run. Pretty much just a gauntlet of fights. All can kill you super easy, and one of them is a huge time loss that I do, as most people casually might know, which is the Final Fantasy fights.
Yeah, so it's not only boss fights that are incredibly dangerous in this game. Oftentimes, they're not the
mob
most
fights
dangerous.
are actually more dangerous. In
Yeah,
most
so
cases.
he's got 2 mob fights coming up before a Demyx fight, and both of these are incredibly risky if you just kind of mess up any of the strats a little bit. And this first one can kind of kill him even if he doesn't mess up the strat. But mainly, we're going to be introduced to the Crimson Jazzes here, which is the big red enemy you'll see near the end of this fight. And they have a lot of very powerful attacks, so this is going to do his best not to let them attack. We're also being introduced to the Dancers, which are
can
the
also one-shot.
pink enemies, yeah, that are kind of like moving around. And if they come at you and grab you, which almost happened right there.
No, it's okay. That's fine.
If they grab you, it will kill you as, well, one shot, even on regular critical mode.
Okay.
Okay, he got rid of the Crimson Jazz, so the rest of this fight is not really too dangerous. Just trying to
A
speed.
little bit of bad luck with the magnet stuff, because usually these guys are almost dead.
Yeah, and Chicken Little used some firecrackers there that might have popped him out of the magnet.
A common technique you're going to see Biz use all throughout this run is that he's actually going to do a reflect directly into a magnet to get that damage, but then also keep them trapped right afterwards. So now going here into the second fight, those dancers we just saw one of in that last fight. Now we got a big old group of them. This fight is in 3 waves, 1 set of a bunch of dancers, 1 set of 1 dancer and a bunch of creepers, and then a final set of a bunch of dancers. Once again, if they grab you, they will punch you in the face and they will kill you. So we do not want that to be the case. So we're going to get out Chicken Little right away and use both his gather and the whistle to keep them from doing anything.
Yeah, to note, he had 5 drive bars, which is his maximum when he summoned Chicken Chicken Little, which means Chicken Little, who uses 3, will knock him down to 2 summon bars. And at the end of this fight, he needs 3 summon bars minimum. So towards the last wave, he'll be actually dismissing Chicken Little, who was not whistling there.
After he gets his whistle, now he's going to get rid of him and start charging this up. And look at the drive bar.
Yeah!
So how does that work?
Yeah, the way that works is actually pretty cool. Okay, good. The fight ended. I just wanted to be 100% sure. Basically, as we mentioned a million times before, the group Trinity has 3 phases and or 3 attacks in the first part of it, and none of those attacks deal any damage. However, every time an enemy is sucked into a magnet, it deals a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
So if you throw up a magnet, use Group Trinity, and use Major Drive, the one that's shooting all the little orbs, it'll knock them out of the magnet, pull them back in, do a bunch of damage, but now we're in a new fight.
Demyx, so right off the bat, you notice he's got 50 water clones up. We want to get him down to somewhere between 25 and 30 water clones, very specifically. At that point, we're going to use Group Trinity and use both the other 2 phases that aren't Major Drive and the other one, doesn't matter, Ultima. Yeah, so now he's going to get some distance to make sure he's got good range so he can hit all of them.
Then gets close to him for the Ultima. He needs to have less
Under
than
5
5 water clones there.
5
or less. So now this Trinity does a lot of damage because he got all those hits on the water clones.
With this combo, he's going to use a finishing leap just to get him up in the air so he has time to then summon Stitch. Now, we've talked about damage value. Oh,
Stitch needs to refill his MP
supposed
here.
to be a bro right now, and he is crawling around on the screen, not doing what we want to do.
Biz has to play the
He
super
has to play the
safe.
super safe.
This is what we're talking about, Stitch being random. He is deflecting some
my
attacks from Demyx.
God, Stitch!
He's going to wait on the entire MP refill. I bet you he licks him right after the MP comes back on its own.
To know
There it is, yes!
Saved him a frame of animation
So,
waiting for the comeback.
Reflect does a lot of damage and is the main reason we're using Stitch here for the MP back. There's the lick.
Oh, God.
Because Reflect is going to do more damage than just these regular Keyblade hits here, and will keep him a lot safer.
Again, we keep talking about revenge value. Biz knows, whatever, it's over. Biz knows how much he needs to attack him with what specific kind of attacks. And if he drops an air combo, air combos or air attacks actually add more revenge value than most standard ground hits. So he knows to drop down how many more hits he has to do to bait out that attack and then reflect coming out of it.
Yeah, we're not done with our boss rush of sorts, though.
Yeah.
We might fight Demyx again.
Yeah, the only thing that can one-shot me here are the Morning Stars if they do the drop-down attack, where they're pretty much super armored during, so...
Yeah, he can, however, get comboed into multiple attacks. In critical mode, you get once more right here, but because this is level 1, we don't get abilities from leveling up. He won't get once more being an ability that stops you from getting comboed by enemies into death. So, Armored Knights and Soldiers here aren't too hard to take care of. Yuffie's kind of pedestal, or whatever we want to call it, is probably the easiest of all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, most people like Final Fantasy, but we really don't in this.
No, these 4 fights are terrible and can all send you back to before Demyx. So right here, he's going to get 1 attack right off here.
Remember
so
how
he can
horrible
bait
Leon
out.
was earlier?
Oh, he's a bro now. We need him to help out.
All right, so those are Armored Knights, and that is the Rising Sun reaction command he's using there. He's probably going to be using it again in the next fight. But it basically does that big sweeping attack. He can die immediately after it ends, so it's very
Watch out
very
for
risky.
that Morning Star. There's
guard.
one of them in this fight. There's 75,000 of them in the next one.
All right, he got hit there, so he's going to be playing it safe, throwing...
I'm not exaggerating.
Morningstar went after Leon.
Don't
That
know.
drop attack is the one that will one-shot him. if he gets
Leon,
used
our
on
boy.
Sora.
All right, so this is the most dangerous fight, potentially, this next one.
Yes,
I think they're
Tifa.
both on level 1 pretty equally terrifying.
Okay, we think this one's more dangerous.
He's going to run up, get off a quick magnet here into a finishing leap combo. That should spawn the next enemies, these Armored Knights, to go into the Rising Suns, spawning those enemies.
Okay,
now,
so he got hit dropping out of it. That's what we're talking about. He's half health, trying to pick up HPRs. Now he just has to kind of run away for a little bit and throw a potion. They luckily went after Tifa, or they could have been problematic.
one more wave. We're almost done with the 75,000 of them.
So they're not all getting caught in a magnet, which is not fantastic.
Biz is allowed to use all of his magic there.
Okay.
That line, no one
done.
can clap until the next fight's over, because we will have to do it all again. So, Cloud, that thing, Limit Form we were talking about earlier, the homage to Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, we're going to use it right now.
Yeah, so we're using this not only to kind of stay, to kind of keep ourselves a bit safer. These are the limits that you actually can potentially be hit out of like that. Only limits in the game that you can be hit out of. So the way Limit Form levels up is by using the finisher of limits like that. And that he uses Sonic Rave to try to hit as many enemies as he can.
If you kill this wave, you're pretty much safe.
Cloud is amazing.
Just watch Cloud.
Yeah. If anybody ever saw
That's a
Christmas
one
for
shot
Life
if he
run,
takes that. Please, Cloud, just kill them all.
What? Where's the?
Hey! Don't die on the screen transition. All right, we get it. All right.
So if he had died at any point in any of those 4 Final Fantasy fights, he would have had to fight Demyx again and do all of them all over again.
So
But that Morning Star was going to kill him at full health.
did I see that right though? That I got hit out of a Sonic
You
Blade
did,
like
and you
mid?
still got level 2.
you got hit out of
Well, no.
Sonic Rave.
The point
After
is, like, I
3, yeah.
shouldn't be hit that early in it. That's not something normal.
Yeah, you got hit out of Sonic Rave. Limit Form limits, and not even like all of every limit are the only ones you can get hit out of. But we got to go into another fight.
This is another extremely scary fight. This is the most random fight in the game, mainly because there are 1,000 enemies on the screen.
Yeah, we call this the 1,000 Heartless fight because it's literally a fight of 1,000 Heartless. Before this fight, he actually put on a different Keyblade. Follow the wind. So he's played super safe here.
Okay.
Okay.
Clear out some room. Throw that potion as soon as you can. All right.
He put on Follow the Wind specifically because it has the draw ability on it, and we don't care about our strength. Draw only to be able to get these HP orbs that the enemies are dropping. So luckily he's back up to full health now. The main goal here is to use the Sparkle Ray command from the surveillance robots here over and over and over again. When one of them is being a bro and just lets us keep using them, we like to call him Steve. This guy ain't Steve. So these lasers, if he gets hit by all of the lasers of a surveillance robot, it will kill him.
Go ahead.
He has to be careful because the Armored Knights can attack him and combo him into other Armored Knights, and the Sparkle or the lasers from surveillance robots can kill him. Using Thunder, whenever you see it happen, is just to reset the attack of the surveillance robot and put it directly into a Sparkle Ray snag opportunity.
Have we talked about why he's spinning the camera?
Go for it.
So he's spinning the camera because while it looks like there are literally 1,000 Heartless on screen, this is the PlayStation 2, and we are dealing with some limitations here. So it's actually, they're just kind of painted on the background until you need more on the screen.
Out of MP now, so he has Limit Form to fall back on if he needs it. He can't get Anti-Form in this fight because his party members aren't with him. But hopefully he won't have to fall back on Limit Form.
We're getting close.
This fight can kill you at 999 Heartless.
But again, the reason why he's spinning the camera is just to load more of them on screen.
Yep,
yeah,
good Limit
that
Form.
would have killed him. It's just to spawn more of them on screen as you're killing the others.
Immediately reverts from Limit Form because if he needs to use Reflect, he can't do it in Limit Form. So this should hopefully be the last Sparkle Ray.
999, and unless he dies to this guy.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty much used all the resources I had, so that's how bad that fight can go, but at least I didn't die. I don't know how I survived early on when I was at like almost 1 HP.
If you're not playing level 1 by this point, like on a regular critical mode difficulty, we actually take the shield at the beginning, which would have netted us the once more ability by that point.
As I was mentioning earlier, it stops you from getting comboed into death. You will, if you take a hit that is less than your full amount of HP, it will, it hitting you into more hits will not kill you. It'll always leave you at 1 HP minimum. But we don't have it. So he can die from any kind of comboing of enemy attacks.
Yeah. So now what the game wants us to do, the best way to think about it is that you have to be able to have access to all of the worlds. Not necessarily through, I mean, you can have the Gummy missions going to them as well, but there are kind of two sides. He needs to defeat Port Royal 2, Halloween Town 2, and Agrabah 2 on the left side of worlds, and he needs to defeat Land of Dragons 2 and Beast Castle 2 on the right side of worlds, which will give him access to Olympus Coliseum, Pride Lands, but he just needs to beat these 5 worlds. And once again, you blitz gets through them very quickly. They're all 5 much shorter versions of the worlds. Right here, he's doing something. He's putting the hero's crest back on.
I put Follow the Wind on Master because it will be sort of useful for Grim Reaper 2. That's it, though. And then Guard Break that we just got from Thousand Heartless.
This fight, magic is still useful.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they gave you almost the exact same fight coming into the second visit here.
The Pirates have a lot of HP this visit, so fortunately that's the only time we have to fight any of them.
Yeah, the second trip of worlds feel a little tacked on in this game, so there are some interesting design choices here and there.
Yeah, we'll be fighting more Heartless bosses than we will be actual enemy bosses, or Disney bosses.
Right. So with that, we talked about earlier in Port Royal 1 how you could do this trick where you drop down, go inside the ship, come back out, and resail to your destination, and you won't get the enemy spawn this time.
Yeah, as Biz mentioned, the pirates have a lot more health, so it's really just better to get rid of, just hide under the ship.
Yeah, there would be no benefit to fighting them anyway, so...
Yeah, you could maybe get an ether.
Right.
Maybe a little bit of money.
So, I'm just going to go ahead and say, unfortunately, on level 1, this fight is...
It's
fight
ridiculous.
is a fight. Yeah, so I'm just going to say, be ready to read donations here in a second.
Oh, I will.
This fight is really cool in pretty much every other difficulty. We'll see him go ahead and summon Stitch here, hopefully just for the MP refills. And now he's going to back himself up against this cannon. And this is the rest of the fight, so go.
Read donations.
Awesome. James gave $30 and said, yeah.
Stitch, lick him!
Matt gave...
Lick him!
Oh, jeez.
You freak! Okay, sorry.
Matt gave $50 and said, amazing game and an even better cause. Thanks for the good times watching the playthrough. We have $20 from Vanderblast who said, donating to this amazing cause. I have people close to me suffering from mental illness, and Nami has already provided fantastic support in these times of need. Huge props to everyone making this happen and raising so much money for this righteous cause. Thank you, Stitch. We have $20 from Reezer-kun. Okay, this one really is my last donation. Thank you, everyone, for a fantastic week.
Can maybe get one more.
Okay, $50 from Tea Apples. They say, love this game and the charity speaks to me. Keep up the good work. $30 from Mama Alex. All right.
Why don't you finish that? You want to finish that one real fast?
Sure, Mama Alex says, huge fan of Biz and love to hear Spike's amazing voice. Keep up the good work, y'all. Also want to give a shout out to my friend Queen A, since she's had a rough few weeks. You can make it through this, sweetie.
Yeah, so that fight.
Stitch. So this is a less stupid summon called Peter Pan. He took off some other stupid ability and put on horizontal slash. I hate Stitch!
I didn't take off anything. I just put horizontal slash.
You just put horizontal
So
slash. Okay.
horizontal slash. Wow.
Horizontal boost strats on level 1. Nice.
Horizontal slash is the ability we just got from beating Grim Reaper 1. It lets him kind of take over any aerial attack and do this horizontal slash.
As it turns out. Which looks really cool and defies physics.
Yeah, it's not only a fast animation, does multiple hits, but also can act as a finisher, so it lets us kind of like stop.
Floating Sora.
Yeah.
I love those endings.
Lets us finish bosses sometimes without having to get to the full end of the combo.
Right.
Now we're searching for some medallions that have been taken by these, what are they called? Gamblers?
Gamblers,
Yes.
yeah. There's a bunch of them all over the map. We're electing to take the one they prompt you with right there, and then you can actually get 3 of them from the island that you fought Barbossa on in Port Royal 1. We're going to get all 3 of them from there, including the first one, if you want to go ahead and explain
Yeah,
a
this
little bit.
next one has only 10 seconds to beat it, and if you don't do a very specific strat, you will not be able to do it. You'll have to come back and do it after. 3 Thunders there in order to get to the Thunder finisher. Magnet into a Trinity. Again, like we said, when things are knocked out of magnets and pulled back in them, it does damage again. Every hit of the Trinity there will knock them a little bit out of the magnet.
Now, alternatively, you're given 2 minutes to break open 4 walls and find this guy.
Yeah, they all have the same health. This isn't like a mini boss.
Right.
Shoutouts to not getting either of the stickers or the puzzle pieces.
Sick dodging, dude.
I was half expecting to go pick him up.
All right.
Biz wants to go fast.
There is another one on this screen. the reason why they're giving you such a high time limit there is because you actually need to kill all the enemies on that screen and it will spawn him. Not worth it. We're just going to go for this guy in the dark because we know where he is.
We have $5 from Stitch. He says, "Don't tell me what to do."
All right,
So-
that medallion can actually land out of bounds, so I guess potential soft lock there. Although he
It's
could
not-
just leave the room and come
We
back.
assume, I mean, I guess, yeah, the soft lock means we can't advance. the
Right,
game.
yeah, it's
Right.
not actually a soft lock.
Yeah.
But
We'd go find one of the other ones, but yeah, we don't want to see that. It's happened to runners before.
I think
Yeah.
you could just re-enter the room.
yeah,
unless I'm
exactly.
wrong.
You can.
Hey, we're up to 8,000 viewers right now.
Wow, it's awesome.
All right, Grim Reaper 2. A little more serious fight than Grim Reaper 1. We promise it doesn't suck that much.
Yeah.
First off, once again, he has a lot of properties similar to the Pirates, where different magic abilities have different major effects on him, major kind of status ailments.
Yeah, the
so we're going to
main-
like to freeze him. Go ahead.
The main difference between this one and Grim Reaper 1 is that he has these kind of like two states. This state where he's vulnerable to attacks, to physical attacks, you can actually deal damage to him. And the other state where he actually can't take any damage. Whenever he has any medallions, he won't take any damage, but you can freeze him to pop medallions out of him, or use any kind of magic to pop medallions out of him. If you attack him, he'll drop MP orbs, which is why he put Follow the Wind on Master for later in this fight.
Also, right here, if you lock onto him and then throw up a Thunder, it actually hits him from way up in the air. So you can get another additional 30 coins out of him.
I gotta get out of here.
Yep.
Yeah, he did come in and snipe 1 coin out of us.
That attack is a one-shot, I believe, by the way, the one
Yeah.
he just used.
Yeah.
So.
From here, he actually wants to waste all of his MP because he wants to get into charging up his drive back up past level 4 as soon as he can. He's actually already got over 3, so looking probably pretty good in that regard.
These teleports are based on kind of like if you leave him alone and revenge value. So he has a good idea of when he's going to do these teleports.
Yeah, he's going to go in about 1 more combo from now. He'll be ready to go on to his final phase. Okay.
So
We're fine.
he needed 4 drive because Master Form takes 4
Yo, Goofy,
drive
don't
bars.
die on us. Okay, that's fine. He wants all of them alive so he can now go into Master Form. And now here's one of my favorite strats in the game. 882 coins on him. Let's get him back.
To note, you can actually, this game is somewhat lagging a little bit right now because of all the medallions on screen. You can reduce the lag by going into first person mode and looking at the ground, but it is incredibly dangerous.
GoldenEye
on level
007 strats. So now he wants to make sure he has all 882 coins and then freeze the Grim Reaper.
1. Popping the
himself-
ether there, just for the MP back.
Yeah, this new strat actually skips an ether at the beginning, so having Peter Pan there is nice.
It is random where he's going to warp back to. So he has to just kind of react to wherever he is.
Yeah, so he'll know he'll teleport, but he could be right next to him, could be all the way across. And good
Nice.
job. Excellent fight.
Yeah. Right.
That was the world.
So like I said, the game, you have all those gummy missions to kind of break up everything, and then it's just go for like the rest of this run. This run is incredibly intense.
Yeah, that Grim Reaper strat's only about a week old for level 1 too.
Yeah, so to pull it out in the marathon like this is really impressive. So I guess as we move on to our next world, we might be able to pop over for a donation or two.
Sure, $25 from K Hearts. He says, $25 to make Stitch go out of strike. No.
What up, Charles?
We have $30 from Insanity Alias, who said, have to donate during Kingdom Hearts 2. Love this game and glad it's being run for this great cause.
Halloween Town 2 is, I believe, the shortest world in the game. There's only 4 events we're going into, and they're all relatively short. What we did was we actually equipped Duck Flare for Donald at this point, which I believe, do we actually use it on Experiment? Or are we just
No.
we're putting it on for later? Okay.
Yeah.
Before that,
Before that, we have to face the children, Lock, Shock, and Barrel. What his strat here, what you have to do is you have to deplete their HP like any other boss, but then you actually have to trap them in these different presents. So we'd rather we knock all of them out at the same time, which is going to do by first walking up, baiting out an attack, and then reflecting that, dealing a ton of damage, as you can see there, going into Dance Call, and that should make it safe to where Dance Call should safely finish them off. Again, we want to avoid the actual finisher dance call with most limits because they're usually pretty slow. Now, we'll see how good Biz's aim is.
So locking on to the
That
to
was
them
too
can
far.
help here.
Phil
but-
Nicholson?
There we go.
Where is he?
There we go.
All right.
And the swag quick run.
Swag. All right. Next up, we're going to be heading over. We have to get 4 presents. I don't remember why in the context of the story, but we need 4 presents.
Gotta
we're
make
gonna-
fake ones.
Oh, they're fake?
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, let's go get 4 fake presents and be disappointed. So we're gonna go.
Oh
over-
wait, these aren't fake. My bad. Just go.
You're an idiot. Okay, so we're gonna go over and get 4 possibly real or fake presents. I'm never gonna explain the strat. What we're going to be doing is taking out Peter Pan. We didn't really explain Peter Pan. He used it in the last fight with Grim Reaper 2. But Peter Pan has an ability, like, off to Neverland or whatever we decided
To
it's
Neverland,
called.
yeah.
To Neverland. Where we're actually going to making a specific turn and catching all 4 of these White Knights, pulling them back to the loading zone, getting them up against the wall, and then using magnet finishing leap combos on them. Should, after 3 or 4 of them, it should kill all of them, and all 4 of the presents they have should drop down right on top of us. He got all 4 of them successfully.
Now, right after the White Knights die, graveyards, I believe they're called, will
Yeah.
spawn immediately after, which will kill him instantly if he doesn't get all these presents.
When one errant, because all it has to do is come over and pick it up real quick, and then usually you're going to get hit. It's going to knock the presents out of you.
Yeah, those graveyards would basically just kill you instantly.
Yeah, there's no like backup strat. If that fails, you just die pretty much instantly.
Just under
These are the fake
$600, by the way.
These fake
What?
presents.
Just under $600 for 70K. Come
do it,
on,
guys.
come
All right, we
on,
can do
let's
it.
get there.
Get that Oath Keeper.
Don't make it easy for Biz, exactly.
Yeah, let's have the Oath Keeper for Sephiroth, and we'll leave that all the way until he fights Sephiroth. So,
This is RNG. Read up some donations.
yeah, look for big boxes. That's all we want.
Awesome. Will do. $50 from Anonymous. Hey guys, been looking forward to watching this run all day. Glad it didn't end before I could sit down and watch. Here's $50 to support a great cause while simultaneously attempting to cripple Bizkit against Sephiroth. Show the world who's boss even still.
Oh, it's so big.
$20 from Anonymous. Good luck with the rest of the run, Biz. Sorry couldn't catch the whole thing, but it looks like it's been going well so far.
Another one.
Keep up the good work.
Okay, well, we were expecting to have way worse RNG than that.
Yeah, we thought you were going to read like 20 donations.
You want to
there,
explain
so-
about the crash on experiment?
Yeah, so this next fight has a chance to crash, and Biz has a backup save if it does. Basically, for some reason, there are 2 fights in this game where if you use Reflect and die pretty much at the same time, the game will just crash. Don't know exactly
It's
why.
not necessarily Reflect that's involved.
Really. I have a feeling we have an interesting donation.
No.
You'll have to wait. Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
All right, so first off, Dance Call. And he's going to get, other than the finisher, the full usage out of Dance Call. So that's allowing, you see, we haven't really talked about, there's a limit gauge in the top right corner. He's allowing all this in-between damage to go off before using each of these prompted phases.
Yeah.
Now he's going to break him apart,
So he's out of his first phase now.
guard, and it's specifically, you will throw him directly behind Sora's back.
Yeah, no,
and you
he
want to send
had,
it into that phase.
he had a few iframes right as that RC finished, which is why he didn't get hit by the laser.
Another great property about Peter Pan, which is its main usage for him in the run, is that he can effectively help you stun lock a boss through this little stabby, stab, stab, stab attack. It's just enough if you are fast enough in your attacks to keep him stunned in between combos.
Yeah, he does the stab move while because you do damage. So if you're not fast enough, he
We're
will
going to knock him
down.
into the first phase here, or into his last phase, get rid of Peter Pan, step away from him so he doesn't attack him, and go right back into Dance Call. Peter Pan doesn't work on this last phase, and this makes it safe, and he's dead.
All right.
I guess just to clarify, the crash is involved if you get hit and killed out of the RC when throwing it to the head.
My bad. That's
So if that happens, you crash the game, and it is completely avoidable if you know that. But it's still like sometimes you just want to go for it and try to salvage it. The other thing was you don't actually have iframes during those lasers. It was that once it confirms they're forming back together, the lasers will go through you. Otherwise, they'll hit you if you whiff the RC.
what Biz meant to say there is I don't know what I'm talking about.
Complicated fight.
I really think someone should donate.
Yeah, someone needs to donate like $1.
Any amount of dollars.
Let's get to 70K, please, chat.
Yeah, we want to downgrade Biz. We want to make it even harder. We're putting him at level 1 for Sephiroth. That's not enough. That's not enough. He'll beat him.
He's
What do you
died
need to do?
one time in this run so far. We need to balance
We
that
need to make
a
it
little
harder.
bit. We need to give the enemies a chance.
Every time I've practiced Sephiroth, it's been with Decisive Pumpkin, so...
Yeah, so he is not... I can pretty much guarantee he's never practiced him with Oathkeeper before.
No.
Speaking of Decisive Pumpkin, so that's actually a Keyblade he just got from doing Halloween Town 2, which is kind of the main reason why we come over to this. Thank you. Which is kind of the main reason why we came over to this little list of worlds. We're actually not using it. We're sticking to Hero's Crest, mainly because, once again, the air combo boost is more important for this world than the ground combo boost. Just the regular combo boost, as it's called.
Which is what Decisive Pumpkin would give us.
Carpet fights suck. What we're going to try to do to mitigate a little bit of just how bad it is we're pulling them back to the loading zone and getting them up against the wall so they just have less room to move in.
There goes that ether.
Yeah, didn't get the reflect damage there, so that's pretty much why that ether had to come out. Caught them in the magnets, going to wait for them to retaliate, reflect here into another magnet, finishing leap, and finished the fight off. Very nice.
So again, you're seeing that combo there where you'll use a magnet or you'll use a reflect directly into a magnet to deal a ton of damage with that, but also draw in the enemies coming in from the next phase. We get off a quick donation. We just have to chase Genie or chase Jafar right here.
All right. Let's go ahead. $100 from Becca, who says, let's embarrass Sephiroth. Also, thank you for changing the donation total, Becca.
Good girl. All right.
$5 from Anonymous. Not like this, Stitch, please. Not like this. No, seriously, cool event for a cool cause. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just very quickly to note about the carpet, the way you control it is actually using the right analog stick to move it up and down on the screen. But you got time for about one really fast one.
Okay, we got $1 from K Hearts, who said donating $1 because.
That's
Thank
my
you,
boy.
Charles.
Get
All
up
right.
against the wall. It's the same basic premises. He's trying to limit the field that they can be moving around in and trying to kill off a phase while a magnet is still up.
Ooh.
Oh, that whiff right there is going to complicate this a little bit.
That's fine.
Okay. So he should be good. Now he needs to catch
This
that
Crimson Jazz can easily kill him, so he needs to never let him move.
Yeah, so catching the
Nice,
magnet was
okay.
really important. That fight is incredibly hard to learn at first, especially because you're dealing with carpet controls and some of the kind of worst enemies.
All right, so he has to freeze 3 of these locks here with 3 of his different magics: Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder, whatever variation we have at this point. I don't pay attention. And it lends itself to it, as you can see. It hints you pretty well. All these Heartless that you see, oh, you were trying. Thank you for trying.
He's got one more shot at it.
He's going to go over and get the Thunder switch right now. He's going to wait down there for a second because that will despawn all those Heartless. Now, after almost all these Heartless.
Oh, boy.
It's only the
worst
most
one.
dangerous one that survives. Now he's staying up high here because that would spawn more Heartless down at the bottom. Then he's going to swoop down and get this little bit of a wonky angle for the Blizzard right there. You can YOLO that and not have to do any of those despawn strats, but because you have to lock on and hit specifically that Blizzard one at a very specific angle, a lot of times other Heartless will just get in your way. It'll then have to wait. It'll have to recharge. You'll lose your MP. You see you barely had enough right there. Yeah, it can be pretty rough. And good time. 35 left. Nice. All right, so this is where we always think there should be a cutscene because every other screen transition leads to a cutscene, and you just stand here like an idiot unless I remind Biz to do that, so he's fine. So come here. This is another great time for donations. All you really need to know about the carpet section right here is that it's effectively an auto-scroller. In a non-level 1 run, you would normally get a bunch of experience here, which is actually kind of tight to get specific kills. He just needs to survive, so go for it.
$50 from Mrs. Empty Eye, who says, Stitch gonna stitch. That's all. We have $10 from Leafa1244, who says, first time donating. Good luck on the run, Biz, and great commentary from J Hobbs and Spike, PogChamp. We have $5 from Not So Newbie, who said, Biz, good luck. Shoutouts to the boys, Spike, Hobbs, Gold, Crunchy. Also, let's get to 70 G's, baby.
You got the stick, or the puzzle piece.
Oh, was that his third try?
Second. Keep going.
We have $18 from Anonymous, who said, donated this to get the donation counter to the great number. $30 from Anonymous. Thanks for the great event this week. Really enjoying this Kingdom Hearts 2 run. Keep up the good work. Also, shout out to Axel Raymond. So remember, we are trying to get to $70,000 right now. Oh, we're right there. Somebody could snipe
So
it any
close.
time.
$444. Come on.
We don't want to make we don't want to stop Percentra from reading donations ever. So let's keep getting them in.
Yes, I would be completely fine with that. Hey, $30 from Anonymous. They say Albert. Aw, thank you. And we're starting to run out. We do have one $8 donation from Final Magi, who said, using my experiences in helping others with their mental problems has helped me keep my own in check. So donating during one of the games I lost myself in when things got dark seems only natural. Thank you to every runner and the behind-the-scenes team for raising money and bringing light to a great organization. Hey, bro, Sencha, what do you call a 140-character status from last year? Tweet memories.
All right.
Once again, remind you guys that we are, for any of you who are new to the stream, we are building up donations to get Biz to have to fight Sephiroth. He's already fighting him at level 1. However, he is currently going to fight him with the best Keyblade that he'll have access to, the Decisive Pumpkin. If you get us to $70,000 total, we will drop him to the Oathkeeper, which is half as strong. If you get us to $75,000 total, he will drop to the Kingdom Key, the first Keyblade you have in the game. And if you get him to an astounding get us to $80,000, he'll be using the sweet, sweet Memories Keyblade.
So remember, that's just like $2 from everybody viewing the stream, or if somebody's got really deep pockets.
How much time
$10K.
do we have, by the way?
We've got a little under an hour.
Okay,
About an hour.
chat, you have like an hour. We're at 8,500 viewers. Honestly, if half of you give $1, half of you give $2, bam, we're right there.
I'm gonna do Data Org first, probably anyway, so that'll extend it.
Okay, we might have a bit more time. But Genie,
Ow.
which that hit is intentional. He'll
Yeah.
always take that. So we've talked a little bit about something called a DM so far, but what it is a desperation move. It's something bosses use to make them invulnerable, and they only use it kind of when they're at low health generally. That reflect, by the way, stopping Biz from getting frozen by Genie, getting locked up. Desperation moves tend to have really long animations, and you can't hit the bosses during them, so they're often pretty horrible, and we want to skip them. Here's going to be one of our big instances of skipping a DM with Genie Jafar here. He's doing all these combos very specifically, and he has the Hero's Crest in order to do these air combos and get extra damage out of them. When he's doing these slide dashes, you'll notice him back away and then slide dash and wait a little bit to let it actually deal a lot of damage. He's at an HP barrier now, which is why he kind of stopped doing damage. So after he hits his stomach here again, he'll probably use Thunder in order to break this HP barrier and then go right back into these combos, these ground combos into finishing leap into an air combo.
That's gonna be really close.
Okay, so
yeah.
bit low on damage.
Again, using the air combos with Hero's Crest because of air combo boost. So we need to finish this right here, otherwise it's going to waste a lot of time.
Yeah!
That was pretty close.
That was kind of close.
He maybe would have had time for a Thunder after that.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Heavy
Not
whiffs
if
with
that second
yeah.
whiffed though, because he would have had too much HP.
Yeah, so that was pretty much the last possible second to get the DM skip. So that was very nice, Biz.
That's supposed to be a consistent fight. I just messed up the combo at the end. So it's pretty strict.
Yeah, it's very close on level 1. It's a bit more lenient on the other difficulties, but it's very kind of different in each version of the game and in each difficulty. So it's very hard to always remember exactly what you need to do for the difficulty that you're running.
So as you can see, we got that little cutscene there with Chip and Dale. That's kind of giving you an idea that you've already done enough over on that left side, and you are about to unlock your way to the end game, effectively. Beast Castle 2 is another relatively short world. He's coming over here first to walk into the whatever this is called, I forgot.
Parlor, I think.
The
Parlor,
The
yeah.
parlor, yes. Because there is a save point in there, and when you warp out of a world, you can actually then warp back into it through any save point. So that will save that save point right there, and he's going to be able to save some time later on. Right here, we're going to be using Trinity strats again. You heard J-Hobbs talk about it earlier.
Only one of them warped. He ideally wants all of them to warp, but I don't think it matters too much.
Making
Somehow
sure
I
they're
gotta jump
in
there.
Magnet, using Major Drive out of Trinity, and then this will finish off the last little bit of HP.
I'm not sure how I got to jump.
Yeah,
but,
that's odd. Is triangle major drive?
Yeah.
That might be how, maybe.
Usually, yeah, that's probably, but I'm not sure how, because I usually don't. Well,
You'll
whatever.
see what jumps
Doesn't
are later. And why.
Yo, we're storing a jump. This is going to lead to a glitch later on, too. So, all right.
No.
Once again, a little bit extra movement here. Because it's a long distance, this Wisdom form, I think, saves like 3 seconds or so over using regular quick run movement.
Yeah, you see us use these drive forms for movement a lot, especially at the beginning of the game. Each one tends to generally only save a few seconds, not very often more than 10. So it's kind of funny how like all of the uses of them that we use all over the place really only add up to that.
He actually allowed himself to just land right there because, again, he's going to have iframes while he's in the stunned animation.
I assume so. Some attacks actually ignore that, and I wasn't positive on that one, but I took the gamble.
Yeah, not always.
I wasn't saying you were right. I was telling you, the viewers, what you were doing.
Yeah, he's not bothering to worry about healing himself or anything because he's about to warp out here.
All right.
Main thing is he got the Rumbling Rose Keyblade now, which I don't believe he'll be putting on right away.
I put it on Master form, and it'll be used for a couple fights.
Rumbling Rose.
What's great about the Rumbling Rose, so again, the Hero's Crest is a 4 base strength stat. Rumbling Rose, or the Hero's Crest is 4, Rumbling Rose is 5, and the Decisive Pumpkin he has is a 6.
We don't care about those, though.
We don't care about those. What is useful about the Rumbling Rose is that is going to give us another finishing plus. So now we've got 3 finishers on when we go into Master form. Taking out Genie here because, once again, Genie is very strong. We're going to be using the Master form to,
We hit $70,000.
Thank you very much, everybody. I have a billion donation comments, but we've got a fight going on.
So, Genie, you were saying.
Yeah, so Master Genie does this.
Again, when he throws up the magnet, uses any kinds of attacks that knock people out or knock enemies out of the magnet, it's all doing a little bit of extra damage when they get sucked back into it. So that's why you'll see most of these limits have a magnet in front of them.
All right, go ahead and let all 3 of these Dragoons come down. We'd like to see them all teleport at once, which is not what they're doing right now.
These enemies always trip me up because you think you want to reflect when they warp, you want to reflect after they warp.
Yeah.
But Biz, knowing the timing, taking care of them quite swiftly. We're going to be making our way now to Xaldin, which is... Do you think it's the worst on level 1?
I think 1000 Heartless is worse because that just kills you completely at random. This one just is not consistent to do fast.
Worst organization
and sometimes
member?
can kill you.
A lot of people remember this guy as being very frustrating casually. It's not that bad in a lot of other difficulties. It's actually very simple on, say, critical, where you are a much higher level. This second wave of Disney Worlds, you are doing absolute chip damage because they have not really scaled you up yet at this point.
Yeah, so the main thing about this fight is Biz is going to be able to use, well, first of all, limits to keep himself safe. But he can use jumps by deflecting attacks like this. He can hit mash triangle as hard as possible to get as much as 9 of these jump attacks he's using now. Reaction boost is increasing the damage we're getting by getting off of this, and it's still doing very little damage. But it is keeping him relatively safe during it, and he can keep chaining them for a while. So the reason this fight sucks so much is that there just isn't a great strat. Normally we would do about like 18 of these or so, and the boss would be dead.
Yeah.
And you can't do that here. So he's going to get him as low as he can. He'll have Beast available to him if he wants to swap him back in for his limit if he needs to stay safe.
It's coming up here. He's pretty close to the barrier where he'll start using his DM or Desperation move, which is an absolutely insane attack. Anybody who's played this game knows.
Yeah.
That was intentional that he only got that many. So he should be pretty close here. Yeah, we want to not see it.
Reviving Donald there so that way he can use the Duck Flare, which I think this is our first use of Duck Flare so far. He's using the finisher from Duck Flare to do a lot more damage.
Okay, this is lucky. He possibly could have used his DM there.
I'm going to not take a risk here. Bring out... Actually, well, Stitch is being dumb.
Oh, Stitch,
Why
please.
would you think he'd help? We wanted him to give us our MP back so we could use Reflect to get even more damage off there.
Dismissing Stitch because he's useless.
He's delaying each of these slightly so he can try to let MP charge up. Yeah, if Stitch had helped out a little bit there.
All right, now the only tricky part is keeping Dolan alive.
Yeah, to note the kind of like safer strat in this is more or less give yourself a ton of like ethers and like spam beast limits since you'll be invulnerable, but it's very slow. We're going to potentially use him once here. Deflect there with a duck flare. We're going to do that. And
See you,
nice.
Xaldin.
Okay, good job.
Man,
Who beat that fight with Mickey? I know I did.
Yeah, so I kind of just it's a really major importance in that fight that you just like react to everything Xaldin does because there's so many different patterns he can choose.
Yeah, a lot of these fights, kind of like what you've seen in some of the turn-based RPGs throughout this marathon, is some of the fights we've set up so well that they're basically a script. You execute the script, everything's going to work out perfectly fine. That one, not so much.
And there's a couple other fights coming up too that are similar to that in this world.
Absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen, we have already forced Biz to have to downgrade to the Oathkeeper Keyblade from the Decisive Pumpkin to face level 1 Sephiroth. He now needs to get to $75,000 to be dropped down to the level 1 Keyblade effectively in the Kingdom Key. Let's see it happen.
I believe we can do it, especially if we're going to do Data Org next. We're going to do
Absolutely.
it all, let it happen all the way up right until he fights Sephiroth,
So I finally put Decisive Pumpkin on because I'll be doing, hopefully, more ground combos than air combos. I also took off Aerial Finish because it's not a good ability for the next few fights. I put on Dolan's Comet, which will be useful in an upcoming boss fight. And I gave Mulan an Ether for a reason during Stormrider as well, which you'll probably see. Or Spike can explain if he wants.
This fight is awful. So we're fighting, spoilers, Riku here. Riku does not get staggered at all in this fight, which can make it really difficult. And on level 1, we're still doing pretty much chip damage. So it's very hard to like make sure you don't actually get killed by him. You want to explain a bit more about this fight, Spike?
So I was just watching. I thought you had. Yeah, I mean, a lot of what he's looking for is just openings. The reaction commands off the rapid thrusters deal a good chunk of damage, but it's hard to really rely on it. He's going to be going. He's using as much of his MP as he could until he got low off of using Reflect, and now he's going to go into limit form, utilizing whichever one this is. I always forget.
This is Sonic Rave.
Sonic Rave, yes. He's trying to get him to about 1.2 health bars.
Note he was
very
able to
close.
use 2 finishers there because of our finishing pluses.
Yeah.
Or rather because of the 1 finishing plus.
Swapping out Mulan for Dolan, or Donald. I'm sorry, we're just streaming live. Swapping out Mulan for Donald so that we can both use Wisdom Form, once again, for movement right here, but also use Group Trinity coming up at the bottom of the mountain. Because just like the first square fight, we're going to be using Group Trinity, but this time we have Magnet to go along with it, and it's the same basic concept as we've been talking
Coming
about.
over here to pick up a safety ether, I believe? Yes. So can skip that ether, but I believe you had to use 1 earlier that you would have liked not to use.
I mean, I'm
so-
still doing pretty well on Ethers, but
Yeah,
you
I
never
thought-
know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
So yeah, once again, for anyone who doesn't understand how he's doing all this damage, because the first 3 phases of Trinity are not supposed to actually deal damage, you're just building up hits. But he's going to lock onto an Assault Rider, he's going to throw up a Magnet, which does a little bit of damage, but then he uses Trinity, throwing out the Major Drive portion of it, which the Major Drive is not actually dealing damage, it's just knocking them constantly in and out of the Trinity, of the Magnet, dealing a little bit of damage all over the place. And now he's going to be using all 3 phases.
It didn't catch one of the...
Yeah, it might not.
275's iffy. We're looking
yeah.
at the top left corner.
2 might
There
survive.
might be some Assault Riders left over. He wants to kill them quickly
1
so he can
tower,
get this money.
No.
right,
Sorry,
all right.
Assault Riders, 2.
Oh. Okay, he's dead.
We have a $1,000 donation from the Yeti.
All right.
Hey, y'all. Yeti here. Congrats on an amazing RPG limit break. I have more shirt donation money to send your way, our total being 4,000. Let's damage boost this last run to 75K for Nami.
Yeah. I think
All
we
right.
can do it.
$3,645. And we will be using the Kingdom Key, guys. Let's do this.
Oh, we're so close.
Don't forget, there's 1 more after that if we can make it all the way to our stretch goal of 80,000.
$80,000 for the sweet memories, like a negative strength.
You
keyboard.
gotta hear the noise on this Keyblade.
Yeah.
It's amazing. All right, some more magnet usage here. Stitch will hopefully be helpful for once. He's licking for a while now, so that's good. These snipers pretty much kill you instantly if you let them hang around. There's the ukulele move we talked about before.
Once again, dismissing so he can get all of his drive back here, utilizing the magnet major drive combo.
Yeah,
right
he
there.
needed 3 minimum because he's going to, if he had at least 3, he could get all 5 back by warping out of the world, but 5 is ideally what he wants. We'll be using Genie coming up pretty soon.
Genie, among other stuff. This is, I think, one of the coolest.
Yeah,
fights
this is
ever.
my favorite level 1 strat, I
If
think.
it works.
If it works.
He is going to utilize like 5. There's like 5 different phases to this fight, and we're going to use a different thing in each of them. Right off the bat, he's going to get a little bit of chip damage right up here on the top. Remember, Mulan has an ether that he was actually given. He's going to get just a little bit of chip damage here. He's always going to lead with this RC, and then go ahead and jump onto the horn so he can stay up here. He's going to then summon Genie, I believe. Yes. Oh, no, he's using Comet.
Yeah.
I can't read Japanese.
Comet.
Why are you
Oh,
still
wow,
on
he
it?
landed back on.
That makes no sense, and I hate you for it.
So Comet doing quite a bit of damage here.
Okay, he got the right amount of damage there by staying up. Now he needs to stick this landing.
Okay, good.
He stuck the landing. Now we're
There's
using
Genie.
We want to see Wisdom Genie here.
We don't only use Wisdom Form, we use Wisdom Form Genie, which is hitting any of these horn targets pretty much. Mainly these 2 on his head are the ones that are doing the real damage. He's gonna,
Ooh, getting close.
Okay,
Now he's going to be using a Reflect going into this
Mulan.
RC.
Mulan
do
didn't
it.
use the ether.
Oh,
There
there
it
we go,
is.
okay.
So
Jeez,
ideally
the
use a
light.
Reflector for some more damage. Duck Flare's coming up next.
Getting as much damage. He's only going to be down for about 1 more little head bob. He needs... this is going to be... Yeah.
Probably not going to be quite enough damage to be exactly what he wants, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's still going pretty well, so I'll just have to probably do a couple
This
extra
is the
combos.
best usage.
Here we go. More Wisdom Form.
Just because this keeps him at a safe distance. All right, so it's going to be pretty iffy here.
So here comes
He's
the
got to
Comet
mash
again.
the crap out of these combos to make it work.
You're using both of Donald's limits in this fight. That's unbelievable to me. Comet, Duck Flare, and Comet. Come on.
No.
That's
Yeah.
Not quite.
That pretty much all came down to Mulan not throwing that
Yeah.
ether earlier.
Yeah, Reflect does a lot of damage if we haven't already said it enough.
Alright, so this is the tricky part because I can only take 2 hits from the Thunder before I die, and I have to do like at least 2 combos.
Yeah, he has no MP to Reflect right now.
Oh.
Oh! Oh no!
Yeah.
He did that in the practice room the other day where he
Yeah.
quick ran off him and
Nip.
did an aerial combo back on.
This somehow
So-
will work. No.
No. Is that the auto limit or?
Eventually he's gonna die.
We promise.
Oh no.
More time to
this
get
time,
donations
huh?
in, guys. All right. Sweat kill.
Is it AGDQ 2015?
So the only
What
problem,
an optimal fight.
the only problem with that strat is that Mulan has to throw the ether. If she doesn't, then you kind of just lose all that reflect damage.
Yeah.
However, it's still generally faster than the old Stitch strat where we kind of just stood on his back and spammed reflect and hoped for the best. It was really slow, so this strat's way faster.
I would not have relied on Stitch in this run.
Not today.
No, we're not done with him though. So not good.
All right, so that is the end of the Disney-specific worlds. We have unlocked the path effectively to all the different Disney worlds. Now we got 1 more Gummy mission we have to go through to get back to Twilight Town and move on to the end of the game. The end of the game is very, very brutal. Lots of effectively super bosses he's going to have to fight, and that's really what Biz is about to line up for, is just a ton of super boss fights.
Yeah,
all in a
absolutely.
row. So while we're going through this last Gummy mission, they like Star Wars. You can read donations.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Zin Ogre gave $15 and said, Zin here, good luck to Bizkit on the run. I demand Sweet Memories or possibly Monochrome, the best of hit sounds. Thanks to all the organizers and runners for putting on such a great marathon. Maybe we can get a Riku Story Re-COM run in next time? Pong Jam.
We'll see.
$5 from Lord Hayati, who says, hi, my name is Golden, and I'd like to save the Sweet Memories. We have $2 from Noobish Dude, who says 70K hype, and that has a lot of E's and really messed up this webpage because of how many E's you put in there. $5 from Anonymous. Yeah, those small donations, if you keep getting them in, we're going to get there. Obnoxious gave $2, and he said, here's my $2. Everyone chip in. We have $50 from Essentia. She says, hey, bro, Essentia, what do you call it when you think about escaping the underworld in Kingdom Hearts 2? Feel the heat memories. I guess. $50 from Pat from IT. Congrats to everyone on doing such an awesome job on this event so far. Here's hoping we all end up having some sweet memories made before this awesome run is over. We have $25 from Anonymous. Thanks for an entertaining Saturday night, guys. $30 from Anonymous. I'm no noble, I just want a chance for that prize. Plus, I want to see that Sephiroth battle. That's right, $30. If you give $30 during the rest of this marathon, you are eligible to be put into the drawing for the PlayStation 4. There are also the prizes, Bravely Default Soundtrack, AR cards. There's the Nintendo 3DS. Keep those donations coming in. $50 from Anonymous, donating in celebration of finally getting the crown on the third try. Congrats. Cosmic Afro gave $2 and said, hey, not much money to spend, but this has been a great watch. Someone said if everyone donated a dollar, we'd see Oathkeeper. So here's $2, and yes, we are going to see Oathkeeper unless you keep money coming, in which case we'll see something much, much worse. $100 from Chusa. This is for my buddy Roy, who is watching in Iron Mountain, Michigan. Shots. $70K push from Wag the Dog with $30. $20 from Anonymous. Yo, Biz, been loving the run so far. Wanted to put in some work to a good cause and a great fight incentive. Also, in honor of our Lord and President, Albert the Shadow. $20 from Anonymous. Even though this will kill my weekly budget, this is just too amazing to not support. Love this game and love this cause. You're all amazing. $30 from Crashdown. Hey, bro, sent you. What time does Sean Connery arrive at Wimbledon? 10-ish. 30K hype. Okay. $2 from Noisebird. It's not much, but every bit helps for sweet memes. $20 from Anonymous. Here's $20 to help cover those in chat who don't have extra money to donate. Let's do this. $10 from Dax, who says, I love you, Hobbs. Cop Jones.
Yo, what up, Dax?
Cop Jones gave $2. $2 more to give Sephiroth some sweet, sweet memories. Thank you, RPG Limit Break, for all the fun the past week in supporting your great cause. $3 from Curse Gamer. RPG Limit Break hype. I hope we can get to 80K to see the awesome Sephiroth fight. Huge shout outs to everyone in the marathon and the tech crew who's been working so hard. $30 from Anonymous, who says support from New Zealand, where games come out first. $5 from Karobe.
Dang, brag, why don't you?
Says, come on, everyone, let's make sweet memories happen. 30K hype. Sen gave $10 and said, well, I was going to be done donating, but you've convinced me. Have this last-minute donation, and thanks for a week of great speedruns. $10 from Next Full Metal 117, who said, hey, Brasenjo, what do you call the Euro you just ate? Greek memories. Okay, I'm tired now.
All right, so remember, if you don't think Bracentia's enough out of breath yet, get those donations in.
If you have a section where I can read like a whole bunch, I can keep going for probably 5 or 10 minutes straight, okay?
Sure, keep reading.
We got a little bit of time.
$5 from Rowdy Scott Bear 89, who says, hey, Brasentia and the rest of the RPGLB crew, don't have the spare funds to donate as much as I'd like right now, but can't pass up donating to a great cause. Besides, I must honor the Dark Lord, my master demon Chocobo. Hail!
To pop in real quick, all we're doing right now is running over to the mansion. We're going to get over to the world that never was. But before I love a fight, keep going.
Cool. Spade War gave $2 and said this donation goes out to my fiancée who is currently suffering from anxiety and depression. They may not show their scars, but people who suffer from these diseases are some of the strongest people in the world, and they deserve all our love and respect. $11 from Fritz. $11 one for every year of my life that I've been waiting for Kingdom Hearts 3 since beating Kingdom Hearts 2. First time donating and happy to do it, watching someone beat a game that took me a month to beat on regular mode in hours at level 1. Mind blown. Thanks and keep it up, guys.
Okay, so for this fight right here, this is we call it the Mickey fight because he's the actual boss of this fight. Yeah. And you might, okay, everyone's laughing. I don't know why. Because the enemies have like nothing to do with this fight. They're just what you have to deplete deplete the HP of. It all comes down to Mickey not hitting these enemies out of your magnet combos and Stitch licking you constantly. He's licking, Mickey hasn't knocked anything out yet, so we're doing good right now. But eventually we want the whole fight to just be throw up a magnet, finishing leap into some aerial spirals and horizontal slashes until they're all dead.
Knocked him away a little bit there, so he lost a bit of damage. But we're still pretty good.
Gonna wait for all these guys to move just a little bit into the center. They were caught a little bit high up, so he first used Thunders at this point. Hey, Stitch,
Yo,
you
Stitch.
have one job!
Stitch, this is like the most dangerous way for him to use it too. Oh, there we go.
There are about 5 samurai he needs to take out here. Each samurai will spawn as another one is killed.
Stitch, Mickey is still being okay right now.
As in whiffing a lot.
Yeah. That magnet was messed up a bit by him, I believe. But... Last guy. All right, that was good.
Okay. So now we're going to be making our way down to the basement. We actually have to cross over to the world that never was. And that's going to require 2 little fights right here. Against a bunch of nobodies, particularly Dusks and Assassins. And we talked about Assassins much, much earlier in Twilight Town, like 3 hours ago.
They brought it back.
They brought them back because they thought they were fun. Unfortunately, now they can one-shot you. If they get overly damaged or just get aggravated at you, then they can run up, grab you, blow up, and kill you. It's a one-shot even on regular critical mode at much, much higher levels. So at level 1, needless to say, you're going to die from it. So a lot of the strat is once again going to be built off of magnet.
Pick the second option.
We're good.
That's the sea salt ice cream option.
They say it won't work if you pick any other option. It'll just never work again. It does.
That would be awful.
That's what it says.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what they say.
Yeah, that's
I thought
what
you meant,
they
like
say.
internet trolls said
No.
it, but whatever. Also, I love all that transition there because every time you come out of a loading screen, it's like. Okay, so I actually forgot what the different strat is here for these guys. I'm just going to watch them figure it out.
So round breaking at the beginning here, using a reflect into a finishing leap and a nice little fire into duck flare. That's pretty cool.
That is creative.
So that's a nice little
Nice
level 1
job.
strat. The first fight is kind of the gimme fight though. Now Axel comes back, and Axel,
This is, I want to say, the scariest endgame fight. Just not necessarily the hardest, just the one that will probably surprise kill you the most.
right, and Axel is both Mickey and not Mickey. He can ruin things, and he can actually deal a decent amount of damage, so he can help things if he keeps stuff in your magnet and attacks it. Kind of like that.
You never want these assassins to get moving. So again, he is using reflects right into magnets that as the different enemies are spawning, they will get sucked into it. Using limit form there just so he can recharge his MP.
Yeah.
He'll probably gonna have to use an ether right here.
Yeah, they're being a bit invulnerable.
This is really sketchy, but
Yeah.
I think I'm a little bit better now.
As they fall out of the magnets, he's using reflect there.
I think,
this-
one of them's in the ground.
I'm not trusting him.
Yep, this is a good safety trinity.
Do not go underground.
Okay. Yeah, that
Axel
was
is going to get me killed.
Still don't go underground. All right, I think he's being a pro.
okay, all right, good job.
A lot of ways it feels like the mob fights in this game are less skill-based and more luck-based, and the solo fights with the bosses are definitely just more skill-based overall.
Yeah, it's kind of a different. It's very much a different kind of skill. It's like a lot of the runs we've been seeing this week, where a lot of your skill in the run is actually just knowing how to react to a million different scenarios at once. So
If you like usage of all different types of abilities, watch this next fight. So this is Roxas. For a lot of people, this is the hardest fight in the game. It has walled a lot of people when they get to this point. You're going to be seeing him utilize a combo at the beginning to once again abuse that revenge value. It's going to be a series. He's going to use a opening reflect combo to not die in one hit, which, by the way, he has a lot of one-hitters in his arsenal.
shoutouts to movement.
Yeah, all right. We're going to be trying to get his revenge value to a point to trigger him to use an overhead swing, which will then reflect into and then quickly mash out, and I mean mash out, a guard break.
Yeah.
And then set ourselves back into another combo. So just watch. Hit him. Thunder. reflect, right into a guard break. Hit him, thunder, reflect him, into a guard break. Now he's going to pop an Ether as he's thrown up in the air. Now he needs to use Blizzard because his revenge value actually changes, and he actually needs to get a little bit more revenge value off with that opening attack. If he doesn't do enough revenge value, he will not use this attack, and you will be off the script, and the fight gets much, much more dangerous.
Last loop here, so now he's going to go into an attack, then reflect this, pop directly into drive.
And this is why Limit Form is amazing.
All of these hits are not adding a single bit of revenge value. The only thing that adds any revenge value from your limits... Infinity! Yeah!
I'm pretty sure that's not a faster end, but you know, whatever.
Oh, it was gorgeous, though. It's fine.
The only thing that adds revenge value from your limits is the finisher, especially with Ars Arcanum being very useful for that, as we can do a full, I believe it's 7 hits.
I think the others do just
ours.
It's just ours.
I want to say, but I don't remember.
Well, it just what it basically turns out meaning is that we do Ars Arcanum the exact same way we do in Kingdom Hearts 1.
To, yeah.
Everything but the finisher.
We're going to be putting on Combo Master here. We're also putting on the 2 becomes 1 Keyblade, which is a Final Mix exclusive. Also, what was... Let me see here.
Almost forgot that.
We're up over 72,700, everybody. We can definitely get to 75.
I believe. He put on the 2 becomes 1 Keyblade here because that is a Final Mix exclusive Keyblade. He's going to come up here. Whenever you go into any drive form while the enemy's on screen, it will guarantee you are either going to go into Final Form, which would be cool, or Anti-Form. He's forcing the Anti-Form here effectively because he wants to guarantee that in the next fight with Xigbar, he's going to get Master Form when he uses it.
Yeah.
This is a little auto-scroll, this little elevator he has to go up. He just doesn't want these enemies attacking him, so he's throwing up Magnet just to keep them off.
Okay, if he got Final Form, it actually could potentially mess up his menuing a bit.
So he'd rather see Anti-Form
Yeah.
there. That is a Cosmic Belt back there, which gives you +6 defense. It is not useful on level 1 due to the scaling. He also got his Elixir right there, which is from that synth item he got way earlier.
40 minutes into the run, he picked up a synth item. We said we'll use it about 3 hours from then. There you go.
He also stocked up on the last of his ethers, got a bonus potion. He's actually setting Donald to, I believe it's Sora attack. Which one is it?
No, party attack.
Party
so
attack.
That, yeah.
So he doesn't, so basically to allow him to not die as often.
Yeah.
And to not use Thunder to kind of mess up the strat a bit.
And like I said, heroes, Chris, go
sometimes.
ahead.
He's using Thunder so that he's fully invincible during it, because your party members during their abilities are invincible, so it'll help keep him alive, because he dies super easy in
This is
fight.
debatably the hardest fight in the run, is dealing with Xigbar here.
I'm going to let Spike take most of this because to me it looks like a bunch of duck flares.
First thing he's looking for is he wants him to get off 3 of his lasers. At that point, he can safely bring up his duck flare. Now look at the limit gauge in the top right corner. He's going to let it get very close to running out. He's getting in as much damage as he can. Now he's going to attempt, to use Master Form. He took a little bit of damage there, but that's okay. Now he's using these Reflects here because it is just cutting off the animation count of the early hits to get to the finishers quicker. The Rumbling Rose Keyblade that we equipped earlier with Finishing Plus, he now has 3 finishers with Master.
Doesn't have Quick Form while in Master Form, so that's why the aerial dodges.
Once again, Reflect, cutting off those early animations, getting as many finishers as he can. Now he's going to be looking out for him to use the giant blue laser, which he should right here. No, okay.
Right
Here
now.
he is. Okay. Bring it up on the duck flare. Now he's got to just effectively stall this out as long as he can. He can go right into this now. He's listening for the reload audio cue.
Not attacking because he can't over-damage him there.
All right, now he's got him in a little bit of a loop. Use the pause buffer there to see where exactly he was going to be. Now we're going in for the kill.
So aerial finish keeps him staggered. Figure out where he is with the pause buffer.
Reload.
Duck flare and...
See ya, kid.
Nice!
I cannot stress how disgustingly hard that fight is.
It's incredibly hard on every difficulty, and now he's on level 1 where you can just die.
Yeah, like if I get
immediately.
chained at all, I'm pretty much dead because no one's more to save us.
And he has to pay attention to make sure that Donald is alive basically the entire fight.
Switching back to the Decisive Pumpkin, the Hero's Crest once again was 4 all, since that fight obviously is going to be all air combos. Better do that. And now he's throwing up this magnet just to charge back up to 3 drive gauge to bring out any summon. Doesn't matter, but we're going to have Chicken Little get get some spotlight again, because now he's going to room transition, and it's going to set it back to the point where all your party members are out walking around, and it will just refill you to full.
Sonic came up with a strat for Luxor that skips an ether potentially, where I don't have to bring a summon out there because I won't need the first limit form, because it skips that and Trinity limit, but I don't think it's safe or consistent enough on level 1 to risk it, so that's why I do that.
Again, their party members were walking around there. You can talk to them. That means that you're going to get a drive refill if you go in with a summon or drive form. So,
Luxor.
another boss rush.
The gimmick right off the bat is that he's going to turn Sora into a dice form. Do you want to explain a little bit about this fight?
Basically the way the fight works is instead of having health bars, you have a time gauge, and so does Luxor. So he turns you into a die, and if you keep hitting him, it actually brings down your form gauge, so he'll come out right there, just go straight into a Trinity, and I believe he'll go into limit form right after this to get some damage with some Ars Arcanum and probably some Santa Tsuken. The time gauge, everything ticks down over the course of time, but it also acts as a health bar. All these hits he's doing are still chipping away at the time gauge.
All right, so now we are going to attempt to get him into a loop. You can either do 1 or 3 hits based off, once he gets him out of this.
Yeah.
But he's going to bait out 1 of 2 attacks here that he can then get him into a loop for. He's
waiting on
MP at this point, yes. Now with this Blizzard, he's going to be able to bait out... Okay, so this is not the optimal RNG. He'd rather have the other attack. Now he needs to get off 1, 2, 3 air hits.
4 total, actually.
4 total, actually, okay.
Yeah, so the cards, the fact that he's spamming this right now is unfortunate, and that's mainly why getting hit by that card means that you might not be able to hit him in time. And it just doesn't quite do as much damage as hopefully this,
right, so this
which is the mini game.
Because he can get good reflect damage out of this. Again, look up at the time gauge. What he is now looking for as he's going through this loop is you see the time gauge bar at the top? The actual
letters.
The letters for it. At the end of that black bar, the top right corner, once he gets there, he's going to start going into the red phase, and then we're going to try to skip his DM or his desperation move.
About
he's
here.
Right here. Okay, that's
maybe
a little
bit
early.
much.
Oh. Yeah, he got me,
Yeah.
but it's whatever.
That's okay. He could skip this attack here, this desperation move. It's not like ridiculously faster to skip it.
It's about 10 seconds faster if you can hit, if you do it optimally.
And he got a bit unlucky on the card patterns before, that he kept not spamming the minigame.
It was basically the damage range was a little bit sketchy, so I took, I guess, the safer route.
Yeah, if he had gone for trying to get him into that actual amount of health, then he might have retaliated and killed him.
The nice thing is, well, let's make sure. Yeah,
wait,
that will kill him, actually.
Yeah, that's a one-shot.
Right. The nice thing is Biz is used to running level 1 Data Org, where that last minigame is much, much harder. Just how quickly those flip back and forth.
And by used to it, you mean I sometimes still fail it a lot.
Well...
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so next up we have one more organization member besides Demyx who's still alive, and it is Psyx. And this is for a lot of people, I'll call it the goofiest strat in the entire game. We'll get to the second half, and you will see for yourself.
The first part has a new strat that Sonic came up with.
Yes.
If it goes right, it'll be pretty cool.
So the basic gimmick of this fight is that you see he has that Berserk gauge in the top left corner. If you hit him with his reaction command off his weapons right there, it will send it back to 0, and it's going to slowly charge back up. He's going to get in as much reflect damage as he can, so he's going to draw him into the corner here, mashing all of this out.
Note, he used 2 reflect finishers in a row there, dealing damage on each one. And a single reflect before with a slap shot, so he's actually dealing damage from 3 reflects total.
So his Berserk gauge is full now. While we've got him up in the air, we're bringing out Peter Pan and enjoy.
You can read a donation, I think.
We have $500 from Puexel.
Yeah.
All right. He says, hey, Brosentio, what do you call one of the most amazingly talented and generous groups of people on the planet, which I'm grateful every day to be part of? The RPG speedrun community. It's not a pun.
Yeah!
Yeah.
And that Peter Pan there, basically, as long as you keep doing aerial spirals and a hit afterwards, he will keep stun locking him. It has something to do with the fact that Saïx is kind of like on the ground and has this like gets hit by Peter
Weird
Pan
stun
right while he's
animation,
landing on the ground. It's a very odd thing.
Because a lot
Basically,
of
you
people-
can stun lock him. That's the deal, and that he's basically attacking right after you attack, and then you restart yours, and it's kind of like a stun lock that he can't break out of, even though his revenge value was like super high at that point.
So we're going to be getting Riku here. I'm assuming you take his ethers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't know if you were still on him. Taking off his top 2 abilities, not useful to us.
He also equipped an elixir on himself, and that's for later. The elixir that we got because we picked up the synth item 40 minutes into the game. If you do something wrong here, you get the dodge roll of shame up this entire walk.
You would accidentally go into limit form, which is a little bit slower. We're coming up on Xemnas 1, and it's a lot of final boss fights coming up too. If you want to fit in one more donation before we get there.
Sure. Let's see, M. Paul gave $50 and said, "You're all awesome. Thanks for a great week. How about $1 for my last donation for the Keyblade push? Let's go."
2,000 to get to Kingdom Key.
Yeah.
Little under 2,000 to get to Kingdom Key.
1,878.
Like,
Sure.
we're going to get that. Come on.
870. Take it. 878. One. It doesn't matter. So this is Xemnas 1. He's actually one of the scarier forms of Xemnas, actually. And Biz is going to be going for a relatively new strat, at least since I've played the game, utilizing Slapshot, where we're going to be getting off a Reflect, breaking up the Reflect casting with a Slapshot, doing a little bit of damage to that, letting the first Reflect land, and then putting up a third Reflect to let that land.
Yeah, so if you've ever played this game, you might have noticed that you can actually spam Reflect. Just like Fire, Thunder, Blizzard, you can actually combo Reflect. But if you let it deal the damage, it actually will end your combo. Using the third RC here, we got the beep.
Yeah, we
That's
got
nice.
the beep.
Third RC there just does more damage. We're going to be using that.
Yeah, you'll know. Just look at his health bar on the right side right now. It already did that much damage.
Yeah.
You can't really know what the thing is.
Yeah, so you can Reflect can be comboed like a lot of other magic, but if you let it deal the damage, it will
Reflect,
end your combo.
slap shot, reflect.
Doing a slap shot like that actually lets you let the first Reflect deal damage without having to finish your combo, without having to end it. And part of that is due to Combo
Reflect,
Master, I believe.
slap shot, reflect, guard break.
Yep, and the finishing plus is what's letting us use the guard break after that last Reflect there. This long combo is a bit more kind of risky, so he waits until it's about to end before using that Reflect.
I forget the exact amount of health he's looking for, but we're looking to go into limit form at the end once again.
Right
in order to
above
maximize the
2
damage.
bars, basically.
Okay.
Right around 2 bars. So it should be pretty close here. Using the Trinity for the extra bit of damage. No, most of the time when we use Trinity going into limit form, it's for either safety or because we know we can get into limit form out of it safely.
Zantetsuken.
Zantetsuken does a lot of damage. It's one of the highest damaging abilities that Sora has available to him.
Very nice.
Good job.
To note on those reflect, slap shot, reflect attacks, you actually need to mash those out very, very hard. Not as much as the level 1 Data Org.
You don't want to mash out the end of it, though. If you
guard
mash
break.
out the guard break, he'll retaliate.
Yeah, you have to actually delay it a little bit.
A lot.
A lot, even. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy how much these combos look like you're just like, oh, just do these 4 things and you're good. And it's like, no, you actually have to know all of these strict timings.
So I have like 10 ethers.
Wow. Okay.
Think we're good on ethers.
Is that your record?
Probably.
All right, so, okay, we got a shot here then. It's good that he ended the last fight in limit form, because now, once again, he has max drive form, allowing him to use Stitch. Coming up here for this early part where these 2 the big, giant laser death machine things.
Engines.
Engines, sure. I didn't know what they were.
Pretty
They
sure
shot
they're
lasers at me.
Generators?
First,
What?
we're going to mess up some buildings here and make our way
Mess up
over to them.
buildings. All right.
So these engine things, it is a one-shot on level 1 if you get hit by the big laser.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
That giant red thing in the back shoots a laser.
Yeah. It shouldn't.
Actually, on Proud mode, it one-shots you even.
Even, so not even only level 1.
I'm saying on beginner it should.
should.
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, but these magnets, actually, all you have to really do is just kind of any damage to these things, or anything that acts as a finisher, I believe, and they'll get knocked back into the engine, so...
Yeah, it's not even finisher. You just do aerial spirals and they'll get knocked back.
Okay, yeah, so any kind of hits, Magnet just sucks them all up, so you don't have to go hit each one individually. As long as Stitch is even kind of decent, or you have 10 ethers, you should be good here. So we'll be moving on to this into another one of the most difficult fights in the game, and especially in the end game. And this is kind of the core fight, as we like to call it. I don't know why, but the final fights in both Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 have a lot of similar stuff going on. So we fight
You're going to see him throw up a
here.
magnet right here. For whatever reason, with that magnet and then mashing out this combo, you're not supposed to get these nobodies so quickly. These nobodies so quickly, but it just affects it in some odd way.
Yeah, it's probably similar to how Trinity affects magnets, where it's kind of doing more hits than it should be.
So once again, we have
Stitch.
assassins in this fight.
Stitch is not being
well, we have
super
no
helpful.
assassins, so we can stall this out just a little bit.
Yeah, he would rather save his ethers for more difficult times.
Yo.
Stitch, whenever you see... God, there we go, okay. Whenever you see Stitch kind of shoot the green lasers, that's him deflecting enemy attacks.
All right, once again, same concept. We're going to get up Magnet. We're going to do our finishing leap into our air combo and just mash out that attack. Now we got a Berserker in this fight as well, along with Assassins.
Yeah.
So we want to never let them do anything.
This is
Keep
where
the Magnet up,
Stitch
keep the
is
Thunders up.
really important.
Because even though we have access to 10 ethers, we only have access to 4 of them in this fight.
That
We're
was a
already
good,
down to 2.
Yeah, that was a good ether usage. Remember,
Again,
he
any
doesn't want
Assassins can one-shot him.
to let this magnet drop ever.
No.
Stitch.
Okay, so that guy can kill you.
there we
Okay.
go. He was about to
Get
use
out
the
of here,
move, too.
Stitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, had he waited about another second, that assassin would have used the move that one-shots him, so he would have had to dodge it, or reflect it if he had envy. So now there's going to be these large, like, talon things being attacked by Dragon Xemnas. They're basically buildings that he's going to hit you with. So he's going to pop into session very soon. Right about here,
Yeah.
which is a limit, so that way these big things won't actually hit him.
That's
Those-
a one-shot.
Yeah, because they will kill you instantly, even on critical mode. So Session isn't necessarily the fastest way down this. It's still pretty good on damage, but it is safety.
Lick me. Nice.
There we go.
Thank you, Stitch.
Stitch can lick him at any point during this opening little cutscene thing right here. Because he's still crawling all over the screen right now. But it's much nicer if he just does it beforehand.
Once again, what this fight comes down to is baiting out a certain amount of revenge value and then being able to react to whenever he's about to do that swipe. That swipe, a theme of this game, that's a one-shot.
Yeah, I love this fight, though. It is
Yeah.
so cool. All these strats, he's specifically getting off as much reflect damage as he can here, standing at the exact position and not be hit by that wall instantly.
He has to know when to hold up, because if he just is mashing through everything, then all these things have one-shot potential.
Ooh, that reflect
There's
was almost a
death going
tad
on
early.
all around him right now.
All right, and guard break. All right, good job. Okay, with that being said, we go from one of the most awesome fights, in my opinion, to one of the worst. one of the stupidest. Xemnas is now a dragon, I guess. And
Shout
he's
outs to RPG.
flying a
All right.
bunch of buildings around.
Yeah.
And it's basically, it's not really an auto-scroller, but it's incredibly long and has all of these pieces that it needs to kill. 2 like wings, 2 engines, and a tail.
And his bike.
Yeah.
So the 3 different accessories or the options that Biz can go to right here is he can go to the Reflect, which absorbs all the different shots that are sent at you. You can swing with Sora, his Keyblade, and you can also blast lasers with Riku. It's optimal to go ahead and attack with both of them whenever you can, to just knock the little magnet or the little enemies back to them as much as you can.
Yeah,
because that deals damage and the Mega Laser deals damage.
He wants to build up energy for Mega Laser, which is obviously the highest damaging thing you can do on the screen. There are times where you'll see him hold back like here, because he wants to make sure that it actually hits more. It's not just like, as long as it's on the screen, it's dealing damage. No, the engines and the wings all have hitboxes. Last thing to note about this, I guess, is that there's a cool little trick he does occasionally, where if he uses Riku's like shot ability and then uses a finisher from Sora like this, he can actually cancel the finisher for some reason. It's kind of weird. We call it finisher canceling. And he can do infinite finishers here. With that being said, I think we can go to Braccentia for a few donations.
Okay, well, I have a few. $50 from Anonymous, donating to reduce the influence of pharmaceutical companies funding on nonprofit advocacy. Thank you. Dat Boy gave $10 and said, here come Dat Boy. $30 from Anonymous. Good luck on the run, Biz. Your Kingdom Hearts videos are helpful and entertaining and taught me a lot of great strats when I last played Kingdom Hearts 2 HD. Great cause, a great stream.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
He's actually throwing up those attacks there to possibly deflect those little missiles. Those missiles do about a third of your health.
Yeah.
So.
He's probably okay. There are still a few more. But.
Go ahead.
$50 from Anonymous. Tee-hee. Tiny415 gave $30 and said, good luck, all. $30 from Fellstrider, who says, keep up the good work, everyone. $50 from Kirby Master, who says, Kirby Master here. Hi, Braccentia. Bye, Braccentia. Chrono23 gave $30. Greetings from the chair behind you. Longtime viewer, first-time donator. Thanks for making our game look awesome. $50 from Willie Be Free. He said, was great to drop in throughout the week and watch some quick old memories. Blue and Free gave $10 and said, hi, Biz. Great job on the run. Can't wait for the Data Org fights. $10 from Anonymous. Who said you could take a break? Keep on talking. $25 from Kingdom Hearts Greek. 358, gotta donate for my favorite game of all time and get those sweet memories. Silver Wolf 5172 gave $20. Better late than never. Here's $20 for 20 failed positives from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
What better time than during Kingdom Hearts 2? Congrats to all the great runners and thanks for the wonderful week. And one more thing. Hey, Braccentia, how's it going?
One more quick one. Go.
$50 from Anonymous because I can.
Nice.
Right, there
that
we
was
go.
as quick as you get. All right. So, Armored Zemnis 2.
Can I point out real quick, not getting hit in that last thing is actually really hard.
Yeah,
so
it's actually
that was
really,
good
really
doing
hard.
a damage list. Go ahead.
All right, so once again, same concept here. He knows he's going to lead with that, so he's actually slide dashing up to him and then throwing off a reflect, which actually drags the reflect damage with you.
Yeah.
So now this fight, thankfully on Final Mix, I love the bonus blizzards right
A
there.
little
by
bit
the
of
way.
extra damage and pushes him back a tad, too.
What's nice from Kingdom Hearts 2 to Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, they actually, normally in Kingdom Hearts 2, they knock you out like 3 times to do this. Here you only have to do it twice, so you can get in more damage each time. From here, he's actually going to be doing a little trick where he's going to aerial dodge up and then
Like
go
that?
forward, because that is skipping these like snowflake
Yeah, the
lasers.
snowflake laser things will point him out when they come in the next phase. Good job.
Little
dodge on
delay
the
right
swipe.
there, reading that. Good read on business.
We'll point them out when they come in the next phase, but they also happen after the building RC, so you need to make sure that you do that little aerial dodge, which somehow just kind of skips them. Similar, okay, there we go. The second one, these are the snowflake things he would have had to deal with if he doesn't
allowing
do that
all
aerial
3 of them
dodge.
to go off.
You
and then
have
run through it.
all of those growth abilities we talked about from your drive forms. You have all of them at your disposal in this fight. Dropping here to this building. The buildings are in set locations, I believe. But it's kind of like sketchy. You got to know exactly where they're going to be, because if you run into any of the buildings, it kills you.
All right, one more time. Again, got a good camera angle here. Already did it. He knew he was going to, if he's not reacting at that point, he's probably going to throw up either his swing. Ooh.
So he
You
clanked
can
on
clank.
the,
This
he
game
clanked
has
on
like
his helmet.
SM64. Bam.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was going to get. This game has like SM64 invincible walls right there.
I swear he's clanking on his helmet, man, on his like. Just,
I like to imagine
his
SM64
crown.
to see their way in. Final boss. All right, so this
Here we
is
go.
Final Zemnis. The opening of this fight is extremely sexy. What they normally do is he's going to run up, grab Sora, throw him in the air, and you have to do a bunch of RCs to just survive. Well, we're not just surviving, we're going fast. So it's time to reflect damage through all of this, through very specific timing to take in the right attacks and send them right back out into space through reflect.
Yeah, because there are actually 2 Zemnises here. There's the real one and a clone that will not take any damage. So that's why he's not always reflecting at every single instance. It's because he wants to make sure that damage lands on actual Zemus. That's a one-shot.
That's another one-shot. Just assume everything's a one-shot at this point.
Yeah, okay. So he's using Session here, keeps him safe, does a bunch of damage. Pretty no-brainer there. After this Session, I believe he's going to be throwing the Elixir, I think, but we'll see here. He's probably not going to be using... Oh, no, he is going to use the Finisher here. So
a little bit
quite
under
a bit of damage.
Yeah.
If you have really good damage,
Which
you can
does
skip
a
that
lot
Finisher.
here. Send him to almost 4 bars.
Okay, ooh, that was a little
He
sketchy.
has a little bit of iframes coming through that.
Okay, so he's going into limit form now. Again, Xantatsuken into Ars Arcanum combos, not using the Finisher because then it doesn't add revenge value, and he can do it again, poking him once just to give him enough time to get into another Ars Arcanum.
Important to note, the entire barrier around here, you cannot
There's
go out
the
of
Elixir.
bounds.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He's going to have to go into an extra reflect. This is actually faster.
Yeah, he was, I believe, trying to reflect that throw, but got it out just a bit too late.
We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Yeah!
Okay.
Wow.
So that was a crazy final Zemnis. That was
Just a second, Biz. What's your world record?
406.30 something, I think.
no way. Okay, let's just wait. Let's just wait.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I
So
still
this is
died
a-
once too, and the record was deathless. Just throwing that out there.
I hate to be that guy. The bag minigame.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate.
Everybody stare at Vooligen.
Oh.
But that's the first time I've ever had a 1-death run as opposed to like 3 to 8.
Other than 0, that's the least number of deaths he's had in a run. You were very excited.
So what I'm going to call this
Is the fastest time it's ever gotten.
I'm pretty
is
sure
a
some.
marathon Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix Spliced critical mode level 1 world record.
All right, and we're doing
Time.
okay.
Time.
Very nice, man.
It's cool. It's cool. I can do better.
Apparently do better.
I wanted to go for sub 405. Eventually I will. Anyway, I should probably restart for Data Org, right? Unless there's other
Should we
plans.
roll right into it, or do we want to read off some donations?
Well, they can read while I'm restarting.
I'll go ahead and read donations. By the way,
What?
Oh, well. It's fine.
Don't forget about the ending. It's fine.
YouTube.
okay, I want people to know.
Wait, what crashed?
The stream crashed?
Right after you finished, so. Yes.
Thanks for RPG.
Give it a minute.
Chad is blaming you, Vooligen.
Bro sent you. What was our viewer count?
Yeah, we were at 94. Yeah, we did break 9,000.
Our internet went down. That's straight up. Great time. Yeah. Yeah. It's coming back. Yeah. Internet's back. All right. Oh, yeah. Do your thing. Okay. Yeah, we're up.
Okay, well, we are up. I hope. Yeah, double spliced world record right here. By the way, look at that donation total, 73,754. If we hit 75,000 before the Sephiroth fight, guess what? He's going to be using the Kingdom Key. Right now, he's going to be using the Oath thingy. What's it called? Oathmaker? Oathkeeper? And if we hit 80,000 before the Sephiroth fight, he will be using Sweet
can't hear me.
Memories.
Oh, now they can hear me
Okay.
with the sweet memory.
He will be using the Sweet Memories.
Oh, it just jumped up because our internet came back.
Oh
so-
boy, internet's back and we're getting donations in. Oh boy. Well,
I guess to explain something really fast, you want to explain it, Biz, real fast?
So we're doing it now, Data Org, right?
Yeah.
All right, so Data Org is basically a category I came up with for fun because a huge challenge to do in this game, as if beating the game at level 1 wasn't enough, is to do all the optional Data Org fights at level 1. And the game conveniently puts all of those bosses in one room, so we thought it'd be cool to just RTA all of them. And it does have a couple of restrictions. I'll load the file now while I'm getting started, I guess.
104
as I
hours
said.
on that final, on that file. By the way.
That's whatever. Anyway, you can't use you can't
74,000.
farm stat boost and use them obviously because then it'd be like level 99. So I mean, I guess I'll just go through some of my stats just to show it. But I have like ribbons and the highest ribbon on. I have a bunch of mega elixirs and elixirs on my party members, which you have to farm or synth. So this is all the abilities you get at level 1. So there's that. I'm all set with that. And we have a setup we have to do to RNG manipulate the first fight, which means I have to actually die to a fight to
Yes.
be able to manipulate it. So
As
you'll
long
see
as
how easy
he's-
it is to die.
As long as he's going from a hard reset on the console, which he did right when everything died, I'm just going to blame it on that.
Don't start the timer yet. It's not yet.
Yeah. So right at, if he goes from a hard reset and he actually uses an aerial dodge and super glides over some enemy spawns on his way into here, and then gets hit by this first attack from Luxord, all of these hits it does, it's going to do a bunch of rapid hits. There we go. All of those change something in the memory of the game. The way I like to think about it is that the order in which a boss will use some moves, especially the way Xaldin will, is think of it as a conveyor belt. You have a conveyor belt moving along, and the boss will kind of like pick a box off the conveyor belt, and that'll be the move he uses. All of those little hits shift that conveyor belt along.
All right.
So
I'm just going to add on to that before I start. You can do these in any order you want. We don't make rules for that, but we start with Xaldin because of the RNG manipulation. You could do Final Xemnas first if you want, but no one does that, so I wouldn't. All right, I guess the timing starts when the fight loads, so I'll just say like now. Because that's just, I guess, convenience.
Oh, well, yep, okay, well, there we go. Yeah, so
whatever, it doesn't matter.
Real quick, so like, yeah, the conveyor belt thing, basically we want to shift it to a position to where all of those moves are like optimal for us. All the moves that are at his disposal are ideal for us, and that's what getting hit by Luxord does. So now he's got Guardian Soul on that Keyblade, mainly, I believe, for its reach, and he's going to be grabbing as many jumps as he can here. Ideally 9, 8 is fine.
If I mess up this fight, it screws up the whole strat, and then I probably have to do it casually, so that would not be fun.
So he's going to do his best not to mess up this first
it's
fight.
hard, though.
Also, it's pretty obvious to see, but top right corner, we are dealing with 15 bars of health for all these characters instead. That is a very, very hard mash he has to throw out to get 9 full jumps, even 8 full jumps here.
He's using, it's similar to the regular Xaldin. If he parries an attack, that's when he can get the jumps out. He's aerial dodging these attacks because they're up in the air. He's going to do it again right here. Really specific timing on that. It's
3 for 3
crazy.
on 9s.
He's looking for a very specific amount of damage as well. He wants to get him to just about 8 health bars. You're at 9 right now, I believe. Good timing. Okay, so now we're in the 8th health bar.
All right, so I'm going to hold back here and get more jumps.
Yep.
Got all 9 so far.
It's crazy mashing. He prepped Magnet in his magic menu right
Thunder.
there. Or sorry, Thunder. He used Magnet earlier. Okay, Thunder there for a bit more damage.
A theme about all these level 1 Data Org fights is that all of their attacks usually come up much, much faster. Now, the sexiest combo in this game is the final Fyraga strat.
Yeah, right after all these jumps, he's going to be basically doing an infinite combo using Final Form and using Fyraga. and you'll see it right here. So this second Fire Aga has to be really low to the ground, but not quite on it. That way he can actually reset his combo. If you can, I don't know if you can tell or not, Biz is mashing really hard, and that's a great first fight.
Ooh, that's the one fight I did not want to die to.
Yeah.
The rest I don't care.
Yeah. So that RNG manipulation we did made it so that he could skip the desperation move for Xaldin there. Got it in Data Org. We didn't get it in the run, so glad we got it here. And then that manipulation will actually carry on a little bit into the next fight as well.
I guess just to jump in, the current route you would do Luxord first and then Xigbar, but I don't think it's really like marathon safe at all to do that. I mean, as if this is in general, but so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do Xigbar first, then Luxord. So
once again,
bit
switching
safer.
back to the Hero's Crest Keyblade 4 air combo moves.
Always going to start with this room. It takes 2 reflects of these laser attacks he's using. They have to basically hit him. You have to actually reflect and hit him with them, and then he'll stall himself out. Here's that familiar combo from Final Form. I believe it's
swag
slightly
camera usage.
yeah. So now he's going to go ahead and reflect here, reflect again, and now he'll be staggered. Going back into the combo again. Watch how quickly that form gauge drops in the bottom right while he's using these Fire Agas. So he's going to pop out of Final Form, reflect, and now he's going to use Duck Flare, hit him with some horizontal slashes, use a finisher to knock him back into the normal room. From here, 2 more reflects. We're going back into Duck Flare again. Look at the health bar in the top right, by the way. This is at level 1. You can see
even
some
if you
of the chip
don't understand all the mechanics of Kingdom Hearts 2, watch the health bar go.
Here we go. He needed to wait until he was further away from him, and so that way he could actually reach. He could go and kind of like fly up to him, because otherwise he could be too high. Flex.
It's giving me a bad pattern.
Yeah. So that's what he's doing right now. He wants him to get further away from him. There we go. So now he deflected those with the transformation. He's going to go back into Final Form again. Built up enough drive to do it. And then ideally, if he keeps this combo going...
If he never drops it, which is insane that he's not dropping it.
Yeah, all right. 2 down, 12 fights to go.
You might say, oh, 2 and 12 to add to 14. Final Xemnas Rush, you're going to fight twice there, so.
Yeah, he's a 2-parter. I can do math.
Yeah.
I couldn't about
I'm just
4
clarifying
days
because
ago.
you didn't save yourself. So next up is Luxord. So with Luxord, we actually want to play the minigame that we're usually reflecting through all of that. So you're going to see as it comes up, I guess we'll go ahead and let it get it in. Actually, one thing I'm going to point out is that what's really great about this category is that you utilize almost all of your, well, not almost all your keyblades, but a lot of different keyblades. Yeah. We're going to the Decisive Pumpkin here because it is going to be, for the most part, our go-to keyblade, giving us the ground combo boost.
Yeah, mainly what the other stuff he changed in that menu.
So here's the minigame. This is what makes this hard. Timing that in the bottom left corner in your command menu, he's manipulating this out. I'll go ahead and point out.
Throwing
He has to stop on that O being in the bottom corner.
It doesn't go very slow. Like, once it starts to move slow, it will stop.
Yeah, he can't just wait for it to slow down
Yeah.
even further than that. You'll see his time gauge. Pretty much winning that minigame is the only thing that's really going to lower his time gauge. In a real, like, big
Okay,
chunk
he's
manner.
getting a bit unlucky here. Ideally, you get the minigame every single time.
Almost.
Well, okay.
It's probably because
Unfortunate.
Xigbar gave me a bad pattern,
Right.
so it carries over into this as far as RNG goes.
Okay, here's the minigame again. Thunders are just for extra damage there. Nailing all of these is insane, by the way.
Now he just needs to get him to his DM, at
Yeah.
which point we actually won't even be going for the DM skip.
Yeah, it's
We're just gonna
possible.
accept it, but potentially slower
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
possible to skip it, but probably slower on level 1
And we should be good to go now.
on the data fight.
Yeah, making sure.
Yeah.
being safe
Making
and pushing.
sure, yes.
Yeah.
Now at this point, he just needs to survive all these card attacks.
Yeah, he'll be
He's going to
guarding.
guard a few of them. Yep.
Guarding again. He needs to pay attention to where he's going to teleport to. Probably just running around here and then gliding
Classic
his way
glide
around.
strat. He ain't getting us up here.
That's Combo Master, by the way.
Okay, so this minigame, you saw it in the main game. Now we got a lot faster.
Yeah, he's pause
Nice.
buffering. That was insane.
Now we just need to poke him.
And
See ya.
Alright, so next in my route is Roxas, and it's a pretty interesting fight. I hope it goes well.
Roxas
I love
is
this
so
fight.
cool,
I
man.
love this fight. Dude.
Like, I almost wish it lasted longer just because the
I
music
don't.
is amazing.
And it's completely different once again from the main story
Yeah.
fight where you go up against him. Once again, he's got 15 bars, so we got a lot of damage we got to cut through. Right off the bat, I actually believe you do use Reflect here.
Yes.
Yeah. Last year I was dumb for doing it. But now
Yeah,
it's
so
the strat.
he's going to reflect here. Roxas basically, mainly when he is doing this loop here, Roxas can retaliate in one of two ways. He'll either do a Keyblade combo or this like swipe attack. So here is the Keyblade combo. He has to guard that and then reflect again in order to stagger him, get him back into the loop again. And now we'll see which
Putting up
one
the
he gets
safety
here.
guard.
Okay, so this
If
time
he
he's getting the
doesn't do it.
circle attack.
Yeah.
So the guard at the beginning and then into the reflect means that he can mitigate it on whichever one he gets. So the guard there, reflect. I believe the Keyblade combo might be slightly faster.
No.
But oh no? Okay, so
All right, so gonna pause buffer this.
yep, that is scripted at a certain
Now
HP barrier.
he should never attack us again. We have got both of his Keyblades, and we should keep him stunlocked the entire
Oh
time.
no, he'll
No,
attack
he'll
again.
hit him because
Yeah,
of the way revenge value works. He'll retaliate probably right about here. Yeah, Biz
Yeah.
is going to be using Ars Arcanum to power through most of Roxas's retaliations. These Keyblades that he stole from Roxas can actually kind of help us stagger him and get Mega Elixirs off, while so that he can actually do the Ars Arcanums.
So again, a lot of this is just keeping count the entire time, understanding when they're going to try to retaliate and when you use Ars Arcanum to cut through that.
Second use of Limit Form in this fight. He hasn't been hit so far. He can be hit just based on how the revenge value works. Okay, there's the hit. Ars Arcanum to power through. And now... Yeah!
Mini infinity.
That is one awesome strat.
Yeah.
Alright, next in my list is Vexen. A little bit hard to remember sometimes. And I'm probably going to be doing the safer strat here because I just don't feel like dying repeatedly.
Yeah. So Vexen is kind of like the ice enemy, and so we'll be putting on the Bond of Flame Keyblade, I believe on final form, right?
Nah. We're keeping
No?
the same Keyblade.
Not on final
It's
form?
actually already on final form.
Okay, yeah.
But it really doesn't matter much for some reason on Data Org level 1 what you have on final form.
Oh, okay.
There is a DM skip you can do, and my PB does it, but I don't think it's safe marathon-wise at all to do, so I'm not going to
So
do
this little thing, whatever, underneath Sora right now is collecting data for that top left bar. Normally you try to stay away from it the whole time. Biz is just going to accept it. When he gets to 5 full bars, it is going to summon anti-Sora.
However, he's going to do the little bit safer strat so that he's going to basically try to avoid that.
Oh, okay.
If you want to get the DM skip, you have to let him summon Anti-Sora, and if you've ever seen Anti-Form Sora before, it's very aggressive and can easily kill you. So he had to use Comet here in order to avoid this. This is the DM, by the way. He had to use Comet in order to avoid this attack because limits make you invulnerable. He'll be using it a second time right here. Just kind of stalling out. He can't like knock him out of the DM right now. All he wants to do is get the shield as low as possible so he can break it. Reflect this, it'll break the shield and do damage. He's going to throw a fire down, use final form. Now he's going to keep using Fire Aga. These Keyblades spinning around you in final form, for some reason when you use fires, will not add revenge value.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a theme of that all throughout the rest of the fights where he's only going to be using the final form Fire Aga in a lot of places to not increase that revenge value at all.
Yeah, and again, revenge value, for those of you just joining us after the kind of restart of the internet, is a mechanic in the game that basically determines when bosses are going to retaliate.
Hand off to the commentator here for this one.
Hello everyone, this is Kiwi and I'll be your commentator for the Data Axel fight. I feel like I should commentate something, but I'm a filthy KH casual, so I'm commentating the easiest Data fight, which is Axel. If you didn't notice, Biz put on Mysterious Abyss, and that is the Keyblade that you get from Atlantica. What that Keyblade does is it greatly increases blizzard damage. Whenever Axel says get back, you're going to literally get back or stay back. You're going to react with a reflect into blizzard finishes. If you're looking at his HP bar right now, it is greatly decreasing, and keep in mind this is on level 1. So seeing this fight on level 99 is pretty crazy. So regardless of revenge value, Axel actually can't retaliate out of the Blizzaga finishes because of the awkward knockback that it has. What that reaction command just was is it gets rid of the fire floor. You have to get rid of it to kill Axel.
So I messed up the strat a bit. So.
I know,
The one stretch.
had to mess up 5 fight, but thank you.
So I have to do backup strats to hopefully not die.
Okay, but yeah, he can't do the reaction command yet. He has to wait.
All right, now I can do it.
All right. Now he can do the reaction command. He'll get rid of the floor. After this, he's going to go into limit form. And he's going to go into some R's. And this should finish him off. Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed my top tier commentary.
That's a rubbing for her, not you. You screwed it up.
Whoops.
Yeah, ideally you only see that reaction command once.
250 from Kirby Master, by the way. He says we need to hit 75K, that's all.
We're so close, everybody. Remember, $75,000 total donations, and we will be using Kingdom Key on the level 1 Sephiroth fight. Right now, we're at Oathkeeper, 75,000. We get Kingdom Key, 80,000. We're going to be getting the Sweet Memories Keyblade, which has some of the weirdest sounds in the game.
So if this fight
This
goes
is the
well,
craziest strat in the game.
if it goes right.
This is just insane. Okay, so we're going to be using Final Form Genie here. The fact that he's already in Final Form is kind of nice. Doesn't really matter too much, though. We let her split apart after this short DM right here. Okay, so both of these clones, unlike the Xemnas clones, actually take damage. So he wants them to be split apart so that way he can actually hit both of them. Okay, so now he's going to be using Reflect into into explosion combos. Maxing out her revenge value. He's going to quickly throw Comet and watch the health bar.
Health bar. I'm shaking.
Yeah, Comet is insane when it's hitting both of the clones like that, on top of the damage that he was dealing as well.
All right, now to face an actual Super Saiyan.
Yeah, so it's time for the Lexius fight. So the main thing with the Lexius fight is that he's going to throw up these kind of like rock pillar things, and he wants to get as much reflect damage from them as possible. So first, just do a couple quick combos here. Okay, one reflect into a slap shot into delayed finishers for those reflects. Here we go, delayed slap shot, finisher, and then, oh, he did, yeah, new combo there, sorry. And that'll actually let him do a lot of damage here. Going to again stagger him and try to make him do the same move.
I might get hit here. Oh,
no,
okay.
okay, very nice. Okay, yeah, he has to delay that finisher. Double finisher, then new combo into the explosion. Hit him twice, and he'll retaliate. Delaying that reflect finisher is incredibly difficult. Okay, so now he's going into final form. If he does all of this properly, he'll be skipping Lexius' desperation move.
Once again, none of these Spyragas are actually adding revenge value due to how the Keyblades work for some reason.
Yeah, final form Spyragas are very nice. Now, he's going to run out of the form gauge, poke him a couple times, and hop into limit form as quickly as possible. Throws a Mega Elixir right as he's using Ars Arcanum, so that way he can use up to 3 Ars Arcanums here. I think he's only going to need 2, though.
Yeah, I did.
Very nice. We got it!
That's from a $400 donation from Jackson. Let's get the 75,000, everybody.
Yo,
All right,
Jackson.
thank you very much. Remember, $5 grand more, and we
You
can
could
get
be the
sweet
one
memories.
to snipe 80,000 if you have a very deep pocket.
Hey, it only takes a few dollars from everybody.
Yeah, or if just everybody here donates $1, then we'll be like, a lot more money. Okay, Syx.
I hate this fight
Yeah,
so
okay,
much.
so this fight is the most MASH-intensive fight of the Data Org run.
That's the whole game, really.
He's going to be doing the beginning a little bit similar to the way that you do it in the normal run, but then he wants to get him into this corner, and then he's never going to try to let this loop up. He's going to blizzard him twice into a reflect, into an explosion. He's going to keep doing this. Ideally, he will retaliate. Eventually, he's going to have to throw a Mega Elixir like now and throw these blizzards again. He has to mash it out really fast, especially when he has to do the Mega Elixir. The blizzards, he's specifically delaying until Syx lands on the ground. Okay, if he does it too early, Syx will be in the air and he'll retaliate.
Again, you can see that Berserk bar is already ready to go, but we're going to make him retaliate the entire time and never let him see that.
Yeah, this is just due to abusing the way that Revenge Value works. Mega Elixir, oh, he actually got one from his teammates.
Yo, they helped.
Yeah. After the reflect, he's throwing in a slap shot there just to be able to get to the finisher. That explosion finisher, which knocks him away. And the blizzards also knock him away just a bit more. One more? One more Mega Elixir, sorry. And very nice. That is the most MASH-intensive fight of Data Org.
A lot of times, if you don't know, if you're not looking very closely, again, it's not a double reflector. It is reflect, slap shot, reflect, because you need to let the first reflect land. Otherwise, if you spam through it, it's only going to give you one.
We'll see it more on Xemnas, too.
Yes.
That when we were going to reflect, slap shot into an explosion. Here he's, I believe, putting
Is this
on
your
a
favorite
combo
fight
plus?
in the game?
Yes.
Yes. So, okay, the gimmick of this fight is that he's going to whisper into Sora's ear something creepy, and he's going to put a number over his head. That is equal to your level. Well, guess what? We're level 1. That means if he hits you one time in any way, you are dead.
Yeah, that number, anytime you get hit by the sight, that number goes down. If it hits 0, you're dead. If he gets hit by anything else, he'll probably get close to one shot. There are 2 reaction commands that he can get from Marluxia here. You can get one on the sight, which refunds value above your head, but will never give us anything. Or you can get one off of Marluxia himself, which will do a lot of damage. Pay attention to the health bar right now.
Letting all that reflect damage go through, then going for the RC.
And
afterwards,
bam, it basically did a bar and a half. It's insane how much damage it does.
That's an example of an RC that's worth it.
Yeah. So now he's going to start doing triple reflects off that swing. You have to dodge or like reflect that swing for him to start going into the center. There is basically a frame. There's only a very short amount of time where you can hit him in the center here and knock him out of the normal pattern that he would use, which is to some of these big dark like pools of energy or whatever. And if he uses the triple reflect, which is kind of insane, he does more damage than if he uses a Firaga to do it. Now into final form, this might look a bit familiar at this point. We're going to be using a lot of Firagas here in order to not increase revenge value. Runs out of form gauge, 1 fire to keep him staggered, directly into a limit form explosion and throwing the Mega Elixir.
What this technique is he's throwing the Mega Elixir in the air and then starting the limit.
Which takes the MP gauge.
But then it actually lands, and you get your MP back, and it doesn't matter because he's dead. So once again, what that technique is, he's throwing an elixir up in the air. Before it lands, he starts the R, sending him to half, and then it actually lands, sending him back to full. So instead of only having 2 Rs in his MP bar, he can effectively get 3 out of it.
Yeah, and Marluxia in that last phase has a DM. He actually has 2 different DMs he can use that are a bit difficult to dodge, and
they
skipping.
take forever.
Yeah, they take absolutely forever, so skipping it is incredibly fast.
This fight is quite annoying.
Yeah, so now we got Demyx. We thought he was bad the first time.
Yeah.
So
now, he loves
go
water
ahead.
clones. No, he loves water clones here. He's going to send out, I believe it's 4 different patterns here at the beginning. He's got a set of 13. He's also going to have a 50, a 30, and maybe 1 other.
It's like 50, 75, 25, and what he just did.
Look at the timers in the top left. 50 in 30 seconds is incredibly difficult to do if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, if he runs out, the fight is over. This fight pretty much exclusively comes down to Goofy. You want Goofy to throw you elixirs so you can keep having full MP and using... Okay, very good, Goofy. Help us out.
That was because I was hoping Goofy Goffy, whatever, gave me the elixir.
Right.
Okay, so these Fire Agas are just clearing out these water clones really fast. He has Bond of Flame on too, which will help him deal more damage to Demyx in a moment.
With fire.
So, he's got one more, I believe, here. 25 and 30 seconds. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. This is going to basically take the last of his first Wisdom Form usage. He has 9 drive gauges, though. So now...
Goofy Tornado is what we want to see here. Because while Goofy Tornado is going similar to the Keyblades in Final Firaga, it will not add revenge value. So he has to look out for if Goofy is spinning around like an idiot.
Yeah, and if he's not, he has to do these just single Firagas, restarting the combo every time. For some reason, it adds his revenge value, but it won't
Again,
let
look at
him
that health bar
retaliate.
going down.
Bond of Flame being on Wisdom Form, which already enhances your magic, is great.
This is one of only 2 DMs in this that we cannot skip. So now he's going to throw out a bunch of water clones that we have to now fight through. He pushed him specifically up against the wall so that the water clones have less of an area to move around in.
All right, 50 and 30 seconds. Keep an eye on the timer and the number of clones for the next one. Here is where it's really important that Goofy has been throwing you at least 1 Mega Elixir.
And...
No, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The next one.
I was thinking, it was like, that's a 13.
My
It's
bad.
kinda, all right, we're almost done. And
This
then all of a sudden, 30 seconds, 99 water clones.
This is the even if we were level 99, we would still probably do this fight this way. It's incredibly fast to
One
clear all
got
the water
away
clones
from
out. It's really hard to clear these water clones out this quickly if they're not up against the wall like this. You should be good. So one more Firaga. After he's he's showing off. Yeah.
God, I hope you lose world record today.
I think I'm already past world record.
And we're not done.
Not,
So-
you know.
We got 2 fights left.
All right,
on that?
Vexen. This is the second,
Zexion.
Zexion. This is the second fastest fight of the Data Org fights, the fastest being Larxene. We said Final Form Firaga is pretty good, right?
Right.
I think a couple times?
Yeah, a
Like
couple times.
once or twice?
Yeah, maybe
All right.
4. Yeah, we'll go with 4.
All right, so here, Goofy starts attacking him, which gives him a chance to kill this book right here. He ideally hits
Releasing Donald.
Yeah, hits the book and Zexion at the same time, goes into Final Form, uses Firaga. It's insane.
Do you have a donation to read?
Oh, trust me, I have a few donations to read.
Let's get one.
Malagron gave $50 and said, "My kingdom for a key."
Great. Remember, let's get to 80,000, everybody. Okay, so these Firagas are staggering him. He needs to get him just up to drive 5. There it is.
Yeah.
So he can go back into Final Form. Now, again, no revenge value being added by all of these Firagas. If he uses the finishers, he'll throw them kind of further away, so it's a bit harder. He needs to back up while using the Mega Elixir here in order to not launch him in the air from the Keyblades. 2 Firagas, and he's done.
Yeah, the finishers of Final Form Firaga do add revenge value. It's the normal hits that won't if the Keyblades smack them around like when it's ending.
Oh, now, Biz, as easy as those Final Firagas look, I know you talk about positioning is actually important there. You want to keep kind of a medium distance away from him in order to have the Keyblades hit him in the proper way to not add that revenge value.
Yeah, because if you're a little bit far away, the fire will hit them last and add revenge value. And if you're too close, it could have a similar effect. So I try to keep like a medium distance.
Yeah, Final Form's are also very floaty, so you kind of move
Yeah.
around. All right, last 2 fights of the run. He's going to be using that Reflect, Slapshot, Reflect into 2 more Reflects that we were talking about before. So he's getting 4 Reflects worth of damage in a very short span of time. Now, because he starts with that long combo, that's why he went into the Trinity there. He's going to look for him to keep using this move, or potentially the one where he says guard. Keep using these Reflect, Slapshot, Reflect combos. Now he's going to do a DM here. If he starts to get hit, he's going to immediately Trinity. There it is. He's going to be a little bit careful here. Okay. Dodge away. He needs to go ahead and use a guard break here and an explosion in order to make him retaliate, so he has time to throw the Mega Elixir. Back into another DM. It's random how he'll use these, whether he'll use just a long Keyblade combo, a DM, or if he'll use the regular attacks.
That should put him to where he needs to be.
So now he's under 5 health bars, so he'll use this attack, and we'll use the last reaction command,
Hopefully.
which will actually kill him from 5 health bars.
Well, it brings him to 1 HP.
Bring him to 1 HP.
It's only exclusive to the data fight that happens, though.
Yeah.
So once again, this is the 13th and final organization fight.
Yeah, you can skip this. It's just not faster to do so.
Right. This does so much damage. And this will send him into the second and final phase of this RTA.
Fire into Trinity here is... Oh, wow. Yeah, it's immediate. All right, there we go. That's first phase of Xemnas.
All right, so next phase is really scary, so
Yeah.
don't be surprised if I die to like the throw move if it catches me, because very rarely in the original the reaction commands drop, and it's pretty bad.
If he dies to this one, he has to fight both Xemnases over again. He took a combo plus off there, just to note. So now, final Xemnas.
Yes. Jose.
Final Xemnas is going to use basically one of two moves at the beginning here. He'll be using these orb moves, where he can reflect and get a nice couple of combos off. Or he'll keep using it, or he can use a vine move, where he shoots a vine at you.
We'd like to see this the whole time.
The orb lets us get the reflect damage off. It's a little bit easier. It's nicer to dodge, that kind of thing. The vine it's a lot more risky. He's specifically positioning himself. See, there's the vine. He can't really get the reflect damage as easily. He's positioning himself to move Xemnas towards the center of the room, because you can actually move him out of bounds, so you can't hit him if you move him too close to the wall. He can basically do these orb and vine attacks the entire fight, more or less, but it's basically random whether he will or not. So now he's going to be doing this similar to the way he did in the level 1 run, where he's going to be actually... Wait, actually, did he have the lasers in level 1?
No, he didn't.
No, yeah,
he
never
skipped
mind.
that.
He'll doing this how he would have done it in the level 1 run.
Right. This gives Xemnas a lot more health to work with.
Basically, reflect is your friend in this fight. Any of these RCs has a small chance to
just
actually
instantly
not work. So
He used that reflect right there because he would have caught Sora at that
Yeah.
point, which would have wasted a ton of time.
okay, so now he's delaying these reflects. He's even guarding here in order to be able to actually hit Xemnas with the damage.
Again, we're shooting to get him just under 1 health bar.
Okay, more of these.
Okay.
Reflecting at very specific times to not hit Xemnas' clone, but instead hit Xemnas himself. Very close. There we go.
Deathless.
Yeah. So, if he drops like a few of these,
He dies, actually.
He dies, so
When I say we clap,
it's not
he's
over.
going bad. Yeah. Thank you all so much for your generosity. We have 2 fights to go. I think at this point, I'll leave it up to him.
yeah, I don't know if you want to do Sephiroth or Lingering Will first.
Sephiroth first, because Terra is usually the best way to end those things.
So unless we get a $5,000 donation in the
Right
next
now.
like 60 seconds, someone can make it happen, I believe.
Oops. I know what I'm doing.
Ruined.
That's world record right there. So we got to watch this cutscene. One thing to note about Xemnas in the data version is actually that he is immune to thunder.
Yep.
Unlike in the regular run where we just finish him off with thunder. So here he'll actually have to finish him off with something else, which hopefully will be a little fun.
Oh, is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, you didn't do it in the other one.
Are
You
you
better do it in this
kidding
one.
me? You were never not going to do this.
Okay, fine.
That took a lot of convincing.
All right. Moving away from him. Popping into limit form. Infinity! That is a very,
That
very
is a
good time.
Deathless Marathon level 1 Data Org.
That
run
is
through.
awesome. Yeah, and for the reason we say infinity is because it's called Ragnarok in the first game and Ragnarok in the Japanese versions, and then they
Okay.
translated it to
So
infinity.
I have to die to load my other save, so bear with me for a second. If you have donations to read while I'm setting that up, I guess you can go for it.
All right, will do.
We have a $5,000 donation from Who Cares. We made it.
Ow.
$8 from Anonymous. Hey, only caught the tail end of the run because of work, but just wanted to show some love to the Kingdom Hearts community. We also have $30 from Anonymous. World record hype. Well, Spliced world record hype. $30 from Kawaimet, who said, congratulations from the French Restream. Thanks a lot for this incredible week. Hashtag blame Voligen. 166.19. Palindromes are fun. Thanks for the entertainment. That was anonymous. $50 from Side Reel. Hey guys, thanks for the show. I remember when I was young and clinically depressed, I did not realize it was abnormal to have constant suicidal thoughts. Mental illness is just that, illness. Glad you're helping fight stigma and fight misinformation. If you need help, be brave and seek it.
Kingdom Key.
I got it.
Oh, okay. I thought you put on Oathkeeper for a second.
No, I put Ultima in final form, I guess. For
Oh,
Terra,
okay.
maybe. It won't even matter. All right, so I guess I'm fighting Sephiroth now with Kingdom Key at level 1, just to, prove level 1. There you go.
Yeah,
And
so
you can't look fast enough. He's level 1.
normally he would be using Decisive Pumpkin because it has the combo boost ability, as we mentioned before, dealing a lot more damage. Kingdom Key doesn't have that, so...
That's enough.
Oh, man, dodging it for swag and speed. These noises, man.
Yeah. You are not supposed to be using this right now.
Whatever.
All right, so he is actually manipulating the Revenge Value, or not manipulating, but abusing. As we mentioned before, Reflects are doing more damage than if he just guarded and counter-guarded these kind of like sword swing attacks. Pretty much most things that hit him at this point will kill him, by the way.
The issue with Sephiroth is he combos you into a death, so without
Yeah.
second chance or once more, this is actually a really hard fight. And also, he can do that. So.
Yeah, teleport right behind you and just use that. He
you
also
don't-
whiffed
yeah.
there, which is a bit risky.
Oop,
That's
all
why
right.
he didn't retaliate right away. Okay, so now that should cause him to retaliate. Now he's in his second phase, where he can use these orb things.
You pretty much have to get rid of these orbs.
Yeah.
They're just going to cause too many problems throughout the fight.
Staying far away from Sephiroth there can cause him to jump like that, which gives you an opening. Yes, to dodge roll these teleports.
This will send him to 1 HP and no MP, so he has to get up there and stop that.
Yeah, he does have a couple elixirs, I believe,
Oof.
and he also has a limit form to go into if he needs to.
I don't know if any of you have noticed, Sephiroth's sword is very long.
Okay.
No! Panic Trinity, Panic
Trinity keeps you safe.
Yeah.
So I'll be doing this. My guess is popping into either limit form or throwing an elixir shortly after this. Yeah, there's the limit form. Get his MP back. Immediately revert because you want access to reflect. Didn't get that counter guard quite off.
As you can see, it can get quite hectic.
Yeah.
If I didn't react to that like instantly, that would have killed me.
Yeah.
As you can see, I pretty much get two-shot at my normal sword swipes.
Once he's in his last phase, Sephiroth's like sword swinging attack can actually like dart around you. So watch for Biz to kind of try to keep his back to corners.
Oh, man.
Nice reaction.
I got kind of cornered there.
He got hit once. Look at that health bar. Okay,
That's
so
the
now,
last time you can do that.
yeah, he has no more limit
All right.
form.
I'm good. All right.
Okay, so this should be the last phase now. He's going to try to time this combo's finisher.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
As long as either the guard break or the explosion finishes that out. Here's where it is actually important for him to keep up against the wall.
Ooh, good dodge. Yeah, he can also run all the way around the arena and then swipe at you at random times. So very good of him to stay up against the wall.
I don't think I can get the desperation move skip with Kingdom Key. Just saying.
You got it.
You'll be fine.
Just get 4 more drive, or I mean, get another drive one.
We got a shot.
No, so close. All
If I
right,
had 4, I could have went
meteors.
for it, but
Yeah, you were very close.
We heard a complaint that FF7 was not in the marathon. Here you go.
A meteor attack's very hard to dodge.
I feel like being safe.
Going into Trinity. Oh, whiff it, of course. Don't whiff this one.
There we go. First try.
Amazing.
Almost died twice.
Thank you for giving the fans what they want. Let the meteor come out.
Level 1 with restrictions.
We decided this last second, too. I wasn't supposed to use
We were
Kingdom Keys in
standing
the fight.
outside that door when we were like, yeah, let's do it.
All right, so I'm restoring my drive with like the 30 drive recoveries I have, and now I'm setting up for Terra.
Yeah, so Terra, for those who don't know.
You took off the Kingdom Key, right?
Nope, nope.
Why'd you say it to me?
Top to me.
It's okay. I don't like doing Kingdom Key just because it takes forever to fight Terra.
Yeah, it wouldn't be interesting.
So, okay, so for those who don't know, in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, they added a million super bosses. One of the ones they added was Lingering Will, which is, spoilers, Terra from BBS. And basically, it's the hardest boss in the game, battle level 99, and can it's impossible, people. Like it took me like 3 weeks to try to beat him on like beginner. It's insane.
Yeah, he hits extremely hard, and he's not
This
vulnerable
also
a
has
lot.
the best music in the series.
Yeah,
right?
oh, it's absolutely fantastic. Okay, so he used Donald's limit there. Because that move that he used is the only one you can't avoid at the beginning.
He literally just runs up and punch you in the face. We call it Mike Terra's punch out.
Yeah. All right, so he's using Rising Sun now, which means he got a good pattern. There we go.
Okay, he can do that again.
Okay, so remember, pretty much anything will kill him in basically one hit, or he'll get comboed into dying.
The issue is he's very phase dependent, and he chooses an attack pattern per phase, and he hasn't done Bike, so that means he could do that in the next phase, which is almost, it's like a 50-50 shot of living at level 1.
So Rising Sun phase means he's using that swooping attack that the Armored Knights have, and it means that he can do one of about 4 things after he hits his revenge value with that combo right there. He can use 1 Rising Sun, 2 Rising Suns, or a Rising Sun and a whip, or a Rising Sun and 2 whips. So he used a Rising Sun and a whip
Look at
there.
his health right now. He basically has this armor where you have to kind of break it down as you go. So the first combo's going to be weak.
Oh, this is Bike phase. Everybody cross their fingers. That's about...
This happened to me last year, too.
I'll be shocked if you survive this. This is...
Okay.
By the way, this is insane.
Cannon's not bad because you can actually hit him with it. That adds revenge value, that cannon right there. He's going to try to skip past Bike phase by using Limit Form here. Okay, Zantetsuken's add quite a bit of revenge value. He's having to keep track of all of that. Look at the health bar. It's doing way more damage than it was in his first combo. That's what Spike was getting at.
Yeah, he has armor that wears down over time within your combo.
Yeah. Okay, they're throwing Mega Elixirs on him, but... are those ethers?
Well, I did it.
Okay, so he's into the last phase now, which is DM phase.
The downside is I can't do the cool end, so I'm just going to go for normal limit form because I had to waste a form to survive that.
All right,
so it's a very specific set of guards here going into a dodge roll right there to make sure that doesn't kill him. Now he's going to get to the wall as fast as he can to get his back up against it so that he cannot get cheap shot from behind.
Super gliding to dodge that part of the DM. Couple guards here, 3 into a dodge roll.
And he barely got to it in time.
The menuing mistakes,
Throw up
man.
the elixir, start the Ars Arcanum, and then it lands. Now he has full MP.
Here we go. Doing as much damage as he can with Limit Form. All right, now he'll probably be backing off here, doing 1 attack. Okay, a couple.
We don't know.
That was wrong.
Now he's going to DM again. He has to survive that one more time to win this.
Yeah, yeah, he doesn't have drive form. It'll probably be 2. So this DM will always be his next move if you don't hit his revenge value. So it's not always hit the boss's revenge value. Again, using all these guards very specifically, timing the dodge rolls perfectly. So now he's going to do basically 2 combos, 2 full combos here. Then he's going to just hit him with like 2 attacks, maybe 3 or 4. Okay, there we go. So now that'll cause him to use the DM again. You might have to do this a couple of times.
I should be able to kill him after this if I don't get snagged.
Okay. Those dodge rolls are incredibly tight timing, by the way. All right, here we go. The teleport. 3 more guards. Dodge roll. I'm saying these things specifically to try to mess him up, by the way. I mean, come on. I wanted to be the one who didn't die.
This is gonna be so tight.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah!
And with Bike phase.
Can we give him like? Can we get everybody to get up? Come on, that was pretty crazy. One death.
One death across everything in level 1.
Yeah, let's let them pan. Ooh. That was awesome.
Yo, get on the skateboard.
You want? Oh, did you want to show?
Oh.
I remember I wanted you to do that.
Oh,
Remember?
you want me to do it? Okay, sure.
Well, you agreed, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Just to see what it's like.
All right.
Try not to turn off your PS2 while doing it.
Spike Vegeta now has the controller.
Oh, yeah, this is the tack on this version. This bodes well.
Hold back.
I'm holding back, trust me. Oh! So that's why Terra's punch out.
He did it twice in a row, dude.
So there you go.
got a
That's how
combo or
easy it is to die in that fight. Oh man, thank you very much for letting us be the finisher. Like that's just amazing.
That's awesome.
And
That was a ton
also
of fun.
because I was right and Ghoul and Spike were wrong.
He predicted this being the finisher.
I said it too.
Yeah, I was really happy to be the finisher. I thought this was a really great run for me. Out of all the no reset runs I did, none of them went this well, so that was just really exciting.
Yeah, that was awesome. I'm assuming at this point we're gonna kick it over to our host while we change up some mics and have some final words.
Take them off. Let's go. Come on.
You can leave the gameplay if you want. It's a nice background. This unmuted?
Yeah.
Nice. Come on up, let's go. Oh, let's have a good time here. Actually, mute this.
Wait, where are we going?
Come on in, have a seat. Testing. Nope, still not unmuted, is it? Oh, we don't have it going through the speakers. Lol. Now I'm testing. I can't hear that. Oh, did we? It was very faint. Yeah. Now I'm testing. That's a little bit better. Okay. I want the people in the room to be able to hear. Just wait for the feedback to start. It's gonna be great.
So, $75,109 for Nami. How do people feel about that? I'm feeling pretty good too, but I've got a live mic and don't want to damage headphone users. So, as usual, I'm not a big talker, so I just wanted to give some quick shout-outs and then let my other staff say a few words, and then I guess other attendees that wanted to give some brief remarks too. I wanted to start by thanking, of course, Nami for being a great partner for this event, specifically Jamie Justice, Francisca Blanc, and Emily Tracy from their national organization. They've just been great to work with for 2 events now. Just given us a lot of help with promotion, with finding this venue that we used for our event this year, and lots of really generous food donations too. I'd like to thank our art team, Carrie Fry, Jazaboo, and Mega Weasel, specifically for the logo in the upper left corner of the stream, banners, sub-emotes, lots of other things too. Ryu Tech, who organized the German restream for the marathon that covered the entire thing. I'd like to thank Twitch.tv for working with us on promotion too, specifically Rom Scout and Sinister One. I'd like to thank Gyre, Cool Maddie, and the rest of the staff of Games Done Quick, who gave us a ton of help with planning the tech setup and other logistics for the event. I'd like to thank the donation tracker developers, SMK, Worm, and Uranium Anchor, who gave us a lot of help with hosting developing and hosting our own tracker on our own server this year for the first time. I'd like to thank Orolin and Demyx, who helped design the gorgeous stream layouts for the whole week, and the Demon Chocobo one. And I'd like to thank Chris Hannell and Alex Van Camp, who designed the dynamic animation parts of the layout and then open sourced it. I mean, they designed it for GDQ, but then open sourced it so that other organizations like us could use it. I'd like to thank lag.com for designing and maintaining our website. Big thanks to the Yeti for being such amazing partners, makers of cool shirts that a lot of people on camera right now are wearing, and which I have a lot.
I gotta rep the brand, jeez.
I have quite a few of in my dresser back home. I'd like to thank the staff of the University Guest House and Conference Center here in Salt Lake City, Utah. I'd like to thank Essentia and her husband Denton and their friends and coworkers for the many CRT televisions that just dropped in our laps last minute, basically for the event. I mean, I hope I know there's been some pictures tweeted out of our practice room to just give a sense of just how packed that room is with TVs. I'd like to thank all of the runners that ran games at the event. I mean, every run that I watched personally just blew me away as far as the quality and the obvious preparation the runners had put into it. I'd also like to give a big thanks to the commentators, too. I mean, that's one of the things I just felt was such a huge improvement over our event last year was the quality of the commentary. I mean, for RPG speedrunning, I am a really firm believer that for a kind of a marathon scenario like this, that RPG speedruns kind of live and die by strength of commentary, and everyone that I heard was just knocked it out of the park as far as the kind of the chemistry between the runner and the couch crew, and keeping it both informative and entertaining. I'd like to thank all of our volunteers. I could not, us staff on the couch could not have run it. Yeah, could not have run an event for 6 days like this and kept our health and sanity without. Do you have any numbers for how many volunteers we had in the end?
I want to say it was nearly 40 this year.
Wow, that's roughly half of our attendees, so that's really great representation. Let's see, I'd like to thank everyone that offered prizes for the event. There were a lot of them and a lot of really good stuff, a lot of handmade stuff too, which is incredible to see. I'd like to thank all of the chat moderators. Moderating a stream chat is a very thankless job, but for the most part, but not to us. We appreciate it and we say thank you. And well, I guess that's pretty much it for me. I guess I'll pass it to you next.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I want to second all of the chat moderators and all of the Twitter staff as well, the social media staff. I know that quite a few of you came sort of last minute to help, and I wish I could have given more focus on you guys during the marathon, but honestly, just watching how you guys did and all of the stuff that went out, it was top-notch work. And I'm very pleased with how all you guys did who were off-site helping with us. I'm hoping that we can get you even more resources, next year. I'm saying next year already because it's probably in the works. Yeah.
You can't get rid of us that easily.
And also, I don't think the caterers will ever hear us, but holy cow, thank you, caterers, because we ate food. And it was good. And actually, breakfast was edible, which is fantastic. I'm just thinking of other hotels that we've had for other marathons, and this food was, super good, okay? It was so good. And also, I don't know, there were really good drinks pretty much around the clock. I've been very happy with this venue while we've been here. So it's gone very well. Thank you, everybody.
All right, I have to start by apologizing to. Where'd he run off to? There he is. He's on the other side, my blind spot. Yeah, he's waiting for me to look away. to my hopefully good friend Bizkit047 for depriving you of your earned world record, which was an amazing run, and thank you so much for that. It was just awesome to watch. Yeah, I'm really sorry. On a more serious note, so of course, for those of you who don't know, I organized the tech setup for this marathon, and I just have to emphasize some of the things Adam said. The entire audio setup that we have over there on the side, that giant monstrosity of a mixer, and all the cables coming out and all that stuff, I almost entirely owe to the advice of Gyre behind me here and Matt Merkel from Games Done Quick. These guys were both super, super helpful, and they have tons and tons of knowledge that they're happy to share. And of course, the other GDQ staff as well. Like, it's really amazing that we were able to learn so much, and I was able to take that and do something awesome here. None of this would have been possible without their help. Also, I have to. Like, the layouts that we have this year are so amazing. What we set out to do was I asked Orlin and NamuX to just take the existing layouts from last year, which we thought were amazing. Shout-outs to Megan Roach, who did great work for us last year. And I just said, could you please make these, have a little more space for, the little fancy stuff, like the donation total and, the logos and the little scrolling text with all the incentives and stuff. And they were like, yes, and we can do way better than that. And so they did this, what you have seen all week, and it's just amazing. I really just feel like no matter how much time I pour into this event, I always feel like the way it comes out, the production, the stream, the quality of everything just blows me away, even for how much effort we put into it. And it's all thanks to you people here and all the people at home that are watching, and just a ton of people. So thank you all so much. You guys are fantastic.
I'll try to keep it a little bit brief this year. I talked for a while last year. Not that I really care. Sorry. But I coordinated the volunteers this year again. I also was in charge of prizes, did a lot of the tracker entering data and such. Although Vooligen, thank you for getting that set up, because I would not have been able to do it.
That was a huge pain.
Yeah. he did not even try to hide the fact that it was a huge pain, but he did it. I'd just like to give a few particular shout-outs this year to a few people who, when a bit of a RPGLB flu struck and some other things happened, really stepped it up. We have Gamer0278. Did I get those numbers right? Good. We have Terra J right by him over there. They're both off camera, but they both stepped it up. Bob the Ninja Goldfish and also Ghoul02. So thank you for... Yeah. Thank all of you, all of the volunteers, for making my life easier, and also a little bit easier on you, because there were more of you this year. But particular shout-outs to you for stepping up and saying, yeah, I'll go above and beyond, because I'm willing to do that for this event and make my life easier, all of our lives easier. So thank you very much. You did really, really good work throughout this entire event. So let's give a hand for all the volunteers, particularly. Other than that, we had a lot of great prizes donated this year, and a lot of them were kind of late in the timeline, but that's fine. We ended up having almost more prizes than I knew what to do with, and every single game was able to have at least one prize. So big thanks to all the people who donated prizes. There were some really, really cool prizes this year too. I'm kind of interested to see who's going to win some of them, but I'm sure you are too if you donated. And And finally, I'd just like to thank all the people I worked with to make this all come together, my fellow staff members. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and it's just a really awesome feeling to be able to work with you guys, come together, do something good, do something fun at the same time, and for a cause that, you know, has affected me personally. I've talked about that in the past. I've struggled with depression for most of my life, and it's just very, very fulfilling, and thank you.
All right, well, I've got to give big thanks to Denton for being the stay-at-home dad this week. Yeah, and for letting me spend so much time here. I mean, he had a lot to deal with this week with, like, field trips, dance class, all kinds of stuff with the girls. And with Laurelyn being sick yesterday. Yeah, he's done a lot this week, so I really want to thank him. And then I really want to thank all of you, too, the rest of you staff members. I kind of feel like I wasn't able to do as much this year just with health issues and being pregnant in general.
Little things.
Yeah. It's just little things like that, yeah. But yeah, it's been great. I've had a lot of fun here, so thank you.
And I also just wanted to quick just thank our two staff members that were unable to make the event in person this year, Driscollad and DJ Tifa Hart, who did a lot of behind-the-scenes work both before and during the event. And oh yeah, and and Meta Sigma, who is asleep. Yeah. Yeah. And I guess before we find us a raid target, with last year, I'd like to take maybe 10-15 minutes to let anyone else in the room that wanted to give some brief closing remarks for the event do so. But I did also want to just give a quick acknowledgement to DMC Aether and Bowie the Hero, who, because I didn't actually look anything up, may or may not be tied for traveling the longest distance to come to RPG Limit Break this year. So just seeing the excitement that people have had for this event, both as far as the stream itself, but also just being here and just having a good time as a community. That's just made this all of this work feel worthwhile to me, for sure. And with that, I think we've got another mic passing around now. So take it away, Devin.
All right. So I'm Devin, or better known as Wandering Mind, and I remember last year, I was supposed to be here last year, but for one reason or another, I couldn't make it. And I just remember watching Marathon and people talking about their own struggles with mental illness, including you, Alec. And it just made me think about, what I was struggling with. I struggle with attention deficit disorder, depression and anxiety. And reason I say struggle rather than own is that it's really more what I deal with every day rather than what I own and express ownership. And this is something I actually learned through group sessions that I attended that were organized through NAMI. And I started attending these group sessions and seeking help because I just realized that I should learn more about my own mental health conditions, which I became really aware of through watching RPG Limit Break last year. And I really got to learn a lot more about myself and just really knowing that, surrounded by everyone around here, that I really wasn't alone. And just being able to make it here, it really means a lot. And shout outs to everyone here, everyone who's watching, and everyone who's been able to help out in one form or another. And through the volunteering and just being around like I have been, I feel like I've been really able to give back for the people who have really helped me out. And for anyone out there, I just take it from me that you're never alone and that there are people out there willing to help you. This has been Wandering Mind.
While they're having a happy little group moment here, which I think is well deserved. I do want to add this something happened during Final Fantasy VI that I think maybe not everyone got a chance to hear about, but we have a donation like a bid war between saving or killing Sid at the beginning of the World of Ruin. If you're not familiar with Final Fantasy VI, if you do kill Sid by just not feeding him good fish, he passes away, and then Celis becomes extremely despondent, and she goes and leaps from a cliff and attempts to take her own life. And there were individuals in chat who expressed that was, in fact, one of our attendees expressed that was extremely rough for them to see, just by virtue of their own connections to having either previously attempted to take their own life, or having had suicidal thoughts before. And I just wanted to say, like, it's, we're playing games here, we're having fun. These guys are getting really uncomfortable right now. But, mental illness is extremely serious. And if you ever have suicidal thoughts, or if you ever feel like your life's not worth living, I really, really want you to understand that it is not worth it. There's never ever a time when the best choice is to take your own life, and there are hotlines out there, and NAMI is there to help you. And if you are not in the United States, then there are organizations in your country too. I know there are. You can get help. You can find support. But I'm telling you, nobody wants you to take your own life, so never do. And of course, that just seeing that in chat really underscores for me how important it is what we're doing here, and the fact that I see like almost every single person, possibly every single person that's still at the event, standing in this room right now. That tells.
I need to drag him down here to appease you.
I'm gonna guess that most people on the stream probably can't hear what's going on right now, so I'll just let that one slide. Yeah, but the fact that there's like pretty much everyone in here is here to support this message, I think tells you exactly how much we believe in this, and I see from that donation total on the screen that you guys believe in it too. So thank you so much. Now we'll stop wasting all these people's time. Careful with the cord. Pass it like around the front.
Yeah, around the front. Might want to be careful with the crowd mic.
Good thing I'm not on camera because I'm a mess back here. Thanks, Foolagin. I love you too.
No hiding.
It's not just your country, buddy. This is actually really hard for me.
Someone give the man a hug.
No, let me get this out. Let me get it out. Last year, I went through a really dark period in my life. And believe it or not, it's still going. Even to the point of when we were sat in the food room earlier, just doing a puzzle. I just wanted to get away from everything and be alone. The cause of this marathon means more to people than anyone can ever know. Because it's what helps people like me get through
And I know this is a PG stream, so I'm trying really hard not to say certain words. To get through what's going on. I'm usually a very big, boisterous fella who covers things with jokes. But that's what it is a lot of the time, is it's covering. It's masking. And it's charities like NAMI, it's donations like the 75,000 that we've made that help us rebuild those foundations. And I know I'm not a speedrunner. I'm just the guy that shows up twice every year and talks into a microphone. But it was contacts within the speedrunning community who reached out to me every now and again and let me know that they were thinking about me, that kept me going. Thank you all. You know who you are. Thank you.
Mine's going to be on a bit of a lighter note. I've only been speedrunning for 3 months. To be part of this, on the couch commentating on that beginning of the when it was submitted, I was not even playing the game. And to just be part of this with everyone, everyone's been really awesome. And it really underscores a point that, you're not alone. Everyone's, sort of one family here. And just thanks to everyone here for not only letting me be a part of it, but having an atmosphere where everyone's so welcome. And all it takes for you to be a part of a community is to just start doing it. I've been watching speedruns for years. But all it takes is to just go into somebody's stream and ask, how do I do this? Do you have notes? Where can I learn? And just do something like that is where you can find that you're not alone and that there's people out there just like you.
I don't have nearly as much to say. I'm a new speedrunner myself. I started around August, and it's really great. This is my first speedrun marathon to attend, and I got to attend it with all the people from the Earthbound community. But now that I'm here, it's not just the Earthbound community, it's the speedrun community that gets together and helps raise money for this amazing charity, which hits home for a lot of people here and at home, and that's why there's a 75K there. I just want to thank all the organizers and all the volunteers and all the runners and everyone who's here, because you're all amazing people, and it was an amazing experience, not only to be here, but even to watch from up in my room occasionally. The stream was excellent. Everything was excellent. The food was excellent, as Prosentia has very clearly stated. And I just want to thank everyone.
Slightly different note. I wanted to kind of touch upon because I think it's something that apart from all of the speed running and the love and care that we all share and the kind of the understanding of how important the cause is and how much it affects us all, I wanted to kind of just talk about just how thankful, at least I am, for the medium we have in which to actually portray or come together in this. Like, video games themselves are such an important thing to all of us, and I'm, as an artist, I kind of find that they are, many people can think that, what they want of them. Some people say that they're not worthy of being called art. Some people think they're just a distraction, but I think that we think all of us here can appreciate that in some way or some form over the course of our lives they've managed to touch us in incredible ways, whether it's resonating with our heart, resonating with our mind. They are the reason that we kind of speedrun. We love them, and they mean so much to us in a certain way, and sharing that love with other people is kind of what brings us here in the first place. And it was why I was very emotional when I finished my run, is because it's a game that means so much to me, and the fact that I was given the chance to share that with you for such an important cause, I think is a thing that sometimes gets kind of shoved under the rug when people kind of see video games in a broader light. And what a lot of people don't see is that these are incredible, powerful, and very, very moving mediums. And I just want to thank you guys for sharing this medium with me, because without it I wouldn't have such fantastic friends. And should I ever find myself in a position where I'm not as confident in myself, or I'm starting to question things in my life, I know that I always have this community, and I have video games to thank for that, and I have you guys to thank for that as well. So thank you.
And most everything I was going to say has already been covered, but I'm so thankful this event was able to go on. I'm so glad I was able to be a part of it. Depression hit me hard, and I lost a job because of it, because I couldn't handle the day-to-day of life, and I let things go on too long. And companies like NAMI just working to get the word out, to make people realize you don't have to just hide. It's super important. I'm living proof for those who've been in my stream, know a bit of my story, and just I need people to understand. You don't need to sit there and think that if there's something wrong with you, you need to hide. That's never the right answer. There's people out there willing to listen, and specifically, the main people I really want to thank are the folks that we're seeing in these chats all the time that you don't really come out. You guys provide some of us a medium to talk to, and that really helped me, and I know it's helped others in sort of a bad transition in our lives. So I really want to specifically thank you guys, the viewers, because to people like me, it means the world. So thank you.
Maybe 2 or 3 more, and then we'll go ahead and do a raid.
I guess I'm going to do something maybe a tiny bit selfish here. Would the Shining Friends like to come up to the front here? All the Shining Friends, not just the runners. So, couple things that I wanted to say. I would like to thank the game choice staff. Honestly, if this is the only time that we get to show off Shining Force at a marathon, we came strong, we came hard, and we were well represented, and I'm glad that everybody was able to make it. And I just feel really blessed to be able to share something that's like one of those really great experiences of my young childhood, and be able to share with all these people for a cause that's so important to so many, including those in the room. I guess I'll shine off with one other thing. So Bowie, you have a follower alert that you'd like to say. You have a follower alert that you like to say whenever somebody follows you in your stream. Would you like to introduce everybody in the room?
So everybody, thank you very much for joining the Shining Force. It is a pleasure to share the field of battle with you all. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I don't even have to say anything. Though you're right. I just want to quickly say that Draken went above and beyond my expectations for how it was going to troll me this year. And it's probably one and only marathon showing.
I guess I just want to quickly give another thanks to the staff, and not only just for everything that they've done, but how cool they are during this entire marathon. I mean, in the middle of Chrono Cross, a bunch of us wanted to just get up and ditch Spike, and Alec was like, "That's hilarious, let's do it." So Voulagin matching my donations for a dumb idea I had like just a few weeks ago. I thought that was really cool, and just really, yeah, it's just a great atmosphere here. You know, it feels like we're all trying to be providing our best, our most kind of professional, like awesome runs and commentary, and giving everybody the best show possible. And yet it's all just like the most informal thing ever. It's great. So I'm glad that this was, I should have been here last year too. I'm sad about that now. Definitely will be here next year. But yeah, I just wanted to give thanks again to everybody for being so awesome.
Yeah, this event is definitely a beautiful thing. A lot of people I know that watch me or Caleb, like, they struggle very hard. And they come to me every day and tell me thank you. You know, and it's, if you're feeling upset, it's okay to feel upset. It's okay to have feelings, you know? It's not okay to hide them. It's not, because the more you build it, the more fragile someone becomes. And lately, I'm sorry, I've been going through a very tough time, and the Earthbound families helped me so much. And I love you all very, very much. Thank you so much for doing this. Everyone here and at home, just everyone, you all are amazing. And even if you don't see it, I hope someday you find the strength to.
Got it.
Been a part of speedrunning for 12 years now, and you guys never fail to amaze me. Every day I can say how proud I am to be a part of this community, that there really is just an unbelievable amount of love from you guys, and I thank you for that. And I thank you all, going back to what Bowie said, for being amazing artists at the same time, because that is what we do. We always use the term IRL friends. You will always be my friends. And I love you all very much. I've met literally hundreds of people that have changed me for the better. I thank you for that. And I thank you for striving every day to not just go fast, but to put on these amazing marathons, to really put on great production value, and put on the best commentary we ever have done. Thank you all.
All right, I'd just like to take a moment and say thank you to the Legend Mana Runners, Alex over there at 2-Bit, and everyone else in the Mana community right now, because I've been running that game for like 4 years, and there's never really been a community until like recently. Oh God, why am I crying right now? But like I've been running that game for so long, and just never been anyone there. So a lot of times I just feel like, why am I doing this? There's no reason. There's no one there. And even though I know the PG-13 stream, but I gotta say this, I am a brash asshole. And if I say mean things to you, just know that I am so happy that you guys are there, because it just makes me feel so less alone. Even though I may scare you guys off, but please just be there for me. And I don't really mean all the things I say. So thank you guys so much.
a night?
Yeah. I think we probably should sleep at some point too.
Do you want to think about like a raid of some sort?
Yeah. Although, before we do though, one thing I would like to do is one more round of acknowledgments I'd like to do. So how many people in this room right now are either first-time charity marathon attendees or first-time runners in charity marathon?
That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, and that makes me so happy to see. Let's give them a round of applause. Because
he's just speechless now.
Yeah. Just as has been said, we couldn't have done it without everyone in this room, everybody, a lot of people that helped with the marathon from off-site, and everybody around the world that watched and donated, too. So with that, it sounds like we're going to be rating a person that was actually planning to come to Limit Break this year, but due to some unfortunate circumstances outside his control, was unable to make it. So we are going to be rating the Zedna. And
what do you think our raid message should be?
Well,
sounds like the question has answered itself.
I think it has.
Twitch.tv/THEZEDNA. Please go raid the Zedna with Jeff.
Yes. And with that, we will be back for Limit Break 2017. Good night, everybody.